industries to support their development. Before joining the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis in 2016, Mr. Nicholas had 16 years of experience in the finance industry. He is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales, has a BSc in zoology and master's in environmental management, for which he was awarded the Ulrika Ronnie Harding Prize by the University of New South Wales. So applause and welcome Mr. Nicholas to give us the presentation.
Thank you very much. And good morning to everyone. It's great to be here. If I can just get my presentation up. Yeah, so my name is Simon Nicholas. I'm based in Australia. I got here yesterday. Very great to be here. And I am an analyst covering Australian coal mining and global steel decarbonisation for the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis, easier known as IIFA. Just a little bit about IIFA. If I can get this to work. There we go. So IIFA is an energy think tank looking at long-term energy trends and the ongoing energy transition. And IIFA's mission is to accelerate the transition to a diverse, sustainable, and profitable energy economy. We're of the view that technology transitions always tend to happen faster than expected. So in this presentation, I'm going to be looking at the longer term through that lens of technology transition. And we've got analysts, not just in Asia Pacific, we have analysts across the US, Europe, in the Asia Pacific region, we have analysts across South Asia, Southeast Asia. We've got a large and growing team in Australia, and we're also hoping to expand into South Korea and Japan going forward. So just a quick sort of summary of what I'm intending to say, sort of three basic sections. I'm going to touch on the fact that I see that the steel technology transition is starting to accelerate. I'm going to be focusing mostly on primary steel making in this presentation, given the time constraints. I'll also touch briefly on how India, the technology choices in steel making made in India are going to be key going forward. And particularly because I'm from Australia, the largest metallurgical coal shipper, I'm going to be taking a look at metallurgical coal in Australia to look at some early long-term indicators that we're starting to see there. So starting with this idea that the steel technology transition is accelerating. So in the second half of last year, there seemed to me to be an acceleration in the primary steel technology transition, particularly in Europe. We saw a shift away from from pilot projects and announcements about larger scale projects to actual investment decisions and finance for industrial scale direct reduced iron DRI projects. I've got this little section from ThyssenKrupp on this slide. In October last year, ThyssenKrupp made its investment decision, a €2 billion decision to start the replacement of its 4 blast furnaces in Germany with DRI plants, the first one to be operational from 2026, now just 3 years away. We also saw other developments in Europe from the likes of Salzgitter, H2 Green Steel, and ArcelorMittal, particularly in Canada. And look, I'm not the only one who's suggesting that the transition in the steel sector is accelerating. In a opinion column that Fatih Birol, the head of the IEA, wrote for the Financial Times earlier this month, he said, the transition to clean energy is also accelerating in other sectors, including those where emissions are most challenging to reduce, such as steel. And he went on to say, The project pipeline for producing steel with hydrogen rather than coal is expanding rapidly. If currently announced projects come to fruition, we could already have more than half of what we need in 2030 for the IEA's net zero pathway. The writing on this slide is rather small. I don't expect you to be able to read it, but this is essentially just to demonstrate, in the case of ArcelorMittal, its innovative DRI stream, the number of projects, DRI projects that it is currently working on across Europe, in Spain, in Germany, in France, Belgium, and Canada. And in October last year, ArcelorMittal broke ground on its DRI project in Ontario province in Canada. Worth noting, of course, like most of these DRI projects, it will initially operate on natural gas, but will be built hydrogen ready. And also important to note, of course, that when it comes to Canada and Europe, the EU, we're talking about territories that where this steel technology transition is supported by policy that's not yet available in other territories. So in terms of government funding, and this ArcelorMittal Canada project has received funding both from the province of Ontario government and Canadian government, and also, of course, a meaningful carbon price in the EU and the carbon border adjustment mechanism on the way. And Vale, the world's largest producer of direct reduction grade, DR grade iron ore, it clearly sees Europe being one of the global drivers of increased DRI-based steelmaking. They see a 55% increase in DRI production coming by the end of this decade. In addition, McKinsey recently noted that it expects global demand for low-carbon steel to grow more than tenfold to 200 million tons by 2030, representing more than 10% of the market by that time. So yes, Vale sees the growth in DRI coming from three regions: Europe, as we've already discussed, the Middle East and North Africa, which is already a region where steel is produced via DRI based on cheap, highly available natural gas, and also a region where there are an increasing number of ambitious green hydrogen projects under development, meant mostly for the export of green hydrogen, although I would suggest that there is a good case to use as much of that green hydrogen domestically to use in sectors like steel making. And the Inflation Reduction Act in the USA is likely to accelerate the uptake of green hydrogen, not just in the US, but probably globally as well. Asia's not on that list, but they are not, if not leading, and they will follow, and probably faster than people expect, in my opinion. I think we're likely to see movement towards the separation of iron and steel making in many cases. POSCO and Nippon Steel have already made clear that they are eyeing the possibility of developing DRI processes in places like Australia or Brazil, and importing green iron to domestic electric arc furnaces in places like Japan and South Korea. I think we will see that green hydrogen production will gravitate towards regions with high renewable resources. But given that green hydrogen shipping looks problematic in terms of efficiency and cost, going forward it's going to be better to use as much of that green hydrogen locally, and probably going to be preferable to ship green iron rather than green hydrogen. And some of the uses being proposed for green hydrogen look somewhat unrealistic. Sectors such as space heating, potentially some road transport, power generation using green hydrogen in power generation. Those seem less useful, particularly sectors that can be electrified. And I think there will need to be a reckoning at some point in the near future that prioritizes green hydrogen supply where it can really make an impact, such as steel. And of course, China is very focused on energy security, and it's also focused on maintaining a dominant position in new energy technologies, as it's done with solar power, batteries, etc. And I'm sure it's going to be keen to secure its dominant position in green hydrogen electrolyzer production. Now, that's not to say that there aren't some major challenges ahead when it comes to the steel technology transition. One of those challenges is likely to be a potential bottleneck in the engineering construction capacity of DRI technology providers. That's going to need to be addressed if there is going to be a faster rollout of DRI technology globally. In addition to that, the global supply of DR grade iron ore is currently very limited, something like 3 or 4% of the global seaborne market. And McKinsey has said that it sees that by 2031, the global DR grade iron ore demand is expected to be at a deficit of more than 100 million tonnes per annum. This is a problem for Australia, where I'm from. The Pilbara produces more than half of seaborne iron ore, yet virtually none of that is suitable for standard DRI electric arc furnace processes. It's a lower blast furnace grade. However, we're already seeing steelmakers that are starting to shift towards technology combinations involving a DRI furnace in a melting stage and utilize an existing basic oxygen furnace to allow the use of lower grade ore in DRI processes, getting around this shortage of supply of DR grade iron ore. And in fact, ThyssenKrupp, who I mentioned earlier, that's exactly the technology choice they seem to be making. A DRI plant with a melting unit plugging into an existing basic oxygen furnace, which will allow them to use blast furnace grade iron ore in their DRI process. And following a project announcement by BHP last month, where they will be looking at a similar combination of technologies, we now have all three of the major Australian iron ore producers in the Pilbara, BHP, Rio Tinto and Fortescue, all now looking at technologies that would allow the use of Pilbara blast furnace grade iron ore in DRI processes. So what role will carbon capture, usage and storage play in steel decarbonisation? There are plenty of young blast furnaces around, and options to reduce emissions there include things like replacing PCI with hydrogen, but a key one under consideration is carbon capture, and this makes up the long-term plans of many steelmakers, including ArcelorMittal, which I've mentioned before. So what's the status of this technology? Well, as BHP said in October last year, there are no full-scale operational CCUS facilities in blast furnace steelmaking operations at present, with only a limited number of small capacity carbon capture or utilisation project pilots underway or in the planning phases globally. Now, in December last year, ArcelorMittal launched or inaugurated what it calls its flagship carbon capture project at its steel plant in Ghent in Belgium. That's a project that will capture 125,000 tonnes of CO2 per annum, according to ArcelorMittal. Now, that's probably amounting to something like 1 or 2% of that plant's total carbon emissions. And to put it into further context, ArcelorMittal has a plan to replace one of its two blast furnaces at its Ghent site with a DRI plant, which it claims will save 3 million tonnes of CO2 per annum. And briefly looking at carbon capture's track record, as well as virtually no track record in the steel sector, the history of carbon capture in other sectors is less than impressive. Last year in September, a colleague of mine released a report which I thoroughly recommend, which was a review of some of the major carbon capture projects across all sectors to analyse their performance or underperformance, as the case was found to be. Yes, so he's found that failed or underperforming projects considerably outnumber successful experiences. And given that hydrogen-based DRI projects, or hydrogen-ready DRI projects, I should say, We're now seeing those shift from announcements to investment decisions. I think that carbon capture in the steel industry faces being left behind in the same way it was in the power sector. Once we saw that alternative technologies like solar and wind were completely viable, they started leaving carbon capture projects way behind in the power sector. Now, having said all this, it's clear that the technology transition in steelmaking is happening at different speeds in different regions. I've talked a lot about Europe, Canada, but the pace of steel technology transition is uneven across regions, and the situation looks very different in places like India, where to a large extent it's looking like business as usual. I've chosen a disclosure from ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India, the joint venture between Arcelor and Japan's Nippon. They are underway with building 2 new blast furnaces in Gujarat state, and they are due to be operational in 2025 and 2026. They're also expanding an existing blast furnace, and they have major plans for further expansion going forward with something in the region of 30 million tons per annum integrated steel site in the planning phases in Odisha state. Very little detail from the joint venture on what the technology choices they'll be making for those plans in Odisha. So I think we can probably assume that they're going to be continuing down the blast furnace route. And I do think that going forward, we're likely to see ArcelorMittal and Nippon Steel receive quite a lot of negative feedback from their investors, starting with a small group of investors interested in steel decarbonisation, but that's likely to grow. And there's likely to be questions how they can justify having such different plans in the developing world compared to their plans for a switch away from blast furnaces towards DRI in places like Europe. But there's also plenty of Indian-based steelmakers also eyeing blast furnace expansion. And it's clear to see why the likes of ArcelorMittal and Nippon Steel are so interested in places like India. The Indian government is eyeing a near doubling of steelmaking capacity by 2030 to 300 million tons per annum. And the project pipeline for the new steelmaking facilities in India is dominated by blast furnaces. The target, I believe, in India is for blast furnaces to make up no more than 65% of total steel capacity in 2030, but there is actually some risk that they will actually exceed that. And as a result, the future technology path taken by India will, to a large extent, determine the future of the seaborne metallurgical coal market. These figures I've got up now are Australian government figures that were released earlier this month. And as you can see, the Australian government is forecasting that India will pick up the slack in the reduction in demand from the likes of Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and in particular China. India will pick up that slack, although the Australian government's forecast, its medium-term forecast out to 2028, actually sees world trade and Australian exports peaking in 2026 and declining thereafter in 2027 and 28. These figures are also from the Australian government release earlier this month. And it shows that India has already taken over as the largest met coal importer. And also, as you can see, Australia is by far the largest shipper of met coal and looks increasingly dependent on India going forward. But equally, Indian steelmakers, if they're going down the blast furnace route, look like they'll be increasingly dependent on Australian met coal. As a major importer of fossil fuels, India already has a significant energy security problem, which it's keen to address. And this problem could worsen if Australian met coal mine development slows faster than expected. And in fact, the CEO of Tata Steel was in Australia last year, expressing some concern about the lack of investment in Australian met coal mining. And there are already, I think, early indicators, and I do stress early, that Australian met coal mining development may slow down. So let's take a look at BHP, Australia's largest shipper of met coal. So they said this just a few years ago. They said, our view is that despite the increase of scrap-based electric arc furnace steelmaking and gradual shift towards the DRI route and other alternative technologies, the blast furnace route will still account for over half of steel production in 2050. That's what they said 3 years ago. Contrast that with what Anglo American said last week at their sustainability update, where they suggested, of course, Anglo American is also a met coal miner in Australia. And Anglo suggested that they are thinking, when it comes to the steel technology transition, they are thinking in terms of 10 to 15 years. So from something like 30 years, we now have Anglo talking about 10 to 15 years. And since BHP said that, there's been a number of interesting developments. In May last year, BHP divested its 80% stake in BHP Mitsui Coal, their joint venture in Australia with Mitsui of Japan, which produced largely lower grade coking coal and PCI. In August of last year, they announced that they were pausing development in Queensland coal mines. Now, they've put this down to a decision by the Queensland government to increase royalties during periods of very high prices. But sort of tucked away in their annual report, their FY 2022 annual report, they made clear that they'd increased their met coal mine rehab provisions by 750 million. And that was due to two things. Firstly, they referenced the increase in Queensland royalty rates, but they also undertook a reassessment of their long-term outlook for met coal. And their conclusion was, this is a quote from their annual report, "These factors have resulted in the group recognising that the end of operations at our met coal mines may be earlier than previously anticipated." Then in February this year, they put 2 more met coal mines up for sale, and it's definitely worth recognising that there is quite a lot of interest in those mines from other coal miners, particularly, or including thermal coal miners, who are keen to diversify away from thermal coal. And then in March of this year, just last month, they announced this project investigating the use of Pilbara iron ore in DRI processes that, of course, would not be using any of BHP's met coal. Turning now to South 32. Back in 2021, Graham Kerr, the CEO of South 32, noted that investor concerns about metallurgical coal have got louder quicker than I expected. And in the same year, South 32 elected not to proceed with the Eagle Downs coking coal project. And then the following year, in August, they elected not to proceed with the Dendrobium coking coal mine expansion in New South Wales. South 32 will now wind down its coking coal business as existing mines deplete, and it's going to be focusing on what they call metals critical for a low-carbon future. So emissions pressure increasing. Last month, we saw that Australia passed its most significant climate law in at least a decade. This is part of Australia's effort to target a 43% drop in Australia's carbon emissions by 2030. There will now be a hard cap on the emissions of the top industrial greenhouse gas emitters in Australia, which includes coal mines. And from there on in, all these emitters will be required to reduce emissions 5% per annum, although they can use offsets. Now, I think it's too early to tell exactly what impact this is going to have on new coal mine developments in Australia. I think there's probably a good chance it may not have too much impact at all. But I think the key point is that we've had something of a policy impasse in Australia when it comes to climate change. This now has moved things on somewhat, and I think the key point is this clearly won't be the last climate law made in Australia. There will be more updates going forward which will impact coal mining, even if this doesn't. I think another important event which happened at the end of last year was HSBC announcing a change to its fossil fuel policy, which meant that it will no longer finance new met coal mines. HSBC may not be a major, huge financier of met coal, but we've been here before with thermal coal. And the number of banks that have restrictions, which they are still tightening, that have restrictions on financing thermal coal is in the hundreds. And what I think what will happen, certainly HSBC will not be the last bank to make such a policy. And as we see alternative technologies, as it becomes clearer that they are viable, we'll see more and more banks making restrictions on met coal investments. I think we're also going to see steelmakers and also iron ore producers coming under growing pressure, investor pressure, as well as activist pressure, but certainly investor pressure over their pathways to net zero emissions. An increasing number of companies have made a 2050 net zero emissions target. And some investors are now sort of turning their attention to questioning exactly how that is going to be achieved. I think amongst steelmakers, emissions leaders and laggards will soon be identified by investors. We may even see some questions at ArcelorMittal's AGM next month, particularly around how ArcelorMittal can achieve its 2050 net zero emissions target when it's still building blast furnaces in India and with no major breakthrough in carbon capture on the horizon. And iron ore producers, as I said, are already coming under pressure. Certainly BHP is under some pressure for not having a Scope 3 emissions reduction target. And I think that pressure is only going to increase going forward. So look, to finish up, clearly blast furnaces and met coal are not going to be disappearing anywhere in the near future. But investor pressure on steel and iron ore is only just beginning to step up. And I think there are also some early indications that the technology transition in the steel sector is already and going to happen faster than expected. And I personally wouldn't be looking to carbon capture technology to halt or slow down that transition away from metallurgical coal. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, sir. Very interesting and comprehensive presentation, I should say. It's rather exciting, but at the same time, I can feel definitely a very challenging period. Before, I think I was just asking the floor to ask questions. I have just one straightforward question. Just now in your presentation, you mentioned about the coking coal imports by China and India. And then by looking at the graph, it shows that China's imports will be coming down, whereas India's imports will be growing, but then probably plateauing in the next 5 to 8 years. So immediate question will be, so what will be happening to the met coal industry if the world's #1 and #2 steelmaking countries are having different, but in the near future probably a kind of a climax of the coal imports?
Yeah, so when I first started working for IIFA, I focused purely on thermal coal because metallurgical coal looked fairly untouchable, not challenged by technology in the same way that clearly thermal coal was. I started IIFA in what was it, 2016, and even by then, even though by that date, wind and solar weren't necessarily cheaper, certainly not cheaper than existing coal-fired power in many countries, it was clear what was going to happen. It's clear where we were going, and thermal coal looked very challenged by technology. But I didn't see that with metallurgical coal. I think that's now started to change. I think the Australian government figures I was referencing from the what's called the Resources and Energy Quarterly Reports by the Australian government. I am always interested in what the Australian government is saying. I think there's quite a lot of influence from the fossil fuel industry on those figures, let's face it. But it's interesting, I think it's very interesting that in the most recent release, not only have they now, for the first time that I've seen in a while, suggested that Australian thermal coal exports volumes will peak in the next few years, by 2026. They're also suggesting it's the same for metallurgical coal. Yeah, I mean, as I said in my presentation, I think it's very early days. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but as I said, IIFA is of the opinion that these transitions, these technology transitions in all sectors tend to happen faster than expected. I think we are now seeing an acceleration. And I think, again, early days, but metallurgical coal is starting, and I do stress starting to look a little bit challenged by technology. That's not to say that there aren't significant challenges. I touched on a couple, you know, the capacity for technology providers, DRI technology providers to ramp up and build enough of these plants is a serious question. Of course, the availability of DR grade iron ore is another major question. And then on top of that, of course, I've referenced green hydrogen quite a lot. I didn't go into any detail. I'm not so worried about the price of green hydrogen. It's expensive, but it will come down fast, probably faster than most people, or many people expect. We've been here before with the cost of solar and wind. I think the big problem is just how much, given the scale of the capacity of renewable energy needed to generate this green hydrogen, a major headwind, even if you've got the space. Somewhere like Australia has a huge amount of space to install a lot of renewable energy, but how much can you actually install, let's say by 2030? I think that's a real question. That's a real headwind. And on top of that, I think, yeah, there's a lot of questionable chatter about the role that green hydrogen is going to play going forward. It seems to be some people seem to be attempting to apply it for virtually anything. Again, getting perhaps a little bit overexcited about green hydrogen. Some of those potential uses don't seem to make much sense. But I do think that the steel sector is as it stands, it looks like a green hydrogen-based DRI is the most likely candidate at the moment. The most likely candidate to provide a technology challenge to met coal.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the floor?
Yeah.
Okay, if I may actually,
Simon, good morning. I am Nirmalo De from Coalmint. My question to you is that we had been discussing about China and India and also about blast furnaces and carbon capture technology. So we see that the fleet of blast furnaces in India, as you rightly pointed out, that ArcelorMittal and Nippon Steel, they are going into greenfield capacity. Also in China, the blast furnaces fleet is quite young. So are we moving towards a stage of stranded assets in steel making in the absence of mitigation technologies? So what is the outlook like in this respect?
It might be a little bit early to talk about stranded assets in India, given that India's target for net zero emissions is 2070, not 2050. So that is still quite some time away. So you could build a blast furnace now and let it run its full life by 2070. So unless something changes there, and India would be of the opinion, quite rightly, that it's not responsible for climate change, so perhaps they are unlikely to bring that target forward. I think that probably negates the stranded asset risk somewhat. I do think there's a risk with reliance on carbon capture technology. We've just been here before. Carbon capture is not a new technology. It's been around for decades and consistently underdelivers. And I hope I'm wrong, because I think if carbon capture can become viable, it will make a huge difference, particularly in the steel industry. But I doubt how much impact it's going to have. So, if India is going to rely on carbon capture to reduce steel emissions in the longer term, I think that's probably going to come somewhat unstuck. But given the current target for India is not to reach net zero emissions by 2070 until 2070, they've got time. I think it'll be different for international steelmakers investing in India, and given the demand growth in India, clearly lots of international steelmakers are going to be looking at India. I mentioned ArcelorMittal, it's got its AGM next month. I wouldn't be at all surprised if there are some questions from investors about how they can possibly achieve net zero emissions by 2050 by still building blast furnaces in India, with plans for much more, very significant capacity additions. They're not going to get away with pointing to India's 2070 net zero target. ArcelorMittal itself has its own 2050 target. So I think it's more a problem, I think, for the international steelmakers investing in India than it is for Indian steelmakers.
If we have questions from the floor, please just raise your hand so that Steelmin staff will be able to pass on the microphone to you. All right. Well, waiting for the questions from the floor, I have another question actually. Australia is a very interesting country because we are talking about coal, we're talking about iron ore, right? And also talking about all the technological innovation. I do feel that, okay, Australia has coking coal, thermal coal, iron ore. But if you're looking at DRI route, you do mention the ferrous grade as well. Low impurity is one of the things. But if you compare Australian iron ore versus Brazilian iron ore, it's different, especially for the Fe grade. So what do you think the iron ore supply structure will be like? I know we're talking about the coal, but coal, especially about the met coal, is linked to iron ore as well. If you can just give us a very brief comment on the iron ore market structure, what will it be like? What will be the challenges to the iron ore and the steelmaker in general?
Yes, I do think that Pilbara has a bit of a challenge on its hands. But because it's so dominant in iron ore supply, that means the whole steel industry has a challenge on its hands. I mean, I thought it was interesting that Nippon Steel said recently that they were starting to think about potentially shifting towards DRI production outside of Japan to then import it into Japan. And they mentioned both Australia and Brazil as potential locations. This is potentially a little bit of a problem for Australia. And that's why we now have all three of the big Pilbara iron ore producers looking at technology that could use their blast furnace grade iron ore in DRI processes. I think we'll probably given the shortage, the limited supply of DR grade iron ore, I think it's inevitable. Well, there's not going to be one solution to this challenge. There will need to be some more, perhaps more magnetite mining, and Australia has an opportunity there. But one of the solutions looks like the ThyssenKrupp route, which is to combine a DRI plant with a melting step and plugging it into existing basic oxygen furnaces. That looks like it's the technology combination that BHP is now looking at, even though only a few years ago they were saying that the majority of the world's steel would still be produced in blast furnaces by 2050. That seems like a bit of a change in attitude from them. Rio Tinto already has a project ongoing with BlueScope Steel in Australia looking at a similar combination, and Fortescue's going fairly crazy looking at virtually anything that involves green hydrogen. So I think probably the Australian government and the Western Australian government probably needs to be thinking an awful lot more about this. And these challenges, this sort of decarbonisation trend comes on top of a more sort of general challenge for Australia, with Chinese steel demand set to go into decline naturally, and at the same time China keen to be less reliant on Australian iron ore generally, and looking to the Simandou projects in Guinea, in Africa, and also looking to use more scrap domestically in China. So the Pilbara is faced with a whole sort of raft of admittedly longer term challenges, and the decarbonisation trends coming on top of that. Yeah, and I guess it's the same for met coal as well. I mean, BHP is the only one of the big three iron ore majors that still produces metallurgical coal. They've said they are, on numerous times, that they have no intention of exiting metallurgical coal. Anglo American last week said even though they're talking about a transition in terms of 10 to 15 years, they said they have no plans to exit metallurgical coal. We'll see. There is a sort of trend. Well, we'll have to see what happens with Teck and Glencore. But Teck seem keen to offload coal. And at the same time, thermal coal producers in Australia, I think, as I mentioned in the presentation, are eyeing up these two met coal mines that BHP's put on the block. So they're also keen to diversify into met coal, like the likes of Whitehaven, which is one of the big thermal coal producers. Yancoal is also apparently interested in these two mines as well. So I think eventually we'll see more and more of these coal mines in the hands of pure play coal miners, not big diversified miners. The big diversified miners are probably more vulnerable to investor concerns than the pure play coal miners. So if there is at some point some shift away from met coal by the likes of BHP, Anglo, potentially that could actually free up, make it get around some of the headwinds that are faced by met coal in Australia. I do think those headwinds will grow anyway, but the pure play miners won't be as impacted by investor concerns as some of the diversified miners.
In your presentation, you did mention about BHP, divesting, and also South 32 leaving the coal market. But at the same time, I also noticed that Chinese investors are going to Indonesia to build up the coking plants and looking for the coal supplies from Indonesia. So, what's your view in the future investment in the overall the coal market, in particularly about met coal, because like China steelmakers as well investors are going abroad looking for coal supplies themselves. So, do you think this will be the trend? Like some of the companies either under the pressure of the country or the government kind of leaving certain market, whereas some other companies will go into it looking for supplies themselves?
Well, we've had this unofficial ban on Australian coal by China, which now looks like it's over. But generally speaking, the trend has looked like China is trying to reduce reliance on Australia, both in iron ore and coal. It would seem that since the change of government in Australia, there does seem to be a slight realigning in the relationship. Hence, suddenly, some Australian coal is now flowing to China. But given that for a couple of years, Australian coal miners have been realigning their shipping lines, switching to other off-takers, probably quite a lot of risk involved in switching back to China. And I doubt we will see the level of Australian coal heading to China that we did in the past, probably ever again, perhaps. I mean, obviously there's a lot of moving parts here, but that seems to be the way it's going to go. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you have any questions from the floor? Yeah, please.
Simon, hi, this is Sabia from JSW. So you mentioned very interesting point about the portability of green hydrogen across borders, and that's why the role of countries producing, the iron-rich countries producing DRI themselves and exporting DRI out to countries like Japan. But DRI, as you know, is very difficult to transport. Is there some technology coming in that aspect which will make DRI more transportable in future?
That's actually not something I've come across so far. My focus so far has been on some of the problems involved in transporting green hydrogen, and obviously this is getting an increasing amount of attention from the likes of, well, a lot of attention from the likes of Michael Liebreich. He's talked about this a lot of presentations. Even in Australia, a lot of the focus on green hydrogen is, well, in fact, it's almost entirely on exports. It seems like it's the same in the Middle East as well. Really, just talking about exports of green hydrogen, and I think probably a lack of focus on the potential to use more of it domestically. We also have in Australia some coal to blue hydrogen projects. Glencore has recently announced one. There's another one with a lot of Japan interest. And again, targeting exports of hydrogen to Japan. And I think then there is going to have to be a reckoning at some point. Yeah, I would agree that there are definitely challenges when it comes to DRI exports as well. But currently, it just looks too inefficient and too expensive to be shipping green hydrogen around the world. And I think probably using more of it domestically is likely to be the best way forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we're very much close to the end of this session. Just one input from me. I think China is a very interesting market to look at because all the technology you mentioned just now, like hydrogen as well as carbon capture, they are working on it. And then also I think steel mills are looking for all kinds of alternatives. And even the DRI, HBI, because China is an integrated mill, so basically you don't really need to transfer much of the hot metal or the DRI into the steelmaking part. So it is very interesting. I think when China is at a kind of stage, being the largest steel producer in the world, they have to look at all the things. And also because of the 2060 target of the net zero thing. So China is looking at all kinds of alternatives. I mean, from the general point of view, I think this particular market will be a very interesting market to look into for all kinds of case studies. Thank you very much. Please stay on the stage. We do have a felicitation. So we'll be having the felicitation given to Mr. Simon Nicholas by Mr. Yoshinobu Kusano, Executive Advisor of Renova Incorporated. Yeah, please. You two gentlemen will just take a picture together.
Oh, okay.
That's all. It's a token of appreciation.
Not talking. Picture taking.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. All right, so next presentation should be by Mr. Frank Zhong. Frank Zhong is a Deputy Director General for World Steel Association and Chief Representative of World Steel Association in Beijing office. But unfortunately, because of his trip, got delayed in Europe, he couldn't be here. So we'll be playing a video talking about the world steel market. Let me just give a little bit introduction of Mr. Zhong. Mr. Zhong's main focus is on the outlook of global steel industry and steelmaking raw materials market. He has been in charge of a variety of studies on steel demand, steelmaking capacities, raw materials outlook, and has monitored development of emerging economies, in particularly about China. So he will be the ideal person talking about the China situation, as well as India and ASEAN countries. He was invited to get involved in the IEA's Global Iron and Steel Technology Roadmap projects, as well as the EU's raw material strategy study. Prior to World Steel Association position, Mr. Zhong had a variety of career experiences with China's leading steel makers, as well as other companies, such as Baosteel, as well as Australian mining company Rio Tinto. So let's play the video of his presentation.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Frank Zhong, Deputy Director General of the World Steel Association. It's my pleasure to speak here. I wanted to join the conference in person, but unfortunately I was not able to catch up my flight. I hope in the next conference I can see you all in person. I'm asked to talk about the low carbon transition of the global steel industry, but first of all, let me give you a brief introduction of the World Steel Association. We represent the steel producers, national and regional associations, as well as some steel research institutes. Our member companies, including steel producers, national and regional associations, account for roughly 85% of the global steel production. Our head office is in Brussels, Belgium. We have also a second office in Beijing, China. We are a non-profit organization. This slide shows that Asia has been playing a leading role in global steel industry, especially in terms of steel production. You can see so far, Asian countries account for roughly 70% of the global steel production, as well as consumption. Among Asian countries, China, India, Asia are the major growth drivers for the past two to 3 decades. And from the chart on your right-hand side, you can see the index steel production suggests Asia has started to accelerate from 2016 because of some new investment into the steel projects in the region from outside Asia. How about the outlook of the global steel demand? According to IEA, International Energy Agency's projection, global steel production will continue to grow, but the growth is expected to be slower than the past 2 to 3 decades. This is mainly because of the low carbon transition. So there are basically 2 scenarios. In the BSU, business as usual scenario, the steel demand is expected to increase to 2,550 million tons by the year of 2050. However, such a strong growth is not aligned with the Paris Agreement. To make sure the Paris Agreement, the goal of the Paris Agreement is achieved, the global steel production as well as steel demand should be reduced from 2,550 million tons to 2,050 million tons, which means the global steel demand will be squeezed by roughly 500 million tons by the low carbon transition. So with the low carbon transition, the global steel demand will grow, but it will be not as much as we expected before. And India, Asia are the new growth drivers in terms of steel demand. This diagram shows the structure of global steel demand additions region by region. You can see in 1900 to 1950, the US and Europe were the largest demand drivers. They represented roughly 75% of the global steel addition. However, in the 1950 to 1973, you can see because of the post-war reconstruction, the European region, the former Soviet Union, and Japan contributed roughly 80% of the additional global steel demand. And over the past 30 years, from between 1990 to 2020, China was the largest contributor. Because China contributed roughly 90% of the global steel demand over the past 30 years. Probably in the future, according to my personal projection, I think that in the following 13 years, steel demand in some regions like China, Korea, Japan, EU will decline slightly, while in the meantime, there's going to be strong demand from India and Asia, and I think India and Asia together are expected to contribute roughly 90% of the additional global steel demand in the next 15 years. And steel is a major source of CO2 emissions. Steel accounts for roughly 80% of global direct energy consumption, and the emissions also account for roughly 7% of the global total CO2 emissions. And among all of these coal-using industry sectors, steel is the largest. You can see from the chart on your right-hand side, steel is the largest one, followed by cement and chemicals. For steel, roughly 70% of our energy is directly or indirectly from coal. And the decarbonization of the steel industry is required. You can see in the 2-degree Celsius scenario, global steel industry CO2 emissions should be reduced by 55% by 2050. However, in the 1.5-degree Celsius scenario, emissions from the steel industry will need to be reduced by 90% by the year of 2050. So it's very hard. It's a big challenge for the global steel industry. And how steel is responding to the request responding to the call for decarbonization. And the steel industry, we have always been improving our impact on the environment through our focus on water quality, emissions, and dust to air from production of steel, and also we are preparing to address the carbon challenges. As a product or as a material, steel is still less CO2 intensive than most of the competitors' materials for similar applications, for instance, aluminum, carbon fiber, plastics, etc. And steel will continue its role in maintaining a sustainable society. So far, there is no existing technology to produce steel products with no CO2 emissions, but the development of new breakthrough technologies will take some time, but the R&D is being done in many places around the world, especially in Europe and Asia. As a global steel association, World Steel, we have prepared many policy papers to demonstrate or to showcase what the steel industry is doing, what we are going to plan to do. If you are interested in our policy makers policy papers, you can download from our website free of charge. This is about our pathway to carbon neutrality by 2050. We have identified 3 major pathways for steel industry's decarbonization. From this diagram, you can see that there's going to be a slight increase in steel demand in 2050 as compared to the demand in 2020. However, we believe we can still achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 with these 3 major pathways. The first one being efficiency improvement. Second one is the increased use of scrap. Third one is introduction of breakthrough technologies. Let me explain these three pathways one by one. Path one is our step-up program. This is a new industry-wide efficiency improvement program, which was launched by the World Steel Association in 2019. So far, we have engaged more than 20 production sites around the world. We introduced the best practices in terms of CO2 emission from those leading players to those selected production sites, so they can improve their CO2 efficiency. And we aim to improve energy efficiency focusing on 4 levers, which is shown in the diagram. We focus on raw materials quality improvement. We also improve the energy efficiency of the production sites. We also improve the process reliability, also the process yield of the steel making plants. And according to our evaluation, there is going to be a potential to reduce CO2 emissions by up to 20% for iron ore-based steel plants. So if we introduce the best practices into those iron ore-based steel plants, globally, the CO2 emissions can be reduced by 20% for those high CO2 intensive steel plants. Path 2 is to maximize the use of steel scrap. And according to our evaluation, to use 1 ton of scrap, we can reduce or we can avoid 1.5 tons of CO2 emissions. And according to our modeling work, we believe that the global end-of-life scrap availability will be more than doubled by 2050 as compared to the number in 2020. In 2020, the end-of-life scrap availability was roughly 390 million tons, and this number may go up to 900 million tons by 2050, so more than doubled. And the scrap-based EAF route is becoming a preferred option in most regions, including China. But in Asian countries, I think this scrap-based EAF technology is still not preferred. They prefer iron ore-based route. And we expect an increasing use of electric arc furnaces and steel scrap in the global steel industry. According to IEA's projection, blast furnaces, BF blast furnace and BOF here should decrease from currently 90% in 2019 to 30% in year 2050 in terms of steel capacity mix. So by 2019, roughly 70% of global steel capacity are blast furnace based. And by 2050, smelting reduction, blast furnace and CCUS route should increase its share to roughly 10% from currently 0. So far there is no smelting reduction, followed by blast furnace and CCUS route. This segment is going to be developed in the coming years, and the share of scrap-based EAF should rise to 38% in 2050 from currently 22%, and hydrogen-based DRI followed by EAF should rise to 8%, and currently the share is 0. There is going to be a change in energy mix of the steel industry. According to IEA's scenario, the coal share in global energy demand for steel industry will need to decrease from 74% in 2019 to only 52% in 2015. Out of that, 16% will be equipped with the CCUS. So you can see by 2050 we still need coal, and coal will still be more than half of the global energy demand for the steel industry. But in terms of electricity, its share was only 13% in 2019, and this number is going to be 30% in 2050. Out of that, roughly 9% will be used for production of hydrogen, and bioenergy share currently is only 2%, and this number is going to be doubled to roughly 5% by 2050. I think for some regions, this number is a little bit underestimated, especially for Shanghai. For for China and Latin America, then the role of bioenergy can be bigger in the future. This is IEA's scenario for crude production by process by 2050. You can say there is a significant difference in production process. For instance, for example, for EU, they prefer scrap-based EAF, while for North America, they will have both scrap-based EAF and hydrogen-based DRI, followed by EAF. And in terms of China, currently, blast furnace and BOF capacity represent roughly 90% of China's total steel capacity. And then this year is expected to decline to only 35% by 2050. And 100% scrap-based EAF capacity, its share should rise to 50% from currently only 10%. And for smelting reduction, based blast furnace and also hydrogen-based DRI followed by EAF capacity, they should have 80% share respectively. Pass-through is about breakthrough technologies. We have three categories. The first category is CCUS, or we continue to use carbon as a reductant, but we can prevent the emission of the fossil CO2 by using carbon capture, utilization, and storage. We can also use sustainable biomass to replace the energy. And so far, CCU is being widely deployed around the world, especially in Europe and East Asia, especially in some Chinese steel mills have already widely deployed or adopted CCU technologies. For CCS, carbon capture and storage, is being just started. There is only one real deployment in the global steel industry, which was installed in the UAE owned by the Emirates Steel. These days, there are more and more steel companies are studying if there is a role for CCS to play in their low carbon transition. And biomass are being tested in Europe and then Latin America, and some Latin American players are trying to see if they can export biomass from Latin America to Asia and Europe. So in future, biomass will have bigger role to play. The second category is hydrogen. We can use hydrogen to substitute carbon as a reductant. In this case, the production process will generate water rather than CO2. And this is going to be the most promising technology for the next 10, 20, 30, even 50 years. And in terms of R&D progress, European steelmakers, Asian steelmakers are taking lead. And however, the source of green hydrogen and the cost of the green hydrogen remain a challenge for the global steel industry. The third one is using electrical energy through an electrolysis-based process. This is going to be the future technology for 2060 even onwards, because it's still at the laboratory test phase, and more R&D investments are required for pilot production of this technology, or pilot deployment of this technology. What about the actions of the global steel makers? According to my information, by the end of 2022, more than 30 steel makers globally have announced specific ambitions for their roadmap and targets for decarbonization. These 30 steel makers represent roughly 40% of the global steel production. In other words, 60% of the global steel production has not been covered by clear decarbonization targets. And most of these 30 steelmakers aim to be carbon neutral by 2050 and plan to reduce their CO2 emissions by 30% by the year of 2030. The European steelmakers SSAB and Liberty Group, they plan to be carbon neutral by 2030, which means in 7 years, these two companies will become net zero in their steelmaking plants. There are some first movers in terms of low carbon transition or decarbonization. For instance, SSAB, the Swedish steel company, is the first steelmaker that announced to supply fossil-free steels to the market by 2026. And ArcelorMittal has delivered its first automobile panels manufactured using 100% renewable energies and 100% scrap-based EAF since March 2022. In China, the leading players, China Bao Steel Group, HBS Group, they are also progressing very well. They are both building large-scale H2 hydrogen-based DRI capacities. The HBS capacity was completed by the end of 2022. Now they are testing the operation. The Bao facility is being built, which will be put into the first production by the end of this year. These two companies, their hydrogen-based DRI capacity have roughly 2 million tons per year. In the meantime, there are also some startups in Sweden, USA, France, and Spain. For instance, there is a green H2 green steel in Sweden. In USA, there is a very well-known Boston Metal. In France, in Spain, there are also two or three new startups. They have not produced anything, but once they produce, they will produce only zero emission, zero carbon steel. And all of them are expecting to put their first production by the year of 2028 or 2030. There are some challenges for the Asian steel industry, as I mentioned earlier. By September 2017, all Asian countries have ratified the Paris Agreement. And as said in the previous slide, there is going to be strong potential for steel demand in Asian countries. Currently, Asian 10 countries, they consume steel products about 8 million tons, 80 million tons a year. And this demand is going to be more than doubled in the next 15 years. According to our projection, Asia's total steel demand may reach 60, even 180 million tons by the year of 2035. In the meantime, there are also some faster growing capacity to be installed in Asian countries, in particularly in Indonesia, Vietnam, and Malaysia. The existing capacity crude steel making capacity in Asia is about 90 million tons per year, and this capacity also may be doubled in the next 7 years, which means by 2030, the Asia's total crude steel making capacity may reach 140, 150, even 170 million tons if all of those uncertain projects are implemented. It's worth noting that most new steel capacity to be installed or to be built in Asia are fossil fuel based or are coal based, which means very high CO2 emission intensity of this new steel capacity installed in Asia. Of course, it's additional demand for coal. And most steel makers in Asia are not responding very actively to the decarbonization request. As everybody knows, that the European Union is introduced so-called CBAM, and its impact is going to be observed. But I believe that the CBAM will push the global steel industry, especially in the steel makers in East Asia, like China, Japan, Korea, also in Southeast Asia, as well as the steel makers in India, to push forward their decarbonization efforts. So just to summary, Asian countries remain hub for global steel production as well as steel consumption. They represent 70% so far, and the share may increase because of the rising share of India and Southeast Asia. So the Asia's share in global steel production and consumption will continue to grow. And as global steel industry is progressing very well in terms of decarbonization, and with European steelmakers and Asian steelmakers taking lead, most Asian steelmakers need to be more active in low carbon transition. And the Asian steel industry face huge challenges on the way to carbon neutrality because of the huge potential steel demand, as well as the massive new capacity being built in the region. And then most of the new capacities are fossil fuel based and also high CO2 emission intensity. So this concludes my presentation. Thank you so much. If you have any questions or have questions or comments, please feel free to send them to me by email. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Zhong, for his presentation. I met Mr. Zhong in February in Beijing, so we had quite a bit of discussion about China economy as well as demand. I don't know whether all of you among the audience read the short-range market outlook by World Steel Association. Basically, the association publishes two short-range market outlook every year, in both in April and October. I'm mentioning this because recently I read the association's projection about China's steel demand. I think this will be very interesting for us to know. According to the association, China's steel demand to grow 2% this year, and we'll be having a flat year for 2024. I just came from a 3-month trip in China, so I think my impression is that the market outside China, understanding about the Chinese steel market as well as the economy may be different from your first-hand experience in China. So I do encourage everyone, if you are interested in the Chinese market, do have a look yourself what is happening over there. And China just released the first quarter economic growth. The growth was 4.5%. And I know like IMF and all the other organizations increase their projection or adjusting upward about China's GDP growth for this year. Again, I would say that, you know, first-hand experience definitely works better. Do check it out, what is happening over there. Last year in November, I think in Malaysia, I met up Mr. Edwin Basong, the Director General of World Steel Association. So again, we had a very lengthy discussion about decarbonization and everything else. And according to him and our conversation, I will just share some of the comments from him. Technically, there's not really 100% green steel making. That's what we come to a conclusion, because all these kind of things talking about, we're talking about hydrogen, we're talking about DRI. Basically, so long as you're using coal, or even if you're using energy, if your energy is not really produced by clean energy sources, then we can't really call it 100% green steel in that sense. So there are a lot of bottlenecks and also challenges in the steelmaking process. And people talking a lot about scrap utilization in steelmaking. Even for China, it can't be 100% replace iron ore for the time being or in the foreseeable future. And Chinese steelmakers are working on the carbon emission peak by before 2030. Original plan is trying to hit the peak 5 years ahead of the national target, which will be 2030, so it's 2025. But because of the COVID-19, it's making things more difficult and slow down the progress. But the steel mills are working on it, trying to hit the target before the 2030 national target deadline. But there are a lot of challenges, as I mentioned. And so World Steel Association has been helping out with all the technology sharings among the steelmakers. They do have a lot more publications focusing on the technology process and all the drawbacks as well as the advantages and disadvantages of certain technology, hoping to help the steel mills in the world to progress together or doing the know-how sharing, so that the technology will be accepted and adopted by more and more steel mills to lower the carbon emission worldwide. So that is what I have gathered from the World Steel Association. And Mr. Zhong just now mentioned about the ASEAN countries as well. So we are in one of it. And last year when we attended the industrial event, people are very, very hopeful for a faster growth in the ASEAN region as a whole, especially ASEAN 6. So Singapore is one of it. One of the ASEAN 6 as well, and it's a trading hub and with all the investment and everything. So it's a very promising region, I would say, and the demand and supply, there are still like some structural issues. In general, capacity is oversupply, potential oversupply as well, as Mr. Zhong mentioned. But if you're looking at particular products, we are looking at some of the products are under supply. So it's a very interesting region, it's a very interesting time. With that, I wouldn't, be able to share more, but we definitely have a discussion off the stage if you're interested in knowing something, else about the steel industry, about the China's general economy. Why don't we take a break? So our next session, the first speaker will be talking about Mongolia coal supply, as well as the pricing scheme. And then, can I just ask everyone, everyone to come back to the conference around like 10:50, so which will give us about 20 minutes tea break, coffee break, to social a little bit. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks.
nor does it matter to me. If we never see each other, nor does it matter to me. And we could forget all the things that we've done, as if we've never been to all the places we've gone. 'Cause as long as the skies are blue, as the ocean waves, you will know the truth. That as long as the skies are blue, I will always, always love you.
once again, party people now taste that. This is the 808 bass test. Everybody be a freak in the room. Now pump up the bass with the 808 boom. Back once again, party people now taste that. This is the 808 bass test. Everybody be a freak in the room. Now pump up the bass with the 808 boom. 808 boom. 808 boom. 808 boom. 808 boom. 808. This is the 808 bass test.
distance between us, no, doesn't matter to me. If we never see each other, no, it doesn't matter to me. And we could forget all the things that we've done, as if we've never been to all the places we've gone. 'Cause as long as the skies are blue, as the ocean waves, you will know the truth. That as long as the skies are blue, I will always, always love you. 'Cause as long as the skies are blue, as the ocean waves, you will know the truth. That as long as the skies are blue, I will always, always love you. Have you ever been mellow? Have you ever tried? Have you ever been happy just to hear a song? Have you ever been mellow? Have you ever tried? Have you ever been happy just to hear a song?
I just have to keep going. I can see my dreams coming true, floating right above me, and I can almost taste them. I'm so close, I won't give up. I won't give up. I won't give up. I won't give up.
Sure.
already of the stage.
Yeah.
I'll keep it there. Just a second. So this is on mute right now. When you click on this and when the red light is on, it's on.
Now it's on mute.
After a long wait, India concluded its first ever auction for the sale of commercial coal blocks on a revenue sharing model while incorporating relaxations on entry barriers and end user restrictions. The government had initially proposed 50 coal blocks for these auctions, but due to resistance from a few states, it was brought down to 38. However, only 23 coal blocks received bids in the technical round, out of which 4 blocks received a single bid and were subsequently omitted as they failed to meet the minimum bid criteria. Eventually, 19 coal blocks entered the financial round of bidding. A total of 76 bids were received from 42 different companies, out of which only 14 emerged as winners. Upon analyzing the nature of these 14 companies, we found that almost three-fourths of the blocks were procured by firms for commercial purpose. The participants with end-user requirements include Sharda Energy and Minerals, Vedanta, Hindalco, and Ginger Power. Here are a few key findings from the financial bidding round. The auction itself was special for the kind of interest it garnered among the participants. Interestingly, the smaller mines saw more aggressive bidding than the bigger mines, contrary to market expectations, as the major companies were competing for these bigger blocks. Out of the top 5 financial bids received, excluding Garib Pharma 4x7, the rest of these blocks have reserves of less than 100 million tons. Some of the newcomers showed greater determination in acquiring the coal blocks in the final round. Notably, Boulder Stone acquired the Motutoria block at a premium of 32.23% over the floor price, edging out 7 other bidders. Similar determination was also seen from Rajdhani and Chawle Group. Credit should also be given to the coal ministry for selection of coal blocks from the same coal fields in order to entice higher participation for them, as was the case with Ulsan and Ulsan North blocks, which were both backed by Biomass mining, who now can carry out mining operations by setting up the necessary equipment in close proximity. Selective preference was also seen for some of the blocks that have some added advantage. For example, Andhra Pradesh Mineral Development Corporation acquired the Brahmadiya coal block, having superior grade of coking coal.
Can I have the pen or
While
pencil?
the scheduled 2 blocks, including
So this
Motutoria and Garib
session
Pharma,
will
were
be
also acquired at a
felicitated by
very high grade value,
Mr.
having
Hendra
the
Sinadia.
necessary clearance
Okay.
to commence production. Talking about potential game
My
changers,
writing is by
Already
Mr.
realty and infrastructure, NSE mining gets one
Hendra
less two
Sinadia
major
is the executive
after
director,
acquiring 2 coal blocks each to the auction.
Indonesian Coal Mining Association.
Okay.
While Adani Enterprises has been rather unfortunate
checking
as it
what
could
are
acquire
the
only 1 coal block out of the 7 which it had invested in.
Okay.
However, Stratotech Mineral Resources, its subsidiary,
All right. Sure.
acquired the Benoni
Yeah.
For
coal
next
block,
for next two
which has
sessions,
the
should I
highest
tell you?
coal reserve.
Later on, I think. You want to do it now?
After
Yeah.
this, I don't think we'll have.
Okay. Sure.
So I'll have to check who all will be there because a lot
Yeah.
of people have gone.
Oh.
I'll
Okay.
just check and get back to you.
Okay. Sure.
State government and to reach 626 per million metric ton coal produced, considering an average representative price of rupees 3,292 for various non-coking coal grades. Next up, the nominated authority would recommend the selection to the government for approval. Thereafter, as per the revised schedule, the issuance of the vesting order is expected within the next 2 months.
Dear delegates, we're about to start the next session. May I just ask all of you to take your seats now?
There were times when I couldn't see. There were times when I thought this was all I had. But I guess I ain't the same man. 'Cause now I'm living in a very different world with you.
So, dear delegates, please take your seat. We are going to start the next session. Morning, everyone. And we are going to start the next session talking about Mongolian coal as well. We have another 2 Chinese speakers talking about the overall coal market as well as the investment. And our next speaker is Mr. Zujago. Mr. Zujago is an expert in the field of fuel energy and holds a master's degree in engineering. He is the executive director of Mongolian Coal Association, which has been established by major coal mining companies of Mongolia, including state-owned and private firms. And his presentation will be about China's top coal supplier, Mongolia, switch to auctions. How will this impact Chinese coking coal market? Now, let's welcome Mr. Zujago come onto the stage to deliver the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. And thank you, organizers, for making me opportunity to make a presentation here. I'm going to present about capability of Mongolian coal industry, about how we can contribute to Asian coal supply. And honestly speaking, feeling a little bit uncomfortable talking about how we can contribute more coal after previous 2 wonderful presentations on green development, how we can reduce coal. But believe that it will still take time to shift to green steel and green energy. We believe for next decades, Mongolia will remain one of major coking coal supplier to Asia and firstly to China, of course. Green development, the global warming, one reason. I think also another reason is the general trend of coal mining and coal supply, the biggest coal mining and supplying companies shifting from industrialized developed countries to developing countries, especially to Asia. And I think this is another reason after green development for big traditional Western coal mining companies to reduce their production, trade. But in Asian region, we see increase of coal mining, coal supply, and coal trade. The green development, Mongolia obviously not the leader in technology, in hydrogen and whatever, but we keep eyes on this. So we believe still there will be decades for coking coal trade. Okay, it works. How does it work? Okay, while they are checking, the Coal Association, as it was already introduced We have memberships of state-owned companies, private companies, international companies. We have, by the way, Bamboo invested company in Mongolia. They own coal deposit, but they are not actively mining it. The Mongolia has huge coal resources across the whole country, north, south, east, west, everywhere, but it is remote, landlocked country. We have two big neighbors, China and Russia, between them. So the main problem is how to get this resource to market because of infrastructure limits. The mining capacity, the mining production is roughly 40 million tons per year, and we export 30 million, and 10 million tons we consume domestically. Domestic consumption is for power plants mainly. Here in this photo you can see the East Mongolia, the green colored area is brown coal for energy use, and the west, north, south is mainly bituminous, hard bituminous coal, including high-grade coking coal, semi-soft coking coal, and also fat coking coal. We have 177 companies holding license for coal mining, but about 50 companies operate actively. Others are not mining, not using their license. The major resources are concentrated along the Trans-Mongolian Railway, which connects Russia and China through Mongolia. And the major mines also located in that central part. The domestic consumption is for electricity generation. Over 90% of electricity is produced from coal. In this photo you can see locations of major coal CHPP power plants, combined heat and power plants. As you see, the western part has no power plant, and we have many projects. If someone is interested to invest into coal-based power plant, then there is like Mongolia inviting everyone, but we face problem with the financing because of green policy. Okay. The export income of Mongolia is based on mineral trade, mainly. Copper, coal, gold, fluorspar, some zinc, a small amount of crude oil, and also textile products, cashmere and other stuff. So this is basically what we propose to international market. And coal, almost 40% of this. So for economy of the country, coal trade is very important. By today, we exported 15 million tons of mostly coking coal. It was a big success after 3 years of COVID. Okay. Technical background of Mongolian coal sector. We have only open pit mines. Some underground mines are being planned in a project stage, in feasibility and design stage, but still all coal mines are open pit, which gives cost competitiveness for Mongolia. The active export started since 2008, although some small portion was started since 2002. But for last 15 years, the sudden expansion created several big open pits in Mongolia. And now we are going deeper, and the cost of mining is increasing because of deeper location, more fuel consumption. Companies are trying to reduce cost, basically in two ways. One is installing electric equipment with the in-pit crusher and conveying system to transport coal and overburden rocks. Secondly, we have also the now entering multi-layer coal seams. Mongolian coal was like familiar by ease of mining, close to surface, big thickness of coal seams, and those big, most easy seams were already mined, and now we're going deeper with multiple layers, with rock layers. So we need to improve quality through washing, dry and wet preparation. And as a result, strip ratio is increasing. It was 3 several years ago, but now it is 5 and might go beyond 5 in near future. So the cost of mining is being a little bit increasing, but still it's much more competitive compared to underground coal mines, which are a lot of underground coal mines in China. Coal export for last 15 years, you can see from this graph. The one major thing you can see is it changes gradually. Fluctuation is very big. Roughly, you can remember that we produce 40 million tons. 1/3 of that is for export, and 1/4 is for domestic use. And this is being fluctuating a lot since for the last 15 years. One peak around 2010 and 11, another peak around before COVID, and then now it is again increasing. Last year it was slightly over 30 million tons, and this year we expect to export 35-6 million tons. The capacity, this is actually the blue column is actual mining plan of companies. If we summarize coal mining companies, in 2001 we planned to mine 100 million ton, but the actual performance was 34 million tons, roughly 1/3. So if you see from this graph, basically we use about 1/3 to half of ready technical capacity of our mines. The country can easily export 100 million ton of coal per year. I think it has some battery issue. Huh? So the reason of export limit is infrastructure. We had the technical capacity of mines 100 million ton, and for last years we developed very significantly infrastructure. But even before that, we had capacity to export 50 million tons. And then recorded export maximum is about 36, the custom cleared coal. China market, roughly 70 million tons. they take import from other countries for coking coal. We don't believe we can supply 100% of that, but this is another limit of our trade. So infrastructure is the problem, not COVID, because during COVID we observed for first part, half period, the Australian coal supply to China increased by 50%, and then there was a political problem and ban. And then second period, the Russian supply to Chinese market increased by 50%. And for that 2 years, Mongolian supply reduced by 50% consequently. And the reason is the infrastructure, as we concluded. Therefore, the government of Mongolia and the private companies invested and spent a lot of efforts to build railways and for coal reloading station terminals in the border. Totally, almost 900 kilometers new railway were built in last few years. It was a huge step for Mongolian infrastructure development. We delivered railway lines to two major border ports to China, and now expecting to contact those railways. Mongolian railway achieved Chinese border. Chinese railway is at Mongolian border, and according to international railway regulations, we have to cross to each other territory and make a big terminal. And this final point is now being in design stage. I hope it will be completed soon. Then more smooth coal can pass to Chinese market. The government of Mongolia plans to increase capacity of border crossing points at least by 3 times in next 5 years. That means the South Mongolian border points will have capacity over 200 million tons of goods in total. And if we can use only 20% of that, that is about 45 million tons for coal. So we expect 40 to 50 million tons of coal can easily be exported from Mongolia. Now railways are ready. The border capacity is increased, and another thing the Mongolian coal sector invested in recent years, is coal washing plants. We have existing capacity of 32 million tons of wet coal washing process plants, about 20 million tons of dry preparation, and with new projects that are being planned and some of projects are under construction, the total capacity will reach about 100 million tons soon. So the mining capacity and washing plant capacity match to each other. That means the quality of coal will be okay. It has been always a dispute between buyers and sellers. And now I believe it is going to be very fine. Also, it's because the mining conditions are being changed. As I explained, we're going deeper and we're going to mine more multi-layer coal. So it is just necessary to wash. And then quality, and then next main topic is price of Mongolian coal. The price basically consists of 2 components. One is coal price at mine, and another component is transport to deliver to the market. And there were big, like, shocking news during COVID that for about 25 kilometers, transport cost per ton coal increased up to $300, over 2,000 RMB. It was relatively for short period, and during that, the amount of coal passed through border was not so much, but still, it caused a lot of problem. And here you can see we have, this is one example. The state-owned biggest coking coal mine, ETT, then they have two points to deliver coal. First, they deliver from mine to big stockpile, about 220 kilometers, which costed about $12 per ton. And then they have passed from that point across border and delivered to China. And that 25 kilometers costed in 2020 $50 ton, and then in 2021 it reached $300 per ton. And it make a situation where every participating parties were losing. No one won from this. Obviously, mines could not increase price because transport price is too high. And although mines are trying to sell in good price, they cannot. The market price, when increases, all those increases were absorbed by increase of transport. The government loses because they have less tax collection. And we believe Chinese buyers also lost because the transport problem created isolation from traders and buyers. Not everyone can pass through this. Only a few companies may handle it, but others are mostly were isolated from Mongolian coal mines. And therefore, government had no way to make some decision. And it also caused a lot of public claims. There was a big scandals and corruption around that border crossing area. And there were protests, huge things in Mongolia. We are like noisy people. So government made some decision, and this decision was to improve the situation of coal delivery to market, and also to increase the income. Also to make real what we have promised to the market. And the biggest market is China. 99% of coal is exported to China. China, Mongolia had several high-level visits in the foreign ministers level, in the level of prime ministers, and lastly in the level of presidents. And they agreed to achieve trade between two countries to $20 billion. Major part of this is coal. Long-term coal supply agreement was signed between the states. And now we have to think about how to make this possible. Firstly, infrastructure. That's why Mongolia spent a lot of efforts to develop railways. And it is successful, more or less. Secondly, good quality of coal. We built several washing plants. It's okay. And then price. To make it more transparent and open more doors to buyers. And I think also one of the reasons why the organizers invited me here is to say you that Mongolia started selling coal in exchange on Mongolian stock exchange, which creates open door for everyone interested in coal trade, including coal companies from different countries, unless you have market share in China and you can manage railway transport, then you are welcome to participate on that. So this, after the COVID situation, Mongolia decided to sell coal in stock exchange. By mid of April, we sold over 800 tons of coal, and by end of last week, it achieved 1 million ton of coal by stock exchange. Totally, until now, for this year, we exported 15 million tons of coal. The government plans to, they wish to sell 30% of coal by auction this year, 70% by existing offtake agreements. It creates a problem for buyers. Obviously, when you make business, you have well-established relations with the participants. Sometimes you have good agreement with the transport company. You have some pre-payment or down payment and something, and then suddenly changing all rules will make a problem. Secondly, the major coal buyers invested a lot next to Mongolian border. They created big stockpile areas, terminals. They invested for coal washing plants, and they have well-established relation with Mongolian coal sector, and they obviously don't like the idea that just some guy comes to the auction, trades with the same condition with them, and not serious players for short-term income and things like that. So it will create kind of uncertain situation. So therefore, some players don't like this, and as a result, Mongolian Ministry of Mining stated that we will we respect and keep the contract conditions with our major coal buyers who have already signed offtake agreements. Newcomers, welcome to the stock exchange. And this opens more door to participate and make possible to participate in coal trade with Mongolia, which we believe is beneficial for all, and it makes more transparent. This is for last month. The price and the amount of coal sold on Mongolian stock exchange. We have 3 companies around that area which are now being sold in the stock exchange, participating in exchange. Energy Resource, ER, is a private company. ETT is a state-owned coal mine. And then TT is a coal mine owned by local government and also partially by private investors. So you can see the price here. The first private company, they sell washed coal, delivered at place to Chinese border. They price 1290 to 1420 RMB per ton. And then the raw coal is slightly lower than this one. So this includes price at the mine and delivery cost to China. And here, 2 things I want to say. Firstly, the cost is still very competitive, Mongolian coal price. And now Mongolian government take control over transport cost, which makes more certain situation for most of buyers. Therefore, it is beneficial for both sides. And secondly, if you see the change of price, the last auctions are much lower than it was end of March because of changes in coking coal market, recent changes. So it is sensitive to market price, and it starting to work. And then the last slide, how we are coal miners trying to contribute to green development in Mongolia. We have most of Mongolian coal mines are located in south and east, where we have desert and steppe. And then the Mongolian president announced national program, a billion tree to plant trees. But when you plant tree in Gobi, it dies. Yeah? So coal mines have lake. For mine dewatering, we make a lake. And then we have big mountains from overboard and West Rock. And to improve the landscape, create a beautiful landscape with lake, making oases in the Gobi Desert. This is new wave in coal industry. We say coal oasis next to coal mine. So this is going to be there are going to be oasis to each major coal mines in Mongolia. And about 30% of that 1 billion trees will be planted by coal companies. The idea is supported widely. This is a photo of Mongolian president with Secretary General of United Nations Organization in Mongolia. They're planting tree. So this is how we contribute to green development. So in conclusion, we have big capacity of coal mining, and it is limited by infrastructure. We have enough capacity of coal washing plants, so quality is okay. The Mongolia, by definition, geographically, it's very remote, and it was far away from any interested parties, except those who are very familiar with Mongolian coal sector. And now the government changed rules of coal trade for state-owned companies to be sold on Mongolian stock exchange. And this makes possibility for everyone who are not familiar with Mongolia, because now you can go online, shop coal, and get delivered at Chinese border very clearly. So if you can handle the transport and work with China, then welcome to stock exchange to participate on the coal trade. Mongolia respects existing contracts with major coal buyers, and therefore the main offtake agreements will remain in force. And this year we plan to sell only 30% by stock exchange, and it's going to increase in future. Private companies are open to sell with direct contract, and if they want, they also can go to stock exchange. So if you want to communicate with the private companies, you can do that. Welcome. If you need some support, welcome to write email and contact to Mongolian Coal Association, where we have companies which export over 95% of Mongolian coal as members. So this is email. We will be happy to be reliable backup plan for Asian coking coal and Chinese coking coal markets with enough capacity, ready developed infrastructure, and whenever whatever happens in the world because of current uncertainty and whatever, Mongolia remains neutral, and it can always be like kept in mind that there is a good coking coal. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, sir. And before I start my questions, do we have questions from the floor that you would like to ask? Any? All right, then. So I just sit. Thank you for the presentation, sir. Actually, I just want to ask a very straightforward question about the trading on the stock exchange. So what's the purpose of that? I mean, can you just elaborate more? Normally, it will be welcome new buyers and everything, right? But again, you mentioned that if you have business in China, if you can handle transport. Yeah. So I just try to think from the government perspective, why encouraging, trade on the stock exchange? If you just can elaborate more, because I can sense there is a kind of national interest versus a company interest. Yeah, can you just elaborate a little bit more?
The main problem is transport and the custom clearance. If we had no such a problem, then the situation would be much better. Stock exchange is second issue, I would say. But for Mongolian government, the policymakers took decision. All kind of minerals will be sold on stock exchange. Coal is first. This is a major shift in policy. So the companies, private companies, some are happy, some are unhappy, but mostly the members of coal associations are happy because the taxation problem. We have a royalty in Mongolia, 5% for coal, and then this is should be taxed from the contract value, but it is taxed from market price in China. And then when the price is in the stock exchange, we have lower and more fair price than the market price in China. So it is good for companies. That's why companies support. The government hopes to get more favor and higher price. The seller wants higher price, logically, right? And more transparent. And also, not only for international traders, but for many traders in China, we make it possible through selling through stock exchange.
I do understand. In summary, I think it's more about the price transparency as well as maximizing the profit, right, for the Mongolia sellers. But at the same time, how is the response from the Chinese side about the traders? Are they comfortable or happy about all this trading on the open platform, or they have different response to that?
At the beginning, there was a lot of claims because one partner suddenly changed all rules, and we don't know what will happen. And then the questions were addressed, and Mongolia clearly explained that we keep the contracts valid with the major coal buyers. We will respect, and we will continue to do that. But as I said, this is more like political decision to shift all minerals to stock exchange. So step by step, we go to there anyway. And therefore, now I think less claims. Still there are claims, but we have to find a way of living in new situation.
For the past few years, as you share in your presentation, there have been fluctuation in the production and export. Yeah. So what do you think in the coming years? Will that still be the case, or with the transport bottleneck addressed gradually, will that be coming to a consistent kind of a production as well as export growth in the coming years? What's your view on that?
Personally, I hope it will be more stable in coming years with increased export amount. Firstly, Chinese and Mongolian high-level visits agreed to increase trade. And that trade consists, one big portion of that is coal. So because of presidents of Mongolia, Mr. Hurulsukh and Chairman China, Mr. Xi Jinping agreed and signed certain documents. It will be background for future next years, at least for maybe next 5 years. It's going to be stable coal supply to China, I believe. Previously, it was changing depending on market situation. Some public opinions say it's sometimes it's about political relations, and then it's about COVID. Now we believe it will be more or less okay, and even new COVID or other kind of problem will come. We have better railway conditions now, so basically the situations are much better.
You did mention a lot of washing capacity is coming along in Mongolia as well, right? But as far as I know, Inner Mongolia actually built a lot of washing plants as well. So what do you see this kind of a competition just at the border? You know, originally China bought a lot of raw coal from Mongolia and washed itself in Inner Mongolia. So what will be the competition like along the border?
Yeah, that's one of reasons why our Chinese partners were unhappy about going to stock exchange, because some of companies already invested to washing plants and facilities, and we have to respect it, and therefore the contracts are kept now. For future, the washing, supplying clean coal, the good quality coal, number one, it's price. Number two, it's reliability in contract conditions. Number three, it's reduced transport cost. And we believe it is beneficial for buyers and sellers. Transport is the main problem. So when we have transport main problem, we don't want to transport waste rock. So we have to reduce it, and that's how it should be.
Totally agree. Before I continue with my questions, any questions from the floor, just in case I use up all the time? We have another kind of 5 minutes. If not, I just continue with my questions, because I do find Mongolia is still finding a comfortable way to deal in co-trading with China. So my next question actually is that, other than enhancing the trade relationship, what about investment relationship? I think that would be kind of even more sustainable development strategy between the two countries. So what is the government policy from Mongolia side?
Yeah, firstly, investment in coal mines. The biggest capacities are owned by Mongolian companies. And then second largest capacities are owned by Chinese investors. And we have also small portions of investors from Australia through stock exchanges, through listed companies. One Bamboo Thai company is invested to Mongolia also for coal. So Mongolian government encourages investment to mining sector, including coal. And I believe investment from China will increase, and some major investors invest to Mongolia. They build a washing plant and export coal to China. So it is like, well, it's openly, widely welcomed and encouraged by government.
Thank you very much. I think I would just cut short my questions because our session is about to end. And we will present a token of appreciation to you by Mr. Hendra Sinadia, Executive Director of Indonesian Coal Mining Association. Sir, please. Thank you, gentlemen. So immediately we come to the next session. The next session will be delivered by Mr. Tian Kuo Jiang. The topic will be how will global coking coal and met coal trade dynamics play out in 2023. Mr. TK Jiang, based in Singapore, is a metallurgical coal and coke trader with a Century Commodities Solution, which has an annual traded coal volume close to 90 million tons. With a keen interest in the commodities market, Mr. Jiang began his career in an established price reporting agency, publishing global met coal and coke price benchmark. I'm smiling a little bit because he was one of my ex-colleagues. Right after graduating from Singapore Management University, he holds a Bachelor of Business Management with a double major in finance and corporate communications. Mr. Jiang, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is of my great pleasure to represent Century Commodity Solutions, or CCS in short, and speak about coking coal and coke in this conference. And my name is TK, and I'm responsible for the trading of metallurgical coal and coke in the company. Being one of the youngest faces in this conference, I'm very, very humbled to share what I observed in my limited time about this coking coal and coke market, and right here, share this with all of you. And I look forward to discussing this with you, and I also look forward to learning from you. And my presentation today has a very, very simple structure. I will talk about the supply and demand of met coal and coke, as well as each market's current trend and dynamics. And today, my presentations tend to be quite micro about the met coal and coke. So let's first talk about the met coal and take a look at the global met coal production map. There's a total of about 1,000 million metric ton of coking coal produced every single year. And the biggest producing country is China, with an estimated 500 to 650 million metric ton of coking coal. And why the gap? Well, there's never been any official data revealing the exact coking coal production. And out of all this coking coal produced in China, the majority consists of tier 2 and tier 3 materials, such as the hard coking coal and the semi-hard. And for the tier 1 materials, the prime hard coking coal with the low sulfur and high CSR materials, meaning it's come from Australia. And similar tier 1 material can also be found in Canada and the US, albeit much smaller volumes. And Russia, being the third largest producing country in the world, has semi-hard, semi-soft, as well as PCI. They don't have much of the prime hard coking coal. And the rest of the producing country also mainly have tier 2 and tier 3 materials like the semi-hard, semi-soft, and PCI. And out of all the production volume, the annual seaborne met coal traded volume is about 300 million metric ton, with more than half of it coming from Australia. And for landborne coking coal volume, the majority of it belongs to the Mongolian imports into China, and we see about 30 million metric ton. And for the demand, we can have an estimation from the crude steel productions via the oxygen route, right? With using a ratio of 0.8, 1 million of crude steel requires about 0.8 unit of coking coal. And the top 4 producing regions, and of course the mainland China, JKT, Europe, as well as India. And the top 2 clearing markets for spot transactions for the met coal, and of course the China and India, which I will explain in detail later on. So the world needs about 1,000 or 1.1 thousand million metric tons of met coal for the crude steel productions, estimated from the figure here. So as we can see, the current demand and supply of coking coal is in a rather tight balance, which will seem to get tighter. As we see here, the CAGR of crude steel production via the oxygen route is growing at 2.56%, while coking coal at about 1.92%. With the push for green production, we do not necessarily expect this 2.5% to increase significantly, but we will expect it to remain at least steady. And some may say China recently announced that they're keeping the crude steel production the same as last year, and that will affect the coking coal demand. But if we take a look at the figures, in 2022, the crude steel productions in China dropped by 2.1% on year, but pig iron production only dropped by 0.9% on year. So this indirectly suggests that the majority of the production cut mainly come from the EAF route. So meanwhile, the coking coal CAGR at 1.92% will decrease as capital investments into coking coal developments are decreasing or downsizing over the year. And for example, major Australian miners we've seen from the first presentation, they announced they will not inject new capital into coking coal developments because of the increase in government royalties. So the big idea here is that the coking coal will be undersupplied, especially the tier 1 materials. The prime hard coking coal with high CSR, low sulfur, and low ash materials. They will be undersupplied. So with the overall market fundamentals in mind, the cost of coking coal seems to be reflective of the tight balance of the market over the past 2 years. There is a tremendous increase in the volatility of the market, as we can see from the graph over here. Back in my price reporting days, years ago, I would take tremendous efforts to prove the case for a daily change of, let's say, 50 cents. But now, the daily change going up and down by $5, $10 is now very common, even in the absence of significant market fundamental changes, such as cyclones. Australia and China, the biggest exporting and importing countries, have their FOB and CFR China prices also decoupled because of the China's unofficial embargo on Australian materials. And this contributed to very, very limited spot liquidity in the FOB market, and hence the volatility that we see over here. I mean, $600 coal is something that one can never imagine in a lifetime, but here we are seeing that historic moment last year, $600. Partly, of course, that was contributed to the Russian-Ukraine war. Everything just piled up. And speaking of spot liquidity, India has become the biggest clearing market for spot Australian met coal. Before China's embargo on Australian coal in 2019, you can see some data over here. In 2019, the spot market sold about 14 million metric tons of spot cargoes, which is roughly 22% of the total Australian exports. But after banning in 2021, there's only about 12 million metric tons of spot cargoes, or about 7% of the total Australian exports. Right, so there's a significant decrease in the spot liquidity that we see over here. At India, with about 3 to 4 millions of annual spot requirement for prime hard coking coal, naturally becomes the biggest clearing market for the Australian materials. And just in estimation, India has about 13 to 14 million metric tons of total spot met coal materials requirement every year. But however, China remains the largest spot met coal market in the world, despite the absence of the Australian cargoes. And China's spot requirement is estimated at about 30% of the total imports. And the majority of the imports, spot cargoes, comes from Russia, Mongolia, as well as Indonesia. Try to move the tab. And now I'd like to quickly here mention, after China's embargo on Australian materials, they have been able to adapt by blending high CSR, high sulfur, domestic hard coking coals with low sulfur Russian materials to cope with the limited supply of high CSR, low sulfur premium hard coking coal. So with this, despite a little bit of a lower quality coke produced, steel production went on just fine. And the most updated situation that we observe is that with Mongolian imports into China recovering recently with close to more than 1,000 trucks per day, the current coal blend faces higher volatile matter, and hence there is a very good spot demand for low volatile matter materials right now. And that presents a good opportunity for traders like me, for low volatile matter materials. So with limited spot liquidity in the physical market in mind, I would like to bring all of you, to give you a quick taste of the financial market of met coal, namely the DCE exchange in China and the SGX in Singapore. You don't have to look at the detailed graph over here. You can have a look after the slide with the slides in hand. But I just want to mention here the DCE exchange has the most liquidity with the monthly volume at about 100 million metric ton, while SGX only see about 0.5 million metric ton. That's a stark contrast. The DCE futures recently saw many policy interventions, while SGX pretty much none. So every stock exchange, the exchange, commodity exchange over here has their pros and cons. But one thing to be sure is that the coking coal product is still pretty much centered on the physical market. And here with the spot market and the financial market of met coal in mind, and I think every one of us here want to understand what is driving the cost or what's driving the price of the coking coal. And I think to understand that, it's essential for you to understand the current met coal developments on a very micro level, especially in the FOB Australian market, since the FOB Australian market is going to be the one driving the directions of the met coal market in the world. So the most prominent one here, sorry, this seems not to be working very well. The most prominent one here is the preference for index linked. The preference for index linked settlements and very small fixed price spot volumes transacted, right? With met coal, elevating above $300 when the usual level is about $200, buyers are hesitant to buy on fixed price basis, hoping that the index will capture the potential downward corrections of the market. So if any fixed price deals to occur in the spot market, it is usually in very, very small volume of less than 50 kiloton, when the standard vessel size is about 75 kiloton. So what we observe is that the fixed price data points for the index tend to be primarily contributed by traders, meaning they would buy some volumes from miners on fixed price basis. And by the way, on the SGX futures market, about 40% of the participants are traders, and only 4% are end users. And there are only about 80 plus active participants on the SGX futures market. So you can see, majority of the liquidity contributors in the SGX futures market is by traders. So even with the limited liquidity on SGX futures market, it only takes 1 to 2 days to cover 20 to 30 kiloton of the physical position on the paper market. So traders are increasingly using the physical transactions in the spot market to lead the sentiments in the market and take profits on paper. And just last month, we heard traders buying very high in the spot market and selling very low in the physical market. It makes people scratch their head what's happening with the market sentiments. And everybody thought, there's an illusion that traders are forced to liquidate their position in the fast dropping market. But the reality is that the gain from their paper position is more than enough to offset the loss in the physical, resulting in a net gain. Well, this practice is not very uncommon in other markets, but in a traditional market in met coal, I think it's taking some time for people to digest and accept. But this is happening every single month. So for these reasons, we often see some funny movements of the index moving up and down against or the market fundamentals are telling us otherwise. So some smaller and medium end users, they are starting to show growing discontent towards indexation. And for this exact reason, end users, the major steel mills, they are beginning to increase their voices in the market. They are beginning to increase in their voices in the market by bringing their term contract cargoes to sell in the physical market for the first time last year. For the very first time last year. They do this by using price reporting agency to issue sell tenders for merely the purpose of price discovery. But even with the index facing such liquid, so they have been doing that. But the funny thing is, even with the index facing this kind of liquidity problems, and with end users coming to sell in the market, increasing their voices, everybody showing discontent towards indexation, but the shift towards indexation still seems to be happening. It's like inevitable forces in this market. And we can observe here, for the hard coking coal, there used to be quarterly negotiated, from annual negotiated prices for hard coking coal to quarterly negotiated hard coking coal in the JKT market. And we no longer hear of those quarterly negotiation prices by the traditional players in those markets. It has shifted to indexation, but we still hear quarterly negotiated prices for the semi-soft and the PCI from the JKT market, the Japan, Korea, and Taiwan market. And these quarterly negotiated prices as of this year are also beginning to sort of disappear, and it seems to move towards index-based settlement very, very soon. Especially after a year of thermal coal prices, the Newcastle prices being so much above the PLV prices. And the index involved, in the JKT market could be the PLV index or also the Newcastle 6000 index, but no one is sure yet. But changes are happening. A lot of discussions are already happening offline for the semi-soft and PCI prices in the JKT market towards the indexation. And now, I would also like to briefly mention about the brand optionality in the spot Australian market. The brand optionalities, meaning when a seller sells a cargo, they have 3 to 4 brands stated in their contract, and the seller is going to decide which one to deliver, near to the loading date. This brand optionality has created some interesting thing in the market. Sometimes one of the brands are not widely used among the spot buyers and sellers, among the spot buyers. So sellers with this kind of brand optionality cargoes, right? They can be end users or traders. They may use this kind of cargo to offer down the index, meaning bring the index prices down. And this works really well when this is especially timed with the market fundamentals. We just saw it recently, actually. But the reverse is also true. When buyers only want to buy one particular brand, while the rest of the spot cargoes in the market have brand options. So this will usually create circumstances what we usually call the bidding in vacuum, which can lead to increasing the index level aggressively. And that's what we see last year when the market reaches $600. In case you're wondering what exactly happened on a day-to-day basis, I witnessed that daily changes. Basically, somebody is asking for a particular brand in the market, but no one else has this brand. But price reporting agency just take it as it is. They interpreted this as, well, the seller has no cargoes of that brand, and there is a strong demand for that brand. So they take it into index, they move the index all the way up to $600 in the absence of trades. And lastly, with China seemingly leaving the Australian cargoes embargo, we have yet to see Chinese buyer returning to the market soon due to the negative arbitrage, right? And there was actually early on, a few months ago, maybe just in February, there was a panic in the ex-Chinese market for the strong return of China in the Australian met coal market, right? But well, we have yet to see this happen very, very aggressively. And the reality is also, like explained earlier on, that China does not need Australian coals to produce quality steel, as they can have the blending appropriately, as discussed earlier on. So China will only start to buy met coal, Australian met coal, only if the arbitrage makes sense. If you ask me today, what's the number they're looking at? Well, just in the morning, I think yesterday, Chinese just see another round of met coke price cut by another 100 yuan. So the target price right now, as we are seeing, is about 240 CFR China. So that's giving us about 220 FOB Australia prices. That's pretty much the price that will make sense for Chinese customers to come back to the Australian cargo. But will that prices? I mean, now we have yet to break the 250 level. I think the key question is really, will India start to buy at 250 level? Will their inventory level support their wait and see any longer, so that the prices can correct to 220 when everybody come back to the market? So that was met coal market for you on a very micro level. The dynamics in the spot market driving, the interplay behind the indexation. So if I may, I will show you now a very quick overview of met coke. Right? I think it's essential for us to understand about the met coal here. On the global level, the seaborne volume is about 20 million metric ton, much smaller than met coal, understandably. The top exporting country is China, of course, with about 7 million metric ton of met coke that has different CSR grades. The second is Colombia, followed by Poland. And in the spot market, we often hear from China, Japan, and Australia. And I would also like to highlight here that Indonesia is a country with rapidly expanding coal capacity. A majority of the produced volume will be used for the export market. And personally, I look forward to the presentations by our friends from Rice Next very much, as that they are, the biggest producers. So by the way, we will also occasionally hear some coke offers from end users who have surplus coke volumes, such as Korea and Chile. And for the demand, the top clearing market for met coal lies in India, followed by the Southeast Asia. So you can see that the center of the met coal market still lies pretty much right here in Asia. And over the years, due to the volatility in the met coal market, the met coke prices also fluctuated. And also interestingly, if we take a look at the FOB China prices from the top exporting country and CFR India prices from the top importing country in the world, the spread between these two prices is no longer showing a strong correlation. It is no longer the past relationship of what we see, the FOB China plus freight, giving you the CFR India prices. And this is, of course, largely due to China's embargo on Australian materials and also the influx of ex-Asian coke into India. And the influx of ex-Asian coke was particularly evidenced later part of last year due to the European shutting down of the blast furnaces. So the question is, will the influx of ex-Asian coke into India will continue? Well, the answer is not likely, right? As we are seeing the gradual resumptions of the blast furnaces in Europe, and the ex-Asian coke will just flow back to their traditional market. So, lastly, I'd like to bring your attention to the two current met coke trends, the two very important current met coke trends, with the first being the expanding Indonesian coke capacity, which will increase from 7 to more than 20 million metric ton. Right? However, with the unfavorable market conditions, some of the projects keep getting delayed. And second, there is a trend towards increasing captive coke productions and reducing reliance on merchant coke for cost and quality control purposes. So, for example, as we hear from the previous presentation, the MNS from India will build their coke batteries also and reduce their coke imports by 2025. And currently, MNS is accounting for more than 50% of India's total coke imports. And from Brazil, the largest importing steel mill, CSN, will also build more coke batteries and reduce their coke imports by 2027. And by the way, CSN is also the largest importing in Brazil. So with these two market trends in mind, it is my personal opinion that assuming high utilization rate, the seaborne met coal supply is likely to be in surplus. So that's the big idea here. So ladies and gentlemen, that's it. If all of you don't remember anything that this young guy on this stage said, just remember two things. Just two things. All right? First thing, the coking coal is going to be undersupplied, especially the tier 1 materials. And second, the met coke is likely to be in surplus. And that will probably lead to the shutdown of merchant cokery somewhere. And I hope you have learned something from my sharing in the past 15 minutes. Feel free to say hi to me in person. I know you can scan the QR code and send me a message on WhatsApp. And once again, I look forward to keeping in touch with you. And my name is TK from CCS. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jiang, for a very lively and comprehensive presentation. Please join me at the seat. Before I start my questions, a lot of questions actually from my side. And any questions from the floor? All right, then. So I'll just start my question. First of all, just now you mentioned about Australia, right? So China unofficially stopped buying from Australia. Now it unofficially started buying from Australia. So what do you think? Do you think Australia will reclaim the glory of the previous days of 40 million tons of exports of China, or is no longer the case? What was your projection?
Thank you for that. I think that is a very, very good question. And from my conversations from the Australian miners, and I think a lot of you here are also in touch with them, and correct me if I'm wrong, based on your conversations, what I understand is, in this past 2 years, during the unofficial ban, the Australian miners have tried very hard to develop new contacts, ex-China. And they have built very good relationship with new customers in ex-China. So if I were to ask them, China is coming back, would you want to have some volumes for them? And they will be like, sorry, we don't have volumes, right? They have locked their volumes with the new customers. And I think, of course, China is a big market. If they were to consider China, they will probably only consider in the next contract negotiation for their term contract. And now it's already over. And China just come at this point where it's already over. So it's difficult for them to sell some to China, even though if they want to. But now clearly they want to preserve the new relationship they have built. I mean, if we are running a business, we want stability. We don't want something that's unpredictable as this unofficial ban. Yes.
This actually comes to my second question. So if Australia, everyone is finding new business partners, and Russia actually came to the picture last year. India and China imported quite a bit from Russia. Then what about this year? What is Russia's role in overall coal market?
That's another great question. I think you're asking very sharp questions, asking questions that we are trying to answer every single day. I think now we are still in this transition phase, that the reshifting of the entire global dynamics, the met coal seaborne dynamics. As mentioned previously, Russian coals, they tend to be semi-hard, semi-soft, PCI. They cannot replace the roles of prime hard coking coals. Right. The volumes will still continue to flow to China, will still continue to flow to India, also Southeast Asia, right? What would this year be? The short answer is they will continue to flow in good volumes, but the prices would definitely be suppressed significantly, especially with the resumption of Australian materials. Any spot volumes, into China, of course, because if you think about it, if Australian prices now plus 200 FOB, right? Russian prices have to come cheaper than that. Yeah, that's. I don't know if I answered the question because the thoughts are everywhere, and everyone is trying to figure out what exactly is the new dynamics.
Because I still remember last year, actually, Russian coal has been selling a lot to India and China, this is based on the huge discount. I wouldn't say huge. Huge is kind of a too dramatic word, right? But big discount. So I think it remains a situation.
Yes, I think the discount has to be there, but the volumes will still come in good volumes. And the key question is, China is just fine with the current blending, right? They take Russian materials and yeah, it's working well. And they will continue this trend.
Seriously, I do think that Chinese steel mills are very, very creative. Sorry, I just stopped my question for now. Please.
Hello. You're saying that Russian coal has to come at the discounts. Why?
That's a very good question, right? Because if we think about it, I think from the Chinese customer's perspective, they tend to think that Russians coals have only about 3 customers in Asia. The Southeast Asia, India, and China. And this materials...
That's a very wrong understanding of the Russian market.
That's right. I'm here to learn from you, right? Yeah. And because of that, from the Chinese customer's perspective, and they do not need the semi-hard, semi-soft, and PCR materials as much because they have abundance of such materials in domestic China. So in order for...
But Russian metallurgical coals a very good supplement to domestic supply of Chinese.
Yes, they are very good supply. And the arbitrage will always have to make sense. The coal always have to be at a discount than the domestic prices because they are not the prime hard. They are not the backbone of the blend.
I think we're talking about different types of coal. The PCI is priced differently than hard quality coking coal from Australia. I think there is a misunderstanding or misconception here. And I don't agree with your statement that Russian coal has to come at the discount. It was a practice of last year as a widespread sanctioning result. But this year we can see that the spread and the discount is going down. And we are there to keep that trend in place. Thank you for your opinion.
Thank you. I just want to add, if I may, that it's just some personal observations among the Chinese customers. I may not necessarily represent CCS view in this. I just want to highlight that. Thank you.
I think because the market, I do feel that even for the past 2 decades I covered the market, I do feel that the market has been changing. And then even the structure has been changing quite a bit. I think every country and every suppliers and buyers are trying to find a new comfort zone and to carry on the business relationship. So definitely there will be a lot of we wouldn't call it a trend, it could be just temporary phenomenon. And then it comes to a trend and then we know for sure what is happening over there. So you're very right, like last year, the price may not be representing, this year's trend because we don't really have a trend to speak of yet. And, but I do feel that because I just came back from China for 3 months staying over there, I do feel that the Chinese steel mills have been started talking about the seriously hiking the met coal prices and the pressure on their production costs. And then actually the China Iron and Steel Association has been mentioning quite a bit of time, saying that the met coal prices have been adding on a huge production cost and pressure on the Chinese steel mills. So just now you mentioned about the DCE, the volatility, the liquidity, and as well as the prices. Do you think this, again, is a sharp question. If you don't feel comfortable, definitely we can discuss later on. Sure. Thermal coal on the Zhengzhou Commodities Exchange, they changed the margin call in order to bring down the liquidity. Do you think something will be happening on the DCE as well regarding the coking coal contract?
I think it's a very difficult question because we are here to forecast the movements of the policy decision makers, right? And I think it's very difficult for me to comment on anything. But one thing to be sure is there have been some policy interventions on the exchange. And I think I would not be surprised if anything happens. So if anyone were to come on the board, they are aware of such risks. Yeah.
Thank you. Given that both of us working for the pricing reporting agency, probably the same one, And I do hear a lot of comments about the indexation. So given your past working experience, again, this is your personal opinion. And then what do you think about the indexation? Because what I hear from the met coal industry is very much like history repeating itself in the iron ore market. So what do you foresee about the indexation in the overall coal market in the future?
It's, I think now it's just we're seeing that a lot of end users are coming on board and trying to have their voices heard in the market, right? I mean, I think the market is becoming more and more transparent in a way that is. So basically, there's this push for transparency by this index, by this price reporting agency, and this transparency lead to a lot of playing of the index up and down, if you get what I mean. I think the key question is met coal market ready for this transparency? I think iron ore, we saw that when iron ore indexation was first formed, there was a lot of hoo-ha about it, right? But one thing that is different between iron ore market and the met coal market is iron ore has so much liquidity in the spot, on the spot basis. But met coal here, we are just seeing what, like few vessels a week? And would this be able to support the kind of transparency those price reporting agencies are asking for? And is it ready yet? I think that's the key question. If you realize, the price reporting agency has been pushing for this transparency for the past few years, one to 2 years. And every time there is this transparency thing in the market, there was always a negative feedback from the market. There was a lot of hoo-ha in the market. And so I think the key question is really, are we ready for this? And also another question, do we necessarily have to move towards the transparency in this market? Well, this is some open-ended question that I don't have a good thought about it, but yeah, that's what we have been observing.
I think if anyone interested in indexation, definitely we can take this off the floor discussing about what is happening with iron ore market. And then this, I do see the similar pattern, but I wouldn't elaborate on this. And thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you
and
very
your
much.
Questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then, yeah, thank you everyone. And now we have Mr. Please stay on the stage, Mr. Jiang. We have the token of appreciation. Yeah. From Mr. Sanjeev Bhagava, the CEO of Bulk Marine, to pass on the token of appreciation. Thank you. Please come onto the stage. Yeah, the center of the stage. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Thanks. So here comes our last session for the morning. And the next topic will be, is Indonesian going to be the world's largest met coal exporter by 2025, followed by just Mr. Jiang's presentation touching upon the Indonesian coal capacity and possible exports. This will be delivered by Mr. Lu Yang, surname is Yang, Executive Director of China Rising Group, Corporated Limited of China. So Mr. Yang is mainly responsible for the group's import and export and the domestic trade business development. He was appointed Executive Director in September 2018. Mr. Yang graduated from Washington University in St. Louis with a bachelor's in chemical engineering. He was awarded the fund management qualification by the Asset Management Association of China in June 2015. He has previously worked as a junior consultant at Roland Berger Enterprise Management, a global strategic consulting firm, and the marketing department of Beijing Automac. Yeah, now let's welcome Mr. Yang deliver his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Home, for the warm introduction. Hello, everyone. I'm Lou from Ryzen Group. Oh, sorry. Okay, that's me 3 years ago. So I'm in charge of the international business, and also I'm a chemical engineer. So I'm leading the chemical business of our group as well. Today I will be, excuse me, I will be sharing some of our observations and views about China market regarding coal and coke, and kind of a quick review of what was going on for the past few years in China, and sorry. And at the end of the presentation, I will give you a progress update of our Indonesia project, as TK mentioned earlier. Before getting to the market overview, I would like to take this opportunity to give you a quick introduction about Ryzen Group. And here we go. The company was founded in 1995, and right now we have more than 18,000 employees over the world. We have 11 production bases within China, and we have one coming up in Indonesia, Sulawesi Island. And it says here we have 7 business sectors, but we only have 2 major business: coke and chemicals. So the other business sectors are more like the derivatives from those 2 business. So we started the chemical business with crude benzene refining and coal tar processing, like Nippon Steel, like Tata and Mitar. So and right now we are producing over 70 types of chemical products, and that is about 8 million tons of chemical produced every year. Yeah, there's some facts about us. We are the largest independent coke producer in the world, and we're the largest coke crude benzene processor, largest methanol from coke oven gas, and PA from naphthalene, and the 3rd largest high temperature coal tar processor. And we are the 2nd largest CPL producer, caprolactam, that is used for textile, for plastics and all that stuff. Okay, that's that. So this is the layout of all of our production base in China, and also we have overseas offices in Indonesia, in Japan, in Australia, Singapore, and Vietnam at the moment. Okay, this is list out all the production bases and the production capacity of each of our production bases. So on the top left, we have all the coke productions listed out over there. Right now, we're operating 22 million tons of coke capacity. So I use the words operating, but not owning, is because that 3 of those, you can see here, it says operation. We have more than 2 million. 3 of those coke plants, we have no shares. We call it the operating and management. So we do take responsibility of the procurement, the sales, the production, the safe and pollutant control at the same time, of course. Also the sales of the 3 factories. Just like the largest hotel brand in the world, the Marriott. I believe they are running over 3,000 hotels in the world, but I think they're only owning like 1/3 of the properties. So pretty much like an output of management. Even though we have 22 million tons of coke produced every year, we have no steel furnace, we have no coal mine at all. Okay. Well, okay, this is all the type of coke oven we have at the moment. We have 3 types of stem charging coke oven spread out in China, and we have 2 top charging production bases. One's in Shanxi province, and the other is in Indonesia, coming up. Okay. So this is the rest of the. I'm just showing you some pictures of our production bases. So this is the oldest factories we're operating at the moment is more than 20 years. This is in Hebei province. So this one is the largest production base we're running at the moment. I produce 5 million tons of coke every year. That is Hebei province as well. And this is the one in Shanxi province. That's one in Shandong. Sorry, the other. This one is in Shandong. We acquired this company 3 years ago. Right now it's at 100 capacity, fully operated. And this one is in Inner Mongolia. And we just finished the upgrade of this the production base, and the capacity at the moment is 3.6 million tons every year. Those are real pictures, not photoshopped or anything. It's not working. Okay, these are pictures. It's not working. Okay. Okay, now let's take a look at the Chinese market. What was going on over there for the past few years? Things we've been locked down for a long time. So, according to the National Bureau of Statistics, the raw coal output in 2021 was reached 4.04 billion tons, increased by 5.7% comparing with 2020, and increased another 9% in 2022. If we combine the graph with the coking coal supply chart, we're looking at the boost of the coal production is mainly from thermal coal. The really coking coal supply is pretty stable at the moment. And with Australian coal and Mongolian coal is limited from the foreign policy issue and also the COVID. We're experiencing a big drop for importing from Mongolia and Australia for the past 2 years. But they're coming back this year. Okay, that's that. So with the steel and coke production remains at the high level, we were experiencing kind of like a tension in lacking of coking coal for the past 3 years, I believe. But they're getting better. In 2023, the Australian coal is coming back, and the Mongolian coal, I'm expecting Mongolian coal will reach a record high this year. And with the in addition supply from the coal from Russia, I believe the coking coal shortage will turn around this year. Okay, let's take. Oh, sorry. So this is the coke production in China for the past few years. It's pretty stable after 2019. But the interesting fact about the China market is that we are experiencing. Oops, not working well. Sorry. If you look at the right side of the chart, the yellow bar stands for import of coke into China market. It gradually, especially from 2019 to last year, we imported a lot of coke from outside world, from Japan, from Colombia, I believe from Russia, from India as well. It happens a long time ago, from 2009 to 2012, like more than 10 years ago. So the reason behind it is different. Although we can see the price of those two periods are really high, especially for coke, but the reason behind it are different. The reason why is that the Chinese government is closing down the aged and small, old-fashioned coke batteries, especially the 4.3 meters high coking batteries in China. You can see the chart here. In 2020, we closed down almost 60 million tons of production capacity. So last year, where the coke price go rocket high, and we are importing tons of coke from the rest of the world. And till today, we still have over 19 million tons of aged coke battery to be closed down for, I believe, for the next 3 years. I think the Chinese government will push harder to close down all those coke batteries, not just for supply and demand concerns, but also for environmental protection concerns as well. Okay, this is another interesting graph. I just came up, like we finished yesterday. So this indicates all the production in each province. The blue one, the dark blue ones, is the province that we need the coke. It's the net transfer in. For the yellow one, we have on the map is the net transfer out, saying we produce more coke, we have to transfer out of the province. And the light blue provinces are balanced. So this actually, the graph tells a lot of information. China has tremendous production and reserves of coal, but mainly on the west side of the country. And the steel makers, however, are located on the east side or the coastal region of China. So this map explains why China has huge capacity of coke, but only limited amount of coke export every year. Okay, these numbers are small. If you are interested, you can talk to my colleagues for larger, more clear graphs on that. Okay, this is the price spread of prime coking coal and coke. Within our company, we take a look at the price of coal and coke together, not just individually. So the spread is really what we're looking for. We're looking at the coke price, and the coke price is going to go down for the next few years, but the spread remains. It means the profit of the coal company remains at a reasonable level for the next few years till 2025. This is the steel production. This is so the light blue one is really the iron production capacity, and the gray bar is the crude steel production each year, and these red circle and the blue lines are the price been trading in I believe in Shanghai exchange, Shanghai exchange, the commodity exchange. So we're forecasting at the crude steel production will drop a little bit for the next few years, but the price will stabilizing for the next few years. These are just company forecasts, not from others. Okay, one more thing I want to mention about the steel market is that I think everyone is interested is that what happened in 2022 is the real estate industry take a big hit. If we kind of come up with a number that total steel consumption in the real estate industry in 2021 and compare with the one in 2022, we can see at least 22% of demand from the real estate industry. That is almost 100 million tons of steel demand every year. That's only directly into the real estate industry, not including the declaration, the cars, and the refrigerators and micro oven and all that stuff. I believe the real numbers are even higher than this number. However, the fourth quarter of 2022 and the first quarter of 2023, the real estate industry is slowly to pick up. The steel demand is stabilizing, and the demand of coke in China will recover accordingly. So we are expecting the steel production continues to drop a little bit, like I mentioned earlier on the last slide, but the price will be stabilizing for the next few years. Okay, we have another graph showing. Showing that because of the lackage of coking coal supply for the past few years, we're looking at the total coke inventory in China. It keep dropping for the past few years. This inventory actually includes not just steelmakers inventory, but also the coke producer and also the major ports in China together. Okay, Let's talk about our Indonesia project. So this is we are located in the Morowali Industrial Park, the Sulawesi Island, and our company is called PT Raison Wishan. We have the joint venture with Wishan Group, and together with Qingshan Group as well. The coke production capacity, when it's finished, will be 4.8 million, and we are looking at 3.2 million tons of capacity will be ready by the end of this year. We have, I believe we have 7.1 meters high top charging batteries implemented on the industrial park. The first coking, this is the Morowali industrial park. Qingshan Group actually made a pretty good effort over there. They've been developing the industrial park for more than 8 years. The infrastructure, the berths, the dock, the airports, the hotels are pretty amazing in the island and ready to use. The first coke oven battery with annual capacity of 800,000 tons started heating actually earlier this month, and our coke production will start in June or late June. That is 2 months from now. There will be another 3 coking batteries coming up into production at the end of the year. I believe 1 in Q3 and 2 in Q4. So pictures of construction. For the Sulawesi project, we prepared 2 different grades of coke to satisfy variety types of steel furnace. Customized products is also negotiable when you talking about different furnace, different types of purpose. So that will conclude all my presentation, and my colleagues are over there at the table and happy to answer any questions and other further discussions. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Mr. Yang, can you just join me in the seat? Any questions from the floor before I start with mine? Anyone? All right. So first of all, I think last year, the coking plants in China has been having some bottleneck issues with not really the upstream resources like coal mines, but at the same time, the steel mills have been squeezing, has been bugging really hard for the coal prices. So what was the situation for rising last year? Did you feel the squeeze from both ends, or actually your company was in a much better situation?
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned earlier, we don't have steel furnace, we don't have coal mines, so squeezing is actually happening for the past 20 to 80 years. What happened last year is that we made, if you look at the list company's report, we did a pretty good effort on the first half of the year. And the second half of the year, we're experiencing, I believe, 2 months of losing in terms of coke profit. I believe in late October and November. These are 2 months are really hard. So we changed the strategy. If you remember the chart, not just the coke inventory, but we keep squeezing the coal inventory from our plants in order to have better profit for the next few months. And yeah, I think we're getting better, especially this year. For the past quarter, Q1 is better than last year's Q4. I believe Q2 will be even better, better and better. So as you mentioned earlier, you believe there's the small increase or small increase in steel production. The number tells itself as well. Not just I think not just steel, but also the coke production is actually comparing, is like experiencing a small increase comparing with 2022 Q1. So yeah, we're getting better, I think.
Thank you. Thank you for your honest answer. This year, you did mention about Mongolia, Australia, even Russia coal supply to increase in general in the global market, I believe to China as well. So you also mentioned just now, like last year, you have been keeping the coke as well as the coal inventories low. I believe that is not only the case for the coking plants, but it's the same thing for the steel mills as well. And then what about this year? Do you guys trying to find a timeline that try to increase the inventory back to the comfortable level, or it's very much depending on the market situation?
Previous speakers, TK and the one in Mongolia Association said that the supply of coking coal into China will be getting more and more, especially when for the Q1 there's a transportation issue from Russia to China because the frozen the temperature and the stuff, and the cargo from Australia I think will come back maybe after Q2. Because as TK mentioned earlier, the Australian coal miners have to be, cautious about, the Chinese policy and all the stuff. They're looking for stability, not just, selling at a high price. So we are looking at, a better and better supply side for coking coal. So that means I think the price drop is still have to continue. If you're looking at the thermal coal price of China, it's keep dropping as well. I'm also in charge of the chemical business side of the company. If you look at the chemical industry in 2022 and 2021 in China, not just in China but also in Korea, in Japan, and in Taiwan, these industries are suffering a big time regarding the high price of thermal coal. So thermal coal and coking coal are a little bit related in China. So right now, I don't see any needs for pile up in the inventory. Maybe a Q4 before Chinese New Year. I don't see a big change. Still, I mean, the price at the moment, the coal miners I think they're still making a lot of money with the transportation fee. The vessel cost is dropping. I think the average price will drop, but it kind of rebalance the profits in the whole industry from the coal miners into coke, and then further down to the steel mills.
Definitely. The audience, if you have any questions, just stop up. Yes, please, gentlemen.
Yeah, Mr. Liu, good afternoon. Actually, I wanted a perspective from you on China's steel overcapacity management. The capacity swap ratio, is it working? Or is the government fixing a kind of yearly production cut that we have seen since 2020, when production reached nearly 1.06 billion tons? So is the government thinking of announcing an yearly production cut, or is the capacity swap ratio working? What is your perspective on this?
It's a complicated question. So at the moment, we're experiencing, not just China, but also whole worldwide is experiencing the economic decline worldwide. So you mentioned earlier that the government is controlling the total steel production. I don't think it works. I don't think it matters for in the future. So I don't think the government will control the total capacity or the total production of itself, but more focused on the environmental protection side of the company, saying in China we work differently. So the Chinese government allowing you to have like a steel mill, right? All the steel mills have maybe 1 million tons of production, but every time they kind of increase their production. The real production actually is how do you say, is larger than is registered production capacity. That is a big issue for all the steel mills in China. That thing doesn't happen to coke plants because the coke oven, we have the number on it. You have to look into that. So to your question, I don't think the government is concerning about the capacity. The market is dropping, so I think the government is happy with the number at the moment. We are having a slight increase in Q1. I don't think the government is taking more action into that as well. So yeah, hope that answers your question.
Can I just jump in a little bit about this overcapacity, because I started covering the market since 2004. Seriously speaking, first of all, there's no official number for China's steel making capacity. But to my understanding, we are no longer facing overcapacity, serious overcapacity in China, because industry estimate is about capacity is about 1.2 billion tons. And if you're looking at 85% operational capacity, that will be giving us about 1 billion tons something. So we are now really in serious overcapacity. But nowadays, the production actually is more in line with the actual demand. If the demand comes down, if the steel mills are not really making money, they will be adjusting the steel production accordingly. So there have been a lot of media reports about China's government want to cutting down the production, but so far I haven't really seen any official government announcement about that at all. It's more about a kind of a market explanation or kind of expectation, but no official announcement about that. So that's why I bring up the World Steel Association estimation. The reason for that is because I think people inside China and outside China having different projection about China's steel demand. That is the thing. So that's why, Yang just mentioned about the...
No, actually, I believe that CISA earlier this year had said that overcapacity is a serious problem for steel prices in the Chinese domestic market.
Well,
so,
I mean...
in light of that observation, I just wanted to know, what kind of outlook is there for China's steel capacity reduction. Till 2030, can we look at a production of hot metal reaching around 850 to 870 million tons? Is that the outlook going forward?
Sorry, what was the last question you mentioned?
Till 2030, can hot metal production be reduced to, can crude steel production be reduced to 850 to 870 million tons? If that is the kind of outlook that...
No, I don't think that I don't think we have to be optimistic.
Okay.
So if you look at, one more thing, if you look at the steel production, also the iron production actually is not dropping that much. The steel production is dropping a little bit. I think the recycled steel and wasted steel, that plays another big part in China as well. So we're and also the we'll call it the short process of making steel, the electric method of making steel, that is dropping really quick in China as well because the electric price is going up high. So yeah, that market fluctuates itself. So we don't see that big of drop in 2025.
Thank you for presentation, informative. If I remember correctly, several years ago there was shift of coke making and steel making within China to north, Inner Mongolia, northwest. But now in your presentation it is shifting to southeast coke making plants, as I understood. Like
no.
Newly added capacities are more than the cut one.
No. That graph is the capacity at the moment. So for the past few years, all the new coke batteries are actually mostly, I would say, over 70% was built in Inner Mongolia. So that's still the case. In southern parts of China, Jiangsu, Zhejiang, I don't believe they have, the provincial government is not allowing to adding more coke plants in their province. And in Yunnan, Guizhou, and other parts of southern China, they don't have coal. They have to transfer, the transportation is a big issue from that perspective. So in China, another interesting fact we observed for the past 20 years is that the profit within China is different. If you look at the coastal region, coke producers are experiencing the highest profit, and then is to Shandong and Hebei province, and then into Inner Mongolia, into northeast of China. So that's a profit different. If you're looking at southern parts of China, we don't have a lot of coal over there. The transportation cost is huge into that region. So still, mainly from Inner Mongolia.
Thank you.
I think Mr. Zajago actually is referring to one of your PPTs, talking about one is about supplying base, the other is about receiving base. It's not really about.
It's not really the new battery. It's just the capacity itself in a geographic display. Yeah.
Any more questions from the floor? All right. So just now, I was looking at your presentation. There is about the coke production in China. Looking at the number, it seems at a kind of a plateau at around like 470 million. Do you think that will be the situation in the future? Like, because given that the government policy and everything, it will be probably more or less capped at that kind of production?
I think it will stabilize for quite a bit of time, at least for another 3 or 5 years, since the steel demand or steel production is forecasted to drop a little bit only. So what happened is that we still have, if you recall, one of the slides is saying that we still have 90 million tons of coke batteries that is still the aged 4.3 meters high coking batteries. Those have to go. So right now the capacity the capacity we were looking at something lower, something 80% capacity usage in China. They're not fully utilized. So I think the number will stay there for quite a few years.
But this actually brings my next question, because from your chart, there is some years, like during 2009, 2012, when China imported a little bit. 2020 is another year, China imported quite a little bit. Yep. Do you think this kind of a pattern will repeat itself? Because definitely price play a very big role, right? And China's demand play a big role.
The price definitely play a most important role in that situation. But if you look at, if you remember the chart, can we, actually no. We can share the slides to you later. If you recall what happened in 2009, 2012 is where both coke and steel mills are making more production in the market. But that period of time is when the steel makers are making more progress than the coke producers. That's where the price has gone high at that moment. But what happened in 2019 to last year is that the shutting down of the aged and small coking batteries. That I think the background is different, and we don't see a big boost of production increase for the next in the future at all, and the 90%, the 90 million tons of coke have to gone. It's just a matter of time when the government will announce that, hey, you have to shut down all the 90 million maybe next year, then I think the import will come back again. So yeah, that's the issue.
Yeah. This actually linked to your company's decision to invest in Indonesia, right? So when you were mentioning that you're looking at the capacity, if I remember correctly, 4.8 million?
Yep.
Yeah? Mm-hmm. And then you're looking at towards the end of the year, 3.2?
3.2.
Okay, lovely. So if that is the case, what is the target market that you're looking at? China for exports? Surely Indonesia would not be consumed itself?
So what happened in that industrial park, not just Raizan, we have 5 coke plants, 5, here, okay. We have 5 projects for coking capacity. So the decision is actually, just make money, right? By the time we were making the decision, where the coke price is really high in 2020 and 2021, and the Australian coal, the Platts index is really low at the moment. And back then, the Indonesian coal is not, been fully introduced into the market. We've been having a good time with Indonesian coal miners for the past few years. We have, but right now, like when the coal is more recognized in the market, the price is kind of high. So still, I think the decision making will be into Southeast Asia market, of course. If you look at the geographic locations, we're really close to Australia. So importing Australia coal as the core blending of our coke, and supplement from Indonesia, from Russia, from Colombia or South Africa will be another option. I think we, in terms of competition, we were comparing, Japanese, we were comparing Korean Coke producers in the market. I think we have a pretty good position in terms of competition, and also in terms of coke selection. I think we are pretty happy at the moment as well. So.
Thank you. I do feel like Indonesia is getting a bit more crowded. With initially Qingshan, right? And afterwards, Rison is just one of the many Chinese investors going to Indonesia. Original, actually, one of the products that get fierce competition is nickel pig iron. That is also started with Qingshan moving to Indonesian. And then there's even anti-dumping duties on stainless steel from Qingshan to China. And Qingshan, I noticed, are moving from Indonesia to Africa. So what's your view about the prime, at the time being, for the time being, the Indonesian market competition among the investors, especially from China, regarding the ferrous sector?
So we were actually enjoying the good policy, a really good policy from the Indonesian government. We are having a lot of cut on income tax and also VAT tax as well for 10 years. That's pretty good. So in terms of competition, I mean, a lot of people are focusing on the Southeast Asia, Aspen developing up there. We have billions of people over there trying to live better lives, better housing, better transportation, all that stuff. So people definitely have eager to come to Southeast Asia to invest. And the reason why we choose Indonesia and the Qingshan Industrial Park is that it's ready. If you can see the picture over there, the infrastructure is ready by we use. So the biggest thing, the big challenge of investing in Indonesia is that a lot of places, say Kalimantan, we don't have like a lot of good infrastructure over there. So that's a big concern, and that's a big issue we have to consider. In terms of later on competition, I think right now the Indonesia government is trying to inviting more and more company into the country, not just for selling minerals and coals, but also selling better more expensive products into the world. So and I think the government is having a pretty good sense of competition in terms of competition, saying, hey, we don't need that kind of coke. We have to export a lot into the world. So I think the government will come out eventually to regulate some of the investment. It's not like it's not going to be like a fully a free competition. So I think we will be okay with that. And
Regarding Rison's development strategy, other than Indonesia, for the foreseeable future, any other regions or continents you guys are looking at? And also you mentioned like you don't have the upstream, right? I do notice that Chinese steel mills are going into the coking capacities as well. So do you guys want to kind of extend into the other scopes of the business as well to kind of close up this kind of a value chain? What's the plan?
One thing I think JT mentioned earlier is that good quality of coking coal is getting less and less. That's definitely one of the reasons that we want to have different production bases throughout the world. As I mentioned earlier, Rison is an independent coal producer. We don't have steel mills, all that stuff. So so the question is, were you willing to close to the resources or to the customer? So Indonesia is kind of like in between. We have supply of coal. We have market is not far away from us. So that's really an ideal position to put the coke in there. So the rest of the world we don't see a lot of potential. Like we have more than 1 billion people over there. So I don't think another place looking at that huge of potential of development in the future. So at the moment, we don't have any, other plans over there. So,
thank you very much. Thanks. I think I'm going to wrap up the session if we don't have questions from the floor. Do we? All right, if that's the case, thank you very much, Mr. Yang, for the presentation and also the Q&A session. And thank you everyone for being here. And then now we will be asking Mr. Simon Nicholas to pass on the token of appreciation. Thank you. Thank you everyone for being here for the morning session. The afternoon session will start at 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon. And afterwards, after this, please enjoy the lunch break and the social. Thank you very much. Thanks for everyone. Thank you.
There were times when I couldn't see. There were times when I thought this was all I had. But I guess I ain't the same man. 'Cause now I'm living in a very different world. With you into my senses, the deeper I go, I fall. Too many dark spaces, too many dark places along this road. But soon you'll start seeing, start believing. I know you will find the light if you open up your eyes. We'll be free tonight. Don't let anybody lie and tell you otherwise.
while incorporating relaxations on After a long wait, India concluded its first ever auction for the sale of commercial coal blocks on a revenue sharing model while incorporating relaxations on entry barriers and end user restrictions. The government had initially proposed 50 coal blocks for these auctions, but due to resistance from a few states, it was brought down to 38. However, only 23 coal blocks received bids in the technical round, out of which 4 blocks received a single bid and were subsequently omitted as they failed to meet the minimum bid criteria. Eventually, 19 coal blocks entered the financial round of bidding. A total of 76 bids were received from 42 different companies, out of which only 14 emerged as winners. Upon analyzing the nature of these 14 companies, we found that almost three-fourths of the blocks were procured by firms for commercial purpose. The participants with end-user requirement include Sharda Energy and Minerals, Vedanta, Hindalco, and Jindal Power. Here are a few key findings from the financial bidding round. The auction itself was special for the kind of interest it garnered among the participants. Interestingly, the smaller mines saw more aggressive bidding than the bigger mines, contrary to market expectations, as the major companies were competing for these bigger blocks. out of the top 5 financial bids received, excluding Gare Palma 4x7. The rest of these blocks have reserves of less than 100 million tons. Some of the newcomers showed greater determination in acquiring the coal blocks in the final round. Notably, Boulder Stonemark acquired the Gotitoria block at a premium of 32.23% over the floor price, edging out 7 other bidders. Similar determination was also seen from Yazdani and Chaugale Group. Credit should also be given to the Coal Ministry for selection of coal blocks from the same coal fields in order to entice higher participation for them, as was the case with Urtan and Urtan North blocks, which were both backed by GMS Mining, who now can carry out mining operations by setting up the necessary equipment in close proximity. Selective preference was also seen for some of the blocks that have some added advantage. For example, Andhra Pradesh Mineral Development Corporation acquired the Brahmadiya coal block, having superior grade of coking coal, while the Schedule 2 blocks, including Gotitoria and Gare Palma, were also acquired at a fairly high bid value, having the necessary clearance to commence production. Talking about potential game changers, Aurobindo Realty and Infrastructure and SL Mining can emerge as two major coal traders after acquiring 2 coal blocks each in the auction. While Adani Enterprises has been rather unfortunate as it could acquire only 1 coal block out of the 7 in which it had contested in. However, Stratatech Mineral Resources, its subsidiary, acquired the Dhiroli coal block, which has the highest coal reserve among the lot. All in all, these 19 coal blocks were booked at an average final bid price of 27.32% over the floor value, which translates into revenues accruing to the state government at Rs 626 per unit metric ton coal produced, considering an average representative price of Rs 2,292 for various non-coking coal grades. Next up, the nominated authority would recommend the selection to the government for approval. Thereafter, as per the revised schedule, the issuance of the vesting order is expected within the next 2 months.
ocean, love's deep devotion, and the waves taking over our stars in motion. I'll drown in your heart when the sun goes down. Leave me in the sand, it's a midnight falling. Let me dream of the ocean, love's deep devotion, and the waves taking over our stars in motion. I'll drown in your heart when the sun goes down. Leave me in the sand, it's a midnight falling. We are lost on the sidewalk. Traffic lights are in the street. It's too early in the morning to talk. Silence is nice to me. Just cars are passing by. As I'm decided to move. We have been down and up high. I've got nothing left to lose. When you look at me, seeking for the answer, falling on your knees, and just surrender. We are lost, 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 lost. We are lost, 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 lost. We are lost, 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 lost. We are lost, 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 lost. We are lost, 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 lost. We are lost, 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 and We are lost, 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 lost. We are lost, 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 lost. We are lost, 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 lost. We are lost, 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 lost. We are lost, 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 lost. We are lost, lost, lost. We are
and making waves. Another spell I try to break. Up in the air every time is it your smile? Is it your ways? No, it won't work out. Should've known better. It never works out. Every time I got a bad habit of loving you. Falling in love so easy for the things that you do. I've got a bad habit of loving you. I gotta Oh, you're walking here and driving names. You're just a habit I can break. time. Is it your vibe? Is it our fate? No, it won't work out. Should've known better. It never works out. Every time I got a bad habit of loving you. Falling in love so easy for the things that you do. I've got a bad habit of loving you. I gotta
Girl, I got this question on my tongue. It's probably gonna end up sounding stupid. Unless you tell me this is what you want, then we can go, then we can go. Cause I like the way we're swaying in the moonlight, and we're kissing like we're trying to say goodbye. I don't know if it's a dream, but I need you to be mine. I just wanna waste another day. Tell me, can I be your sweet mistake? We could watch the ocean fade away. Tell me, can I be your sweet mistake? Tell me, can I be your sweet mistake? We could watch the ocean fade away. Tell me, can I be your sweet mistake?
Don't last, but take up time and space. Let it be your face. I wanted to pick me off my feet, ripping my heart off of my sleeve, even if it's for a night. Wanna believe that gravity never get hold of you and me. Yeah, I'm fading in this fantasy. Yeah, we could stay. So come on over, pull me closer. Why don't we stay? And I get older, like we're supposed to. Yeah, we could some trouble has got us this far. Why should we stop? I wanted to pick me off my feet, ripping my heart off my sleeve, even if it's for a night. Wanna believe that gravity never get hold of you and me. Yeah, I'm fading in this fantasy. Yeah, we could stay. So come on over, pull me closer. Why don't we stay? And I get older, like we're supposed to. Yeah, we could stay. So come on over, we could stay. Pull me closer, we could stay. Why don't we stay? And I get older, we could stay. Like we're supposed to. We're supposed to be.
Walking through the sun, feel the heat burn up my lungs. Taking one last breath, every step I walk, no rest. I'm needing once more, I won't let me fall. From the edge into this world, don't get me so low. Resistance is show, 'cause I got my strength, I'm not alone. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. I'm not alone.
control and own the place. Get in, get out, grab hold on what we want. Like a rebel holding out on the run, we reach for the stars and shoot for the sun. We're not done before it is over. We will settle for none.
rinsing live. When I'm on a rhythm, I'm bust up the deck. My DJ, what's going on next? Like when I'm on a mic, I'ma rip up the vibe. My DJ is rinsing live. When I'm on a rhythm, I'm bust up the deck. My DJ, what's going on next? 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 My DJ, what's going? 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 Bust them sounds. Bust them sounds. When I'm on a mic, I'ma rip up the vibe. My DJ is rinsing live. When I'm on a rhythm, I'm bust up the deck. My DJ, what's going on next? Like when I'm on a mic, I'ma rip up the vibe. My DJ is rinsing live. When I'm on a rhythm, I'm bust up the deck. My DJ, what's going on next? When I'm on a mic, I'ma rip up the vibe. My DJ is rinsing live. When I'm on a rhythm, I'm bust up the deck. My DJ, what's going on next? Like when I'm on a mic, I'ma rip up the vibe. My DJ is rinsing live. When I'm on a rhythm, I'm bust up the deck. My DJ, what's going on next? 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 My DJ, what's going? 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 Bust them sounds.
How could I do what I want? I leveled up like a boss. She fell in love with the top chef. On my mama, she licking the sauce. Got money under the mattress. Pushing the foreign in traffic. We living life to the max, cause really ain't no telling how long it's lasting. Hey, don't be afraid to show me what you made of. Don't be afraid to love, no, 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 no. Don't be afraid to show me what you made of. Don't be afraid to love a little harder. I leveled up like a
Drinks are on the table, we're about to be getting unstable. If you're hating, we ain't trying to be polite. No way! Coming with original flavor, ripping on my best behavior. So we about to wild out with the squad tonight. Stepping in fresh when I ride with a team. 10 cars deep, we don't want a limousine. Life's been rough, so I'm following the dream. If I ever hit the club, then I'm following the team. Stepping in fly, so fresh with a squad. Ain't nobody ever wanna mess with a squad. Came from the bottom, so we aim for the top. Second at the beat drop, wild out with a squad. Mark on door, so brother, that's squad. Chris Kiss spitting on the mic for the squad. If you wanna roll, show love for the squad. Hands in the sky if you're part of the squad. Stepping in fly, so fresh with a squad. Ain't nobody ever wanna mess with a squad. Came from the bottom, so we aim for the top. Second at the beat drop, wild out with a squad.
Wild out the squad. Wild out the squad. Wild out the squad.
Been up all night, I could go for days. Team looking fly cause we're overpaid. We've been on the grind, be getting the grands up. If you're part of the squad, then throw your hands up. Been up all night, I could go for days. Team looking fly cause we're overpaid. We've been on the grind, be getting the grands up. If you're part of the squad, then throw your hands up. Swear you ain't gonna be waiting much longer before we're raving. When we're on it, baby, we gon' do it right. We gon' do this right. Get so high, we'll be flying. It's a feeling we can't be denying. Cause we bout to roll out with the squad tonight. Let's go. Stepping in fresh when I ride with a team. 10 cars deep, we don't want a limousine. Life's been rough, so I'm following the dream. If I ever hit the club, then I'm following the team. Stepping in fly, so fresh with the squad. Ain't nobody ever wanna mess with the squad. Came from the bottom, so we aim for the top. Second at the beat drop, wild out with the squad. Mark on door, so brother, that's squad. Chris Kiss spitting on the mic for the squad. If you wanna roll, show love for the squad. Hands in the sky if you're part of the squad. Stepping in fly, so fresh with the squad. Ain't nobody ever wanna mess with the squad. Came from the bottom, so we aim for the top. Second at the beat drop, wild out with the squad.
Wild out the squad. Wild out the squad. Wild out the squad.
Been up all night, I could go for days. Team looking fly cause we're overpaid. We've been on the grind, be getting the grands up. If you're part of the squad, then throw your hands up. Been up all night, I could go for days. Team looking fly cause we're overpaid. We've been on the grind, be getting the grands up. If you're part of the squad, then throw your hands up.
The streets hot, my Glock's fire. AK straight from the Russian Empire. The streets hot, my Glock's fire. AK straight from the Russian Empire. Left, right, marching on your block. Drop the top, fuck the cops. Left, right, marching on your block. Drop the top, don't stop. Left, right, don't stop. Russian Empire. Yeah, the streets hot, my Glock's fire. AK straight from the Russian Empire. Left, right, marching on your block. Drop the top, fuck the cops. Left, right, marching on your block. Drop the top, don't stop. Left, right, don't stop. Left, right, don't stop. Left, right, don't stop. Stop, 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 stop. Left, right, don't stop.
Stairs up on the temple, I climb and I crawl. Wonder how much further I'll go. Feet that fall apart till I walk on my ankles. Can I finish? I just don't know. People travel millions of miles just to see, but they never conquer this way. I can tell them the greatest minds have conditions. They're too far to hear what I say. To hear what I say. To hear what I say.
House party don't stop.
As upon the temple, I climb and I crawl. Wonder how much further I'll go. Feet that fall apart till I walk on my ankles. Can I finish? I just don't know.
House party don't stop.
People travel millions of miles just to see it, but they never conquer this way. I can tell them the greatest minds have conditions. They're too far to hear what I say. To hear what I say.
Stairs up on the temple, I climb and I crawl. Wonder how much further I'll go. Feet that fall apart till I walk on my ankles. Can I finish? I just don't know.
House party don't stop.
People travel millions of miles just to see, but they never conquer this way. I can tell them the greatest minds have conditions. They're too far to hear what I say. To hear what I say. To hear what I say.
House party don't stop.
As upon the temple, I climb and I crawl. Wonder how much further I'll go.
House party don't stop.
Feet that fall apart till I walk on my ankles. Can I finish? I just don't know. People travel millions of miles just to see it, but they never conquer this way.
House party don't stop.
I can tell them the greatest minds have conditions. They're too far to hear what I say.
House party don't stop. House party don't stop.
Fashion guys, living dreams, living lies, and in between, let me introduce my other side. Getting high, it's kicking in, taking off, it's no sin. Be like me, show me you're alive.
You get tired of being pushed away, left there without a plan. Keep me close when the party breaks and you can't fix what's on your mind. Keep me close when the darkness finds you faster than the speed of light. I wanna sing it at the top of my lungs. I know we can make it through. I'm gonna scream it from the top of my lungs. Yeah, together we can make it through. We'll make it through. We'll make it through. We'll make it through. We can 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 make it, make it. We can make it through. We can make it through. We can make it through. You came to me with your heart on your sleeve, bags packed, you're ready to leave. There's hope in your eyes, I can finally see. You were lost, but now you're free. Keep me close when the party breaks and you can't fix what's on your mind. Keep me close when the darkness finds you faster than the speed of light. I wanna sing it at the top of my lungs. I know we can make it through. I'm gonna scream it from the top of my lungs. Yeah, together we can make it through. We'll make it through. We'll make it through.
I don't even wanna taste it. I don't even wanna try. All my friends are getting faded, but you're the one that make me fly. I know you said this thing was over. I know you said I should give up. I could go hard if I wanted to. I could get high if I want to. Nothing got me tripping. Nothing got me tripping. Like you got the shit I like. Even the money is only right. No, nothing got me tripping. Nothing got me tripping. Like nothing got me tripping. Like I can get high and high and high. Nothing got me tripping. I don't really wanna fake it. I don't really wanna die. And all my friends are getting shaky, but you're the one that made me fly. I know you said this thing was over. I know you said I should give up. I could go hard if I wanted to. I could get high if I want to. Nothing got me tripping. Nothing got me tripping. Like you got the shit I like. Even the money is only right. No, nothing got me tripping. Nothing got me tripping. Like nothing got me tripping. Like
If I could hold you just for a minute, what would you say? I should have told you from the beginning I couldn't stay. You've been hurting, but it ain't my fault. Ain't my fault. No, it ain't my fault. And I've been hoping you could break my fall. Baby, break my fall. What do I need to say? It's too late, turn back. I can stand your pain. Please go far, far away. What do I need to say? It's too late, turn back. I can stand your pain. Please go far, far away. If I could fix it just for a minute, baby, what would you do? My head is spinning, this isn't finished. Are you missing me too? You've been hurting, but it ain't my fault. Ain't my fault. No, it ain't my fault. And I've been hoping you could break my fall. Baby, break my fall. What do I need to say? It's too late, turn back. I can stand your pain. Please go far, far away. What do I need to say? It's too late, turn back. I can stand your pain. Please go far, far away. What do I need to say? It's too late, turn back. I can't stand your pain. Please go far, far away. You are the shelter and love that covers me from my head down to my feet. But the only light in my darkest day, you are my run away. You are the shelter and love that covers me from my head down to my
Good afternoon, everybody. I request all those gathered outside to please come in as we are about to start our post-lunch session. Is it obstructed? Huh? I don't think it will obstruct. Just show me one slide. Just show me one slide. I'll remove it. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an array of interesting sessions lined up. post-lunch. So I request all those gathered outside to kindly come in, please, so that we can start proceedings. Yeah, so first some tip on the Coalment app. Networking is now at your fingertips if you download the Coalment app. So have you scheduled meetings with other attendees on the app? So what we have to do is that I will tell you the steps how you can fix meetings with other attendees by using the Coalment app. So if you're a new user, the first step is to download the app from Apple or Play Store. Play Store. Log in with the OTP from your registered mobile number. You can also click the forget password link and retrieve your login credentials on your registered email. If you're an existing user, log in into the app with your credentials. You can also click the forgot password link and retrieve your login credentials. Once logged into the Coalment app, refresh it. Then go to the events menu. Then click on the conference for which you have booked tickets, which is the second Asia Coal Outlook and Trade Summit. Then go to the attendees tab to begin the conversation. Click on the intended recipient and fix your meetings from the email and SMS option. So this is a brief about the Coalment app, which helps you network better, faster. We're about to begin the post-lunch session, which is, the first session is, as India's domestic coal production increases, will India's coal imports decrease in the short to medium term? For this session, we have two distinguished experts on the panel. I'll call them up one by one on stage. Mr. Satyendranath Tiwari, ex-Director Marketing and Senior Advisor, Coal India Limited. Sir, I request you to come up on stage, please. With several years of experience in Coal India and its subsidiary companies, Mr. Tiwari has been instrumental in ensuring coal-based energy security of the country by managing the entire gamut of marketing activities of CIL, from policy implementation and distribution planning to stakeholder management. Mr. Tiwari was the Director Marketing of Coal India Limited for more than 2 years and drove import substitution initiatives which helped reduce India's imports of coal in a big way during financial year 2020-2021. Mr. Tiwari has attended, as a speaker and panelist, several national and international conferences on coal and the energy sector. Welcome, Mr. Tiwari. The second expert on our panel is Mr. Rajat Handa, Senior Vice President, Agarwal Coal. May I have the pleasure of requesting Mr. Handa to come up on stage? Mr. Rajat Handa is a senior professional with over 23 years of experience working in large MNCs and has spent around 14 years in the energy industry. He is skilled in international business, business development, sales and marketing, business planning, commodities trading and supply chain management. Mr. Handa is a postgraduate in international business from the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, New Delhi, and has a bachelor's in engineering from the University of Pune. In his current role at Agarwal Coal, he is based out of the Singapore office, spearheading the international trade division for the Asia market. Welcome, Mr. Handa. I now request my colleagues at the console to help me out with a very brief presentation where we'll be focusing on India's coal production and dispatch outlook, as well as sidelights on imports. So I start with the presentation. Grade-wise share in production, as we can see. So coking and non-coking. Coking coal, Indian coking coal is not applicable for usage in steel making because it's quite high ash. And domestic coking coal production is also limited. So, the grade-wise share in production, thermal coal, we have 93%, while for coking coal, it's just 7%. And we see for the coking coal production also, if you see the pie chart on the right, top right, that the percentage of ash between 15 to 24% constitutes only about 5% of domestic coking coal production. These reserves are largely with BCCL and CCL, which are two subsidiary companies of Coal India Limited. The other grades we see ash, exceeding 35%. It even goes to 42%, which is not, can't be used in making steel. And at the bottom, we have the domestic contribution of domestic miners in coal production. The other pie chart also shows the non-coking coal production in the country according to gross calorific value basis. So we have GCVs ranging from 5,801 to 7,000 and right down to less than 3,100. So that's a big scale actually. So that is the non-coking coal production. Coal consumption, the power sector dominates coal consumption. India, if we see the power sector still has close to around 65 to 70% is based on coal. In fact, it's 70%. So the coal demand, it's mainly dominated by the power sector. So 80% is power sector and the rest 20% is other industrial sectors. And sector-wise comparison, if we see of consumption, coal consumption, see the power actually has the lion's share, then steel, and then iron making, which is direct reduced iron making, which is part of the steel industry, then cement and others like tea, paper, etc. comprise the rest. So we have an overview of the coking coal demand scenario here. From the hot metal production in financial year 2023 was recorded at 56 million metric tons according to Coalmen data. This is estimated to go up to 63 million tons by FY25 and 93 million tons by FY30. Note that India's steel making target for FY30 set by the government is 300 million tons, but hot metal production estimated is 93 million tons because it is expected that the electric process, which is mainly the electric arc furnace and induction furnaces, the share of electric and induction furnaces are going to go up in Indian steel making. This is the projection. And the share of hot metal is going to come down. So coal usage, as we see that demand scenario for hot metal production. So for hot metal production, it is 93 million tons of coal will be required for 2030. And for sintering, for ferroalloys, for casting and foundry, the rest. So this is the total domestic coking coal consumption scenario. The non-coking coal demand scenario, we can see here for power utilities, for captive power producers, for cement producers, for DRI producers. So currently it is over 1 billion tons, which is expected to go up to nearly 1.4 billion tons by FY30. There's something that we have been discussing, and this session is on this, so I won't dwell on this for long, that power demand surge triggers imports. This is exactly the subject of our present session. So yes, demand is actually outpacing supply, and that is why imports have grown in recent years. despite the government's stated objective of bringing down imports and attaining self-sufficiency as far as coal is concerned, but still imports are quite high and actually are on the ascendant. This is also a very important slide which shows that the non-power sector, which is a leading consumer of domestic coal, is facing kind of a supply shortage for some time. This has happened because the largest domestic miner, Coal India, which accounts for around 80% of domestic coal production, has a policy of prioritizing supplies to the power sector, and volumes at auctions for other sectors have consequently fallen in recent months, in recent years. So the non-power sector is facing a supply crunch. The challenges for the coal industry, very briefly, there are pricing concerns with high transportation costs. I mean, I remember still, many traders telling me that it's easier to get coal from Indonesia, it's cheaper to get coal from Indonesia than from Punjab to South India. So it's something which is really interesting. And there are complexities involving National Coal Index, which we intend to discuss with the experts in detail. Of course, seasonal factors do affect production and dispatches, as we know. Logistical bottlenecks, there are many. Availability of wagons, availability of rakes, and there are many kinds of logistical bottlenecks which hamper the dispatch of coal. Scale of mining, contribution from captive miners, heavy gestation period, lack of quality reserves, also the reforms that the government is bringing in to ease all these problems, of course, and there are environment concerns. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, we can say that driven by strong demand, India's coal consumption is expected to reach 1.5 billion ton by 2030. A majority of it will be consumed by the power sector. The government is focused on ensuring fuel security to support growing economy. Despite thrust on expanding domestic coal availability, there will be adequate room for imports, which is very interesting because even if domestic coal production has gone up, as we have seen this year, that there has been a remarkable jump in production from around 780 million tons last fiscal to close to 900 million tons this fiscal. But still, imports have gone up. This is something which we'll be discussing in this session. And heavy investment in coal logistics infrastructure is the need of the hour. With those elementary observations, I now request Mr. Satyendranath Tiwari to come up and deliver his presentation. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible? Thank you, Nirmalya. I'll be bursting a lot of preconceived ideas and preconceived judgments, probably, and I hope you're not angry with me. My co-panelist, Rajat Handa, I met him, the young man is doing a great job. I welcome him here. I know this is a post-lunch session, and after lunch, it is always like, it makes you sleepy. I hope I will not allow you to sleep with some interesting things, not the numbers. We will do something about what makes you see some opportunity in the scenario where there is shortages, where there are things which are not very amicable. So we try to make things more happier, look into some opportunities in India. First of all, I'd like to say a simple line. I bring namaskar to this great country from 1.42 billion people of India. And I hope India, since it is moving ahead, will bring lot of joy, lot of happiness, and a term called Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, where every world citizen is considered to be a brother or a family member. So again, namaskar from my country to all of you. Let me see whether some interesting thing you have seen around. I will start with coal, but just wanted to see. This hotel is known as Grand Hyatt Erawan. What is Erawan? Any response on Erawan? Instead of going to Google, let me let me tell you. There's Indian connection, so I'm so happy about it. There was a steed, an elephant, which was given to Lord Indra. Lord Indra is deity of all the gods in Indian context, theology. And that Eravat is now Erawan in Thailand. And if you have gone to the corner, when you go out of this hotel and go to the corner, you'll find there is a shrine where there is a statue of four-headed deity. And that is Lord Brahma. If from any Indian who are here, they will understand what is Brahma. So when I saw that, I was so happy that the India, when you see it in its soft energy, it's doing so well. And when I talk about energy, we talk about coal, and we talk about what India is doing. Another factor which makes me very, very proud, that is, as a company, I was talking to Mr. Lee, as a company, Coal India is the largest producer of coal in this world. China produces maximum quantity, we all know, but as a company, Coal India is the biggest producer of coal in India, in world. So that is something which is great for us. And we are doing something which I'll be showing you on my PPT. What best we can do about meeting the demands, what best we can do to reduce any stress on energy sector, and hope it makes you, or it brings you opportunities to look at Indian side. So let us start with our PowerPoint presentation. My friend, can we go to the first slide? This is geographical map of India, and you can see the pink deposits. These are the states where maximum coal is available. In the central part, where Madhya Pradesh, where Chhattisgarh, Bihar, Jharkhand, Bengal, Orissa, that is the central place. And in the eastern side, you've got Meghalaya, you have got other eastern states where we have got very good quality of coal. It is almost like 4%, 5% ash. Then we have found coal in Jammu and Kashmir. You see the pink spot there. We have found coal exactly, lignite in Rajasthan, in Gujarat, down south in Andhra Pradesh. So these are the deposits state-wise. That is what is depicted here. So next slide, please. Nowadays, people talk more about demand. So these are some demands which are probably going to happen because a lot of work has gone into it. CEA is Central Electricity Authority. It has estimated a thermal coal demand for 2030 up to 2030 or to 2030 as 892 MTPA with that much billion units. We have got a planning commission which is now known as Niti Aayog. The estimates are given to you, which is like regulated sector. It is considered to be up to 875 million tons. NRS sector, it is 400 and 440 million tons. I would like to tell you why NRS and regulated sector is considered. What is there to be understood? The energy in India, the ultimate price which can be charged is regulated. So we call it a regulated sector, and that is why coal to them is provided at a rate which is declared rate. And that is the priority because they build infrastructure, and coal, India understands its responsibility for making a sustainable energy available. As on date, the energy is affordable to all the 1.42 billion people. But if I suddenly make this energy cost 10 rupees a ton, at 10 rupees a unit, then the affordability will not be there. Therefore, government and other people, the society says that please have a stable energy price, and the coal to them is given at declared rate, not at subsidized rate. Please mind it. It is not subsidized. There is a profit. Grade-wise declared rate is there, which includes profit, and that declared rate is given to them. Whereas NRS can fix up their own price. NRS is non-regulated sector. That is why there is a linkage auction where they can bid for their share of coal, and that auction process is a deliberate thinking from Government of India. Any national resource should not be given directly, it should be auctioned. So including bandwidths, coal is also auctioned for those business enterprises where the last price or the consumables price is not subsidized for public at large. So any other sector which is the prices are fixed by market, the auction is there for getting this fuel. Can I have the second slide, please? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is something about coking coal. Before I go into it, I'd like to add something more for your consumption. There are people who are from world over, probably from other states, and maybe from Europe, maybe from, I do not know because I have not met them. So the difference between Indian coal and the coal which is available worldwide, it is to be understood. There is a theory called drift theory, and there is a theory of coal formation which is in situ, CITU. That means wherever the trees fell, the coal formed there when the earth was over it for a particular long period of time, and due to heat and pressure, it converted into coal. Whereas in the case of India, all these coaly material like the trees and everything it started flowing with the river and was brought to a particular place. The earth was deposited over it. During the drift of these material, it collected lot of extraneous material which got converted into ash along with the tree which was moving along. Therefore, you see there is lot of inherent ash, inherent extraneous material which needs to be taken out for bringing the ash down. So either we go for washing purpose, or we go for washing, or we go for deshelling. Washing is treating the coal with say a media having a density of say 1.4. The lighter particles, which is pure coal, it floats and the heavier particle sinks. We take it out, the lighter particles, it is called washed coal, and the one which is left is reject. For coking coal also, when I started this theory, you understand, for coking coal, as Nirmalya was saying, the ash is as high as 35 to 39%. Because of this particular thing which I have explained to you right now. Now, can this coal be washed? There must be some experts who are aware about washing of coal. There is a property in coal which is called near gravity material, NGM. This NGM stops, or rather it gets mixed into good coal because it is near to that cut point of trigger point of density cut, and it goes and moves to the better coal instead of reject. So this NGM does not allow 100% washing. So when there is a washing, we are restricting ourselves to 18% of ash, and that washed coking coal is provided to steel industry for washing. Some background I wanted to tell you to understand India, the Indian coal. Go back to the PPT. You see the second point, we are planning to go to 110 from present level of 50 million ton. We are told by Steel Authority of India that they will be requiring around 300 million tons, and what best India can do is up to 2030 I'm talking about. What best India can do is to provide 50 million tons of washed coking coal, which needs to be blended with coking coal, which will be imported. Here is the opportunity. Whatever happens, India can provide coal which is to be blended. It cannot be used as a direct feed to steel plant. So this blending from the present level can go up to 50 million ton at best up to 2030, and from there and so imports will be there, and this import cannot be removed or cannot be wished away. So my friend, as we were talking about, can imports be curtailed 100%? No, the answer is straight no, because India will require direct feed metallurgical coal from where it is required, from where it will be brought in. That's again a very, very dicey situation. We all know China is the biggest player, and it decides when to take coal from Australia, when not to take coal from Australia. And then India has to decide from where it can get coal which is affordable, which is good. So we will be either taking coal from Africa, from Australia, depending on availability and price. I talked about 18% ash. I talked about blending percentages, which can go up to 25% of the total. That is 300, 25% of that is 75, but we have kept it at 50 million tons. There is a last line, over 35% with the usage of stamp charging technology. Stamp charging technology can utilize a little more coal with little more ash. So if this technology increases, probably blending of metallurgical coal will happen more, and that way India can benefit from it. That is the scenario. Next slide, please. This is statistics which you understand. We all know that a day will come when the demand will flatten out. Right now, the demand is growing at a very larger rate. We never expected that energy demand or steel manufacturing will grow so fast. So what is the reason of growth in India for energy and for steel? Let us see this. It will come, but then I'm pre-speaking on that. It will come in the slide, but I'll speak right now. The average consumption for India is around 1200 to 1300 units per hour, whereas the world average is somewhere 3000 plus. So still we are 1/3 on that, and India is growing, needing, requiring energy because of two things. One, population. Second, the weather is changing so fast that this time it is expected that in certain places the weather will go up to 48 degrees Celsius or 50 degrees Celsius. So energy for industry, energy for individuals, and energy for, say, a service like internet. All these things are growing at a very heavy rate, and energy required is so huge that first time we saw when there was COVID, that was in 21. And let me, again, it's a matter of very a pride to us all coal Indians that during COVID period, Coal India produced so much coal that there was never a shortage for energy, and all the internets never came down, and we're working 365 days, 24/7. And that's a pride for us. We did at that time of crisis where things were stopping, things were not working. We could manage 24/7 power. We could manage energy at that level. Right now, when there was a coal production average growth was a CAGR of 5 to 6%, suddenly we saw we have to go for more double digit. In 22, I remember when I was there as Director Marketing Coal India, our growth rate was no less than 16%. So from average CAGR of 5%, we went to 16% to sustain this requirement of energy. And this time, the financial year 2023, India was given a target of 700 million tons. We have surpassed that at 702 million tons production. And on 31st of March 23, our stocks were more than 55 million tons. That means coming rainy season, in the lean period, when the OB removals are more, OB is overburdened. When we dig out earth and expose coal, during that time, our stocks are comfortable so that we can sustain the requirement of energy. That is the story of India which is going on right now. We are very sure we will be doing more than 1 billion tons in 25-26. In between, we have to produce more than 800 million tons, but that is not a problem. This year, the target is 780, which we are 100% sure that we'll be achieving that. Now, where the shortages are happening, the expectation is the captive blocks which were auctioned for coal, they will come up with 200, 250 million tons of production. There is a little bit of pinch there. Otherwise, they are also on target. And if that pinch is removed, the imports from outside for India will be limited to that product which India does not have. What India does not have, we will talk about it. When we talk about grades of coal, that is G1 being 7200 GCV, and G17, up to G17 we go somewhere around 2000 GCV. The maximum coal available in India is in the range of G11 to G17. The higher grade coal, that is G1 to G5, is very less. Let us say 35-50 million tons. So the ash where you require, which is required by coastal power plants, which are designed for a lower ash and higher GCV, they will keep importing. Here is again some opportunity which can be seen. Then again, as I told you, metallurgical coal, India imports PCI, that is for fuel injection during power generation. PCI is there, and higher grade of coal with lower ash, that opportunity will always be there. Can we have next slide, please? These are some figures. As I told you, we will be doing 25-26, we will be doing 1 billion with a growth rate as has been shown. We have got a company, coal company, subsidiary coal company, which is called Mahanadi Coalfields Limited. This is the hot place where we are getting more production, almost 30%. That is, we out of 1,000, if it is there, then we'll be getting 275, 280, 300 million tons coal from that particular subsidiary. That is why I have highlighted it here, that Mahanadi Coalfields Limited, which is situated in Orissa and part of Madhya Pradesh, that will produce this quantity of coal. 74% of the total increase will come from Southeastern Coalfields Limited, that is Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and CCL is purely Jharkhand. Jharkhand is the southern part of Bihar in the eastern India. So that is how it is. That is how it is going to pan out. Next slide, please. This is all India and Coal India figures. You can see what has happened. All India means Southeastern Coalfields Limited. It means Tata coal from Tatas. It means the private sector coal, that is captive mine coal, and Singareni I have talked about. All the other companies beyond Coal India, SCCL, captive blocks, Tisco is Tata Collieries. They added to Coal India figures to bring it to the level which you can see here. Now, as I was telling you, in 22-23, total coal imports stood at 228 million tons, which is higher by 26% last year on year-to-year basis. What is this coal? This coal is the deficit which Coal India planned from other sectors and from the humongous energy demand which we have fulfilled. Next slide, please. It is, I was talking to Rajat. He was talking about, okay, you will have a lot of coal. What will you do to make it move? So this is planning of Government of India, Ministry of Coal, where we will be doing things to move the additional quantity of coal. You see, we call it first mile connectivity. You got a query? Okay. We talk about first mile connectivity. That means coal from the pithead, it comes to the loading point, and we take care of environment by moving in such a way that human handling is less. It has to move through belts. It will come to the crusher. From crusher, through belts, again it will come to silo. From silo, it will be loaded. So it will be covered, and the problem of environment will be taken. Please hold there. Please hold there. Please hold at the previous slide. In between, from dispatch point, then we have railway lines where Coal India is actively involved for putting more lines where coal production is coming. For example, as I was talking about, Mahanadi Coalfields Limited, we are putting up additional railway lines. We are putting up additional yards where rakes can be standard and can be utilized. And then last mile connectivity is, it will be put at particular station, from station to the consuming point. There will be structures, logistics build up where coal will be handled. Again, this part has yet to be touched, last mile connectivity, but ultimately it will be done. Right now we are working on first mile connectivity, and we have invested almost 13,000 crore rupees on that, and this will give a fillip of almost 350 rakes, addition of 350 rakes, and the rail movement will be to the tune of around 650 or 660 million tons from the present level. These are details. We have taken up 35 first mile connectivity. where each project is more than 5 MTPA during phase 1. And these are all expected to be completed by 25-26. Next slide, please. This is something which I wanted to talk about. You see, this is almost south of southern India. The coal which is imported either comes at Haldia, Paradip or Dhamra, which is near West Bengal, or it comes to in the western side, it comes to Gujarat, etc. in their ports. We are trying to make a RSR route. I'll talk about RSR route a little more. We have got coal somewhere in the center of India. We have to move it from that center of India to Haldia. And from Haldia, we bring it to Chennai, that is south of India. This coal will now can be moved up to Gujarat. Is there a problem?
Interesting question.
So these routes, you can see, they will fetch connectivity to the power plants. They will add handling capacities. If we do import more coal, it will facilitate. We are adding port capacities, we are adding handling capacities, and India will be fully prepared if we have to, although we would like to sustain more on our own resources, but if it is brought in, we will be ready to unload it and to move to the consumer points. So you can see it is reduced logistic cost, creates capacity on rail and road network. I'll talk a little about what Prime Minister of India has given a policy statement to us. There are two things. One, we should be in a position to utilize all logistics to make the system more efficient. What I mean by this statement is, if I have got a siding and there is a coal producer, he should be able to use that siding, that logistic network, which was for Coal India only, and that will give a fillip for moving additional coal, extra coal to anywhere in India where my friend Nirmalya was saying about logistic constraints. Those logistic constraints can be tackled if the individual coal companies or the logistic available for movement is utilized by all coal producers. The weighing, the movement, the yards, the sidings, all these things, if can be utilized as a common source, the movement of coal will be more and it will be efficient. Then government has come out with a policy of Gati Shakti, where we have to make things move faster. And all these two things as a policy from our beloved Prime Minister, we'll be working on that. Next slide, please. This is intelligent system which is being framed. You see a consumer sitting, and he will have information what is happening at extraction level, what is happening at loading level, what is happening for movement either by rail or by road or by barges. and he can see on his computer all these networks, the individual networks. Coal India has got its own network, Railway has got its own network of which is called FOIS, and all these networks will be dovetailed, and consumer can see when and where his consignment is, and when they can expect their consignment. This smart coal logistic corridor concept is going to come within a very short period of time, and the planning for utility or for utilization will be better. Next, please. These are the marketing activities which we had taken up. A common e-auction window, which is more diagnostic.
So sorry to interrupt, but I request you to wind up a little quickly because we're running short of time.
Okay, I asked you how much time I have got.
No, sir. Sir, please carry on. Yes.
Okay, I think this is the second last or last slide. I've talked about PM Gati Shakti, common e-auction window, rail as preferred source of movement, bridge linkages to all those captive blocks which has not come up to its peak rated capacity, common use infrastructure I've talked about, coal trading exchange, Ministry of Coal has started moving in that direction. Next slide, please. I'll give you 30 seconds to go through it because my friend has asked me to shorten it up. I'll tell you the important factors, how the volatility of price, how it works. We have compared the basic price plus freight and cess royalty, etc. How it works out, it is there for you to see. I will not dwell upon it, otherwise it will take another 15 minutes. I'll give you 30 seconds. You can go through that. All said and done, basically, if we talk about the same heat value and we talk about energy delivered to the doorstep of the consumer, still India is charging a very discounted price to our customers. That is why domestic coal is preferred. Economics is behind it. The problem of ash, I've explained you in a drift theory mechanism, for which the thing which we have taken care of is we have covered the consignments by third-party sampling, where the third party means it is neither customer nor the producer. Third party declares the grade after sampling and after analysis, and based on that grade, if the supplied grade is higher, we take money from the customer. If the supplied grade is lower, we pay it back to the customer. And once we have done this, there is no loss to customer as such, and it has got its own pitfalls and negativities, but slowly we are improving it. Rest all, I think you have seen it. Next slide. This is something important if you have to supply coal to India for metallurgical purposes. These are the factors which Government of India, Ministry of Coal considers for importing. Now again, I am not going to explain. These are numbers. What VM is required, what sulfur is required, what phosphorus is required, what mean max reflectance is required. These are the factors which are utilized for importing coal. Again, I'll give you 10-15 seconds. You can see. Can we have the next slide, please? This is a general statement. The last word is urbanization and industrialization, but then we know what has happened. We know how and why the electricity demand has increased. So it is that. I like to use the word king coal, although the coal word is not much liked all over the world as it's a dirty fuel supposed to be. But then for India, I cannot sustain the growth without taking all the citizens simultaneously. All my citizens should have access to power, and that is where king coal is important, and it will remain so. What we see is till 2030, coal is not going to relent. The demand is going to be high. From 30 to 35, maybe the coal demand will flatten out. From 35 onwards, 2035 onwards, in India, renewables will take over. Coal demand will remain flattened, and there will come a time when renewables will bring down the growth level to almost 2%, 3%, and it will remain flattened there. But till such time, I've given you a timeline. Imports will happen for the things which we do not have. We will have energy sufficiency with whatever logistic improvement we are planning, and that is how it is. Can we say thank you? Next slide, please. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the detailed presentation, sir. And I'll start with the question answer sessions. First, I'd like to come to Mr. Handa. So, sir, as we were speaking about this, that production has gone up by over 100 million tons this fiscal, sorry. But still imports are going up. Of course, we know that demand is there. So what is the outlook going forward? How do you see the scenario emerging till around 2025?
Just to briefly, start up with a little bit of a background here. See, in 2022, the start was on a very bad, I would say on a very bad note. Indonesia banned, the coal, and that was the starting of the year. Then proceeding further, you saw Ukraine-Russia war, which happened. So there were these, negative sentiments which started the year, and obviously there was like high rise in the crude oil cost and high rise in the coal cost. So the coal prices went up, and you saw the crude prices further going up. But then there was this, as they say, if there are adversities, you see balancing acts also taking place at the same time. And once the year progressed, we saw India gradually coming back, into the probably growing, and we were like kind of picked up the pace. And the imports came back into picture. India's growth had hampered during the COVID times, but you saw the growth gradually coming up to now even ADB is predicting that India would actually go up to almost 6.5% is what we're expecting in 2024. So looking at all of these factors, we progressed, and the imports were very positive. 2022 imports into India. For thermal coal were around 159 million tons, and if we look at the coking coal imports, that was around 64 million tons. So overall, if we look at all coking, met coke, and PCI, anthracite, overall was around 240, which is a positive fact. So if you look at the previous year, 2021, the imports into India was around 136. So it was a good 12 to 13% jump in the imports, which we saw in the Indian market. Now, as far as Mr. Tiwari has given a very nice presentation on CIL, but I must point out few facts which will remain. So see, as it's a government organization, it takes times for these policies and these things to take place and to get implemented. So I'm very sure that for our logistics policy to completely get implemented, it will take some time. Probably we would, if they're focusing at a timeline of say 2 years, realistically speaking, it would actually be probably take like 4-5 years. So I would say more like India, Coal India would be ready with their entire logistics plan and their freight corridors in place by say 2027 or 2028, because they'll not be able to catch up on say probably by 2025, or because the mines which are there are these commercial mines. I'm sure everybody is not aware of that. The commercial mines have been given to various private players to start mining. Now, those mines were actually slated to come in 2024 or get active in 2024. So the additional tonnages coming into the market, which was probably expected around 60 to 70 million tons to come during that time, 2024, which I think, due to regulatory requirements and clearances and environmental clearances, the local politics and the local, governing bodies and taking care of all of that would actually take time. The largest player out of them is Adani. I'm sure Adani people would know very well. They have a very large, commercial mine which they've taken up. Now that mine, they are expecting would go online and start producing by the end of 2024. Now probably that deadline also may miss. So they would actually, start mining say in 2025 and let's say beginning of 2025. So I personally feel, now coming to your question, so my take is that on imports would actually, probably be either going slightly up from the level we are, say from 240, it will go up like say another 5-7%. The growth is not going to be very high, which I'm not seeing that kind of growth, but it will not fall down. So on a short-term basis, we are seeing, imports will sustain. So coal imports will sustain on a short-term basis, but on a mid to long-term basis, probably we are seeing that imports will definitely come down. And that's what my take is. And overall, I would say that this is what my observation is, looking at all the dynamics and all the current developments happening in the India. And of course, we have to really a commendable job done by Coal India Limited by kind of meeting up with the Prime Minister's vision to kind of increase their production and become Atmanirbhar, as they say, self-reliant. So that I think vision is coming true to a fact. But yeah, so at the moment I think they've taken a target of 780 million tons for 2024, which I am sure with the 702 which they've achieved in this year, this would not be difficult for them to achieve, given the reserve base and given their workforce. I think they really pushed by the ministry pretty much, and I'm sure they will achieve that. So that's something which I see. So they're the good sides. But definitely on a short-term basis, we would see imports to sustain, and it will be flat or slight 5 to 6%, I would say, increase. That's what my take is.
Yeah, so not much volumes coming from commercial mining. Number two is that logistical disruptions are not going to go away overnight. So imports will be there. To 2028, you said? I mean, that was the date. So imports there is a likelihood that imports will taper off after that with increasing usage of other forms of energy and also increasing domestic production. And that is what you are looking at, sir?
See, India doesn't produce too much of high CV coal. So probably, the sponge iron sector would continue to buy South African. Now, we've also realized that, South African coal, which was like slated that it will be replaced and you'll get Russian, you'll get other origins. But we see and observe sponge iron sector has actually not responded very well to these origins, and they're going back gradually to South African once the prices have actually got corrected. So that's what my observation, everybody else is, I'm sure, who's in the market is seeing very clearly.
Yeah, so maybe that because the European restocking demand has not been that high, and with the comparatively milder winter, so global prices are coming down. So now there is interest for South African coal, or are there, quality considerations that dictate that, maybe coal from Mozambique or coal from Russia, for example, can't be used in the production of DRI? I mean,
Well, we have seen there are variations, practically speaking, what we have seen in the DRI segment. We've seen variations in the FC as far as Russian is concerned. And we've also seen, there are like a couple of other technical parameters where, it was not working very well. As a blend, they can, kind of still, few plants have accepted it. But the quality of, sponge which was produced has not been satisfactory. And similarly, JSPL as a company, I can, kind of talk about right now about, because they tried, producing DRI with Mozambique, but it didn't work out actually. They went ahead and spoke, lengths about how it was giving them a good grade of sponge, but actually in reality it was not. So they're also going back gradually, to, that's what I understand. So that this is like a biggest example that Mozambique and Russian could actually not replace, South African. So once the prices are getting corrected, and you see South African prices now wearing off and becoming very competitive. So everybody who's in the sponge iron and DRI segment has gradually moved back to South African, and you're seeing the tonnage is moving into the East Coast, which is the largest consumer of South African coal.
yes, that is right. So, Mr. Tiwari, now I would like to come to you, sir. Again, we know that the dispatch outlook, the production outlook, CIL, but this continuing shortage for the non-regulated sector. And now we have a new auction scheme also, which has come into place. That is for all sectors. I mean, it's mode agnostic, plus it doesn't differentiate between the sectors. I mean, all the sectors can participate in that auction scheme. Do you think this scheme will be beneficial for the NRS, for the non-regulated sector, or whether it will increase competition for buyers of coal in the non-regulated sector? So the situation, what I'm trying to gauge is whether it will be easier for non-regulated sector customers after the new auction scheme has come in place, or will the competition get even more fiercer and they'll be left out? So what is the scenario likely to be?
With your permission. NTPC, I was talking about the response by Rajat. NTPC has planned to come up with a production of almost 100 million tons by 2030, or somewhere around that, 27, 28 or 30, whatever. So I think that will be a game changer in the Indian scenario. Even if private players do not come to that expectation, if 100 million tons is brought in by, that is National Thermal Power Corporation, the biggest energy producer, this scene, the game will change there. Secondly, we're talking about sponge iron. We understand as a technical person that coal has got two roles. One is to remove iron from Fe2O3, that is iron ore, and to catalyze it into becoming sponge iron. So what Rajat was saying, I'm just supplementing it. When we use African coal, I'm told by my consumers, it takes almost 45 minutes to complete one cycle of creating a sponge iron, whereas when we take Indonesian coal or some other coal, it takes more than 1 hour or 1 hour 25 minutes. That is something which is related to either more ash or to reactivity, quote unquote, reactivity. So people will prefer South African coal, RB2, that is the mixed one, or people will fall back on coal which is blended. I'm just supplementing him. What he has said is correct. Just supplementing him technically. Nirmalya has asked me a certain thing about non-regulated sector. Basically, we sell coal through 2-3 modes. One is fuel supply agreement (FSA), one is auction, and in between there is something called memorandum of understanding (MOU). Fuel supply agreement, we are committed to supply certain quantities. For NRS sector, minimum quantity which we have to supply without getting into any legal trouble is the trigger level, which we are still supplying. That means we will keep doing this till the situation eases off in power sector and the coal from other sources come into picture. But let me tell you, with all authority at my command, that the negative quantity balance which India was facing certain years back has come down to a vast level, and from 25-26, the negative coal balance is expected to go away. Then the problem is the growth of energy demand is so high that Indian coal will remain prioritized to power. Industry will either import because of their requirement of high GCV coal, especially sponge iron, cement, all these units which require high heat intensive energy, they will keep importing and blending it with Indian coal. But main stake will always remain the domestic coal because of its commercial viability. Logistically speaking, you said something about logistic. Logistically speaking, this year I am told, it was said by additional member traffic in railway board that they will be introducing somewhere around 50 to 75 rakes, new rakes. That is a huge input on per day basis. One rake being around 4,000 tons. So that much tonnage per day will be added to the kitty. So, but then we are not going to stop there. We will have to plan somewhere around 600, 650 rakes per day to move coal for power and something beyond that for industrial sector and the coal which is imported. So railways are planning that. I can't reveal what they are trying to do. But then I'm also not authorized to do that. But then those procurements or making those rakes are in pipeline. But immediately I am aware that 50 to 75 rakes they are going to add in their kitty. You wanted to say something else?
Sir. No, that's fine. We got the answer that the power sector remains a priority. Of course, we know that the power sector remains a priority. Moving on to something more interesting, I believe, is imports from Russia, which we have seen have grown nearly 400% year on year in this fiscal. So, what is the outlook, Rajat sir? What is the outlook this fiscal?
See, fact is that Russian coal, because the arbitrage was available because of Russian-Ukraine war, the whole world had, there were these sanctions which was given by the West, like which was, they were like sanctioned, and they could not sell their coal to the European market. Now, given that, scenario, obviously this became an advantage for countries like China and India, even in today's context, but this was not, like, if you're asking me that, the 17 million tons which, India imported, that kind of scenario would not actually sustain for a longer period of time, because I'm sure Russia would also find more markets going forward, and at the same time, the arbitrage would not be available. So it's only at this point of time, probably for a short, I would say for a short or a short window or a short term basis, I think you would continue getting high CV of 6,000 NAR at a low price of say 130, 132 levels, which is being offered in the Indian market currently, and it will keep on moving till the war is on. So once you see a resolution to the war, and you see closure to this, dynamics would definitely change. So it's only on a short term basis that Russian is moving into the Indian market.
So you believe
Yeah.
that sorry for interrupting,
Yeah.
but you believe that discounts will narrow for Russian coal?
See, at the moment, discounts are definitely on a very, very high side, and they are pushing those discounts to ensure the markets which are responding to them. Specifically, India and China are responding to them. India and China are the biggest crude oil buyers at the moment, and they're offering discounts on crude oil as well. So if the world crude is at $85-90, they've been offering a 15 to 20% discount. So we've been hearing that. So India has completely almost shifted 40-45% of the crude requirement on Russian. Similarly with China. So given these scenarios, I'm sure once you see the dynamics change, the Ukraine war coming to a conclusion, things would definitely change, and so would the discount schemes, and the discounting which is happening at the moment would also change logically.
Yes. So there is a likelihood that 2022 imports from Russia were one-off that may not happen going forward, and discounts also may not touch those levels. That's what the
I would say if the war continues for another 6 months or 1 year, I'm sure Russians would be desperate to sell the coal. Now we've been seeing that desperation, of course. There were these vessels which were sold in the South South Asian, some of the Turkey and other countries, and there were these vessels which had to be diverted to India, and a couple of them were sold into Indian market, and there were desperate sell which happened. There was a large end user involved in it. So these things would continue happening till the war is on.
Yes. Something about coking coal from Russia as well, because I was reading a news item where JSW Steel is getting mines in Jharkhand, but is still very interested in sourcing coking coal from Russia if that's available because of the volatility in the in prices, Australian coal prices. So going forward, do you see coking coal imports from Russia going up?
Well, there's definitely an opportunity, but as we understand that prime coking coal is not there in Russia, so that can always be used as a blend. So definitely yes, opportunity is there.
Yes.
But anthracite, just to add on to it, anthracite and PCI is already more of anthracite and PCI is actually moving into the Indian market, but definitely there would be an opportunity.
Yes, PCI especially, in fact. Mr. Tiwari, sir, I'd like to ask you about prices, the domestic coal prices. So just in a very general overview, where do you see prices going from here on for this year, for 2023?
I was trying when I was director of marketing. I tried my level best to increase prices, but it seems, as I told you, the theory is you have to be more focused on producing energy. If you increase prices of coal, energy cost will go up. So I would say government has made up its mind, but what percentage increase will be there, they have not disclosed. So I cannot tell you it will be 10% or 6% or whatever. But then, to the best of my knowledge, there will be price increase. But let's see, it will depend upon things stabilizing, the war between Russia and Ukraine stabilizing, the supplies stabilizing. All these things are there. Otherwise, it's long due. 2018 or 2016 was the last price increase. 2018 was the last price increase. So already you can see it is 5 to 6 years over, and all the costs have gone up. But then the last line is We have to be responsible with what is happening. I cannot charge you 10 rupees a ton or 10 rupees a unit. Otherwise, you will start hitting me what is happening.
Lose all elections.
Lose all elections.
Yes, that is true.
Well, to add on to, just to, kind of straying a little bit, but I think Coal India should also not auction coal almost 5 to 6 times the value of that particular grade, which happened in the, last year when the global prices went up. So that's something which I think Coal India should also try and avoid if they want, because during those times there were a lot of players which moved to imported coal. So just a comment which I wanted to make.
Yes, precisely.
Do you want me to comment or let it pass? I will let it pass. Sorry.
So you can comment if you feel like.
Huh?
You can comment if you want. No, because we have been seeing this phenomenon.
See,
that
I'll tell you something. You are Chairman Coal India today. You look at your balance sheet and day-to-day expenses. You have to make payment to your suppliers, to your people who are providing you spares, to your people who are providing you oil and lubricants for working. If you do not have money for day-to-day expenses, I may be having a lot of stock. Today also I've got 55 million tons of stock. But daily revenue is required for running the company. That is the thing where I'm leaving you. So those decisions are something which are not from government side, but our director of finance will say, come on, let's have some money. How to run the company. You understand that?
True, true. That is true.
Well, I'm not fully convinced, but
Mr. Handa, a quick take from you on global import prices. The sir was saying about domestic prices, which Coal India, after a long while, is going to increase. Yes. So, what about import prices now? I mean, they are declining, as we know. So, this year in this fiscal, what is the outlook for import coal prices?
See, looking at the overall scenario, I would say even China demand as well. So let's look at the overall demand. Which are the drivers for the whole demand? So the demand is primarily driven by China and India. So if we look at both countries, I think China's demand right now has been dwindling. They come into the market and then disappear, and then come into the market and disappear. So I would say, there'll be the prices would actually be on a lower side, and but it'll maintain a balance. So it'll be stable, more or less stable. So what the price levels which we're seeing right now would actually be 4 to 5% up and down till the end of the year. This is what our expectation
4
is.
to 5% decline?
Plus minus, I would say, plus minus.
So in the plus scenario, what do you see? Where is the upside coming from?
The upside would actually be more like if there are these, if there would be any weather disruptions, or there could be any mining issues, or suddenly demand would go up in Europe, or origin-wise, if you look at, say, Australia would go through, say, low production, so there'll be pressure on supplying to the Asian market, which are currently being catered by Australia, say Japan or Korea. Now Korea shifted quickly to South African, so we saw this trade flow happening from South Africa to Korea because the prices went down. So now these phenomenons, would actually, if there is any disruption in any of the origins, then you would see this upside.
Yes.
Or if suddenly China starts buying a lot and they decide, which I think would be a difficult scenario this year. I think they cannot just go ahead and buy. They've got enough domestic production as well. And the prices are also down, domestic prices are also down in their case.
Yes. So that was my last question. I would have wanted to carry on the conversation, but we are running behind the clock. Thanks to Mr. Tiwari, thanks to Mr. Handa. We had a really wonderful session, really wonderful interaction, creative interaction. I now request Mr. Zoljargal Zaigal Saikhan, Executive Director of Mongolian Coal Association, to come up on stage to felicitate our experts. Mr. Zarkal Sai-Khan. A round of applause, please. Yeah, Mr. Handa.
Paints pictures of me with her fingers in black and gray. She likes subtitles in foreign languages, that's okay. She throws pennies out into the ocean, no wish in mind. She grabs a stranger's hand without permission, we don't ask why. And maybe someday
Big thank you to Mr. Zarkal Sai-Khan and our experts.
Thank you. Nirmalya, please do come.
Thank you so much.
Let's have a photograph. Come.
Sir, actually, we don't have a break now. We are going straight to the next session.
Okay.
So,
okay, dear.
Thank you so much. So we move on to our next session, which is on the changing dynamics of Indonesian coal exports. The expert on our panel is Mr. Hendra Sinadia, Executive Director, Indonesian Coal Mining Association. May I have the pleasure to request Mr. Sinadia to come up on stage, please. Mr. Sinadia has over 20 years' experience in the mining industry. Prior to assuming the role of the Indonesian Coal Mining Association's Executive Director in October 2017, he served as the Executive Secretary of the Indonesian Mining Association for 2 years. Mr. Hendra is currently a director at PT Indo Minerba Insani, which he co-founded in 2013. He received his bachelor's degree from the Faculty of Law, Hasanuddin University, Makassar, and MBA from West Coast University, California. He is currently also a member of the Energy and Mineral Resources Committee of the Indonesian Employer Association and Vice Chairman, Permanent Committee on Business Compliance Monitoring, Kadin, Indonesia, which is the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Welcome, Mr. Hendra Sinadia. You may please take your seat, sir. If you have a presentation, you may please come here and deliver your presentation, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ronan. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Colvin, for inviting me to share perspective from Indonesian coal mining associations on the coal export dynamics. As you know, Indonesia is a very important country if you're talking about coal. Indonesia, in fact, is the biggest thermal coal exporter for more than 6 years. And yeah, I think it's more than close to half of the total seaborne thermal coal import coming from Indonesia. And to show you how important Indonesian coal export to the world, when President Joko Widodo shut down temporarily coal export on the 1st of January 2022, it was many countries do rely on Indonesia import from Indonesia. They're caught by surprise, and we from Indonesian Coal Mining Association, all thousands of miners in Indonesia also caught by surprise. And never in my life, professional life, had experience meeting in the New Year's Eve, 1st of January, 2nd of January, the whole month. We had a meeting, very important meeting to solve the issue. So Talking about Indonesian coal again is an important contributor to the state revenue, and it accounts of the 70% of the Indonesian national electricity. And the state, the national economy is rely mostly on coal, but this is very unfortunate because the government fully rely on coal, so they maximize the potential revenue from coal, and then we see the royalty keep increasing from time to time. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, oh, sorry. Okay, first of all, talk about the Indonesian coals reserve and resources. Practically based on the data from the Indonesian Geological Agency, we have 38 billion ton thermal coal reserve. Bear in mind that most of our data here talking about thermal coal, Indonesia indeed has huge potential of coking coal, but it's still untapped. We only have less than 10 million ton coking coal productions. We facing the difficulties in getting the environmental permit for development of coking coal, and also the infrastructure is very challenging. The coking coal is mostly located, the reserves is in the central Kalimantan, and BHP once has a concession there, and they left the concession now taken over by Adaro. And talking about the thermal coal, with 38 billion coal reserve is practically among the lowest of the biggest coal producing countries. We only account of roughly 2 or 3% of the total global thermal coal reserve. But Indonesia indeed is the biggest thermal coal exporter. It's very important for China, India, and mostly Southeast Asian country. They rely on coal from Indonesia. Okay, this is shows you the trend of the productions, despite of the difficulty in getting the finance for coal related projects. But the data shows you that the coal production in Indonesia keep increasing, like our friends from Mongolia said, and in other part of the world, in the western part of the world, they're talking about the how to reduce coal. But in Indonesia, Mongolia, and we're talking about how to increase the production to meet the demand, the increased demand. So except in the 2020, the coal productions keep increasing, and we reached the highest record ever in last year, close to 700 million ton. And we have the domestic market obligation, which is 25% of the total production, and also domestic demand also keep increasing. 193 million ton this year, and next year the government is had a very optimistic projection of the demand of the domestic coal. And this year, 2023, the production target is set close to 700 million ton, and the export will be exceed the 500 million ton mark. So hopefully 518 million ton. Okay, talking about global seaborne thermal coals, I said earlier that almost half of the seaborne thermal coal coming from Indonesia. And this is the map of Indonesian coal export destinations. China and India accounts of more than 55% of the Indonesian total Indonesian coal export. And Southeast Asia, if we combine as a single market, it's a kind of a 22 or 23% of the total Indonesian coal export, and it ranks Southeast Asian countries as a third biggest export destination from Indonesia after China and India. And Japan, Korea, and Taiwan also in the fourth positions. And we have a surprise last year because the European countries in the past, less than 1 million roughly from European, but starting 2022, we had close to 7 million ton demand from Europe. So it's more than 600% increase if you look at it. Even though the volume is very small, but we still see a potential at least for the short term. Okay, and okay, Southeast Asia. Okay, all right. Okay, this is the talking about coal. Indonesia in the forefront of the global fight against the climate change, and as you know that G7 countries and some Scandinavian countries which form the multi-donor group, they gave the commitment to help 20 billion US dollar to Indonesia to help Indonesia to achieve the energy transitions. The scheme is called the Just Transition Energy Partnership. It was formed following of the last year G7 summit in Bali, and the government of Indonesia has set the 2060 as the net zero emission target, of which coal is projected to gradually decline, and it's gonna peak in 2030. And if you look at the graph, the coal utilization for electricity will be gradually decline, of course, assuming that the scheme for early retirement of the coal-fired plant with the assistance of the foreign donor will works. It works, but from the domestic side, if you look at the domestic side and the not electricity demand, yellow one, it shows trend will be increased because so far we haven't seen any substitution for coal utilization for non-electricity industry. And bear in mind that Indonesian government is pushing for coal downstream and also nickel downstream, as Indonesia has a huge potential of nickel, and the government is set the target that Indonesia to become one of the main player for the electric vehicle ecosystem industry in the world. And coal downstream is, according to the data from the government, it's projected to increase, but we'll see later on. Okay. Of course, the challenges for the energy transition is how the industry maximize the potential from the short-term so-called booming coal price. And of course, we're facing the challenges on the price volatility and higher production costs. And I mentioned earlier that the royalty tariff has increased close to double for some companies. And also domestic market obligation is a very challenges because we're talking about the level playing field, talking about more than 1,000 companies in Indonesia that have the same obligations. Some Indonesian company, our members, they already complied with the 25% market obligation, but talking about other hundreds is very challenging indeed. And we continuing keep the discussion with the government how to develop the feasible policy to make sure that level playing field is maintained. And also coal downstreaming and talking about carbon tax, the government has introduced a carbon tax, but it applies for the coal-fired power plant, not for the coal mining companies, but later on the government will impose carbon tax for coal mining and also utilization of mining waste and funding. And funding for coal-related projects is very difficult. So this is the huge challenges that Indonesians coal miners facing in order to survive in the energy transition, as Indonesia is the front of the global climate change. Okay, practical ways to reduce the emission. Of course, we're talking about the use of biofuel. The Indonesian coal mining companies has now used the so-called biofuel. Now it's a B20, B35, 35 mixture of the biofuel with solar, and the government plans to increase the biofuel to reach 40% or 50% and maybe 100% later on. So use of renewable energy sources also showing the higher trend and so on. Okay, so that's all my presentation. I'll get back to the moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zanadia, for your presentation. We start with the question answer sessions. The last session actually continued for a long time, so we were running behind the clock. I couldn't, take questions from the audience. So for this session, I'll first ask the audience whether anybody has any question for Mr. Zanadia. We can see a raised hand there, so can somebody please pass on the microphone to the lady?
Hello. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Handra. My name is Amanda Lee. I'm from IMI International. We are a trading house for coal and building materials. My question is, actually have two questions. The first question is, I saw your slide. Your estimated volume of DMO of this year is declining comparing to last year. May I know why is that? Because this is kind of go against with my impression when I negotiating the price with Indonesian coal miners, and also go against with the fact that many investors come to Indonesia to build up their plants locally in Indonesia, so that the domestic demand should increase, like Risan and many Chinese coke plants building locally. But I see on your slide the DMO actually declined in this year, expected to decline this year. And the second question is about the new calculation of the HBA. Recently we heard the Indonesian government gonna remove NUC index from the HBA calculation. May I ask what's the latest on that? It's being implemented or still under discussion? Thank you.
Yes, we'll talk about the HBA question later. We'll take it up later for discussion. So the domestic obligation, Mr. Zanadia.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Amal. It's a very good question. So yeah, I was expecting the question on the first, your first question, because the data will be a question by the audience. And you're right that Indonesia, actually, the domestic consumption is increased. And initially the government set the very bold target. It was 216 million ton. So in making the production target, the government usually they take 25% of the total production is for the domestic, for domestic. So domestic is, or maybe they start with domestic first, looking at how much the demand for the users, and then they divide it by, and then they come up with the total number. So in domestic, actually, it was 2016 million ton, but there was some discussion also that the export will be higher than the previous years. Last year it was 465 something, but given the higher demand, there will be more export this year. But in fact, the data will not, too strict. Yeah, you see, Indonesia last year's we also set the domestic demand 150 something, and it reached 117. Even though 170, even though there is less than 25%. But you're right, the domestic actually higher than last year's. It was indeed 216, and export will be higher. So looking at the current weather, we see the post La Nina as a drier. Maybe the productions could exceed the 700 million ton if you look at the current, because if you look at the data that proposed by all the companies to the government is higher than 700. So if you look at the weather, and then the trend of the production, all the domestic consumption next year and all the export will increase. So you're right, as 200 more than 200 domestic consumption for the next years. And the second question is about the HBA. Yeah, it's you're right. We are still in the discussion with the government to see how the impact of the new pricing guideline formula. There are some questions on the technicality and how the government come up with the index, because the government said that the index is taken from the actual transactions. But at the moment, we haven't seen the impact yet. Probably on June, in the next 3 months, we can see the impact of the new formula. But at least we appreciated what the government did to review the formula, because it was very controversial in the past. Yeah, because we suffer with from paying higher royalty due to the disparities of the export price and the HBA. So yeah, we'll see whether the government will listen again to the industry, meaning that the government might look again at the index and to see how the government will review. But at least we'll see until the next few months to see the impact of the index for the industry. Yeah.
Yes. So the impact is on one hand. On the other hand is the basic methodology that has been suggested for calculation of the index.
Yes.
So which is 70%, if I'm not mistaken, weightage will be provided to transactions that happened in 1 year, and the rest, 30%, that has happened for the last couple of years, transactions. And there has been a decoupling from the Newcastle index, as well as from the Richards Bay index, other indexes. So how is this methodology actually conducive towards arriving at a correct price?
This is something that I said earlier, that the technicality of calculating the index is still in the questions. Because if you look at the current HBA on April, yeah, HBA 1 and in 42 GAR, yeah, 42 GAR, it's if you compare with the HBA 2, it's almost the same. HBA 2 52, 52, yeah, it's almost the same. So this is something that the government should, clarify to the industry. But unfortunately, the latest HBA was issued right before the holiday, so there was no time to, to getting the confirmation from the government, because we caught by surprise when the new HBA issued. Wow, how come this is, if you do the simulation, there was some, crossing between the HBA 1 and HBA 2 in for some specific GAR, yeah. So we don't know how it come up with the number. we write the letter from the to the government a couple of days ago when I came down to Bangkok, because our members was crying, wow, how come this coming? But unfortunately, the government office still closed up to now until tomorrow, so we don't know how the government come up with the number.
Yes. So let's move on from prices to the general outlook of Indonesian coal exports. Of course, Indonesia has emerged as the top exporter of globally. But we see that there has been there is going to be a structural decline in China's coal imports, and also India is trying to ramp up domestic production. So, what is the outlook going ahead? I mean, what according to you is the Indonesian export outlook going ahead? We know that exports will. There is a possibility that exports might cross 500 million tons this year. But I am talking about, for the coming 5-10 years. So, what is the picture in the coming 5-10 years?
Yeah, we see China and India is a still promising market for very short term, because, of course, Indonesia, mid-low CV are very competitive, and we see also in India and China, in India especially in the coastal coal-fired plant in coastal area, and also some in China. They're built, they're designed based on the mid-low CV, which is Indonesia is the primary producer for those quality. So we're very optimistic for short term. Indonesia can still meet the demand from India and China. Although, even though that we see the China and India, they ramp up their productions and is very aggressive, but there is still potential market for Indonesia mid-low CV. Yeah, because some power plant built, designed for mid-low CV, which is Indonesia is known as having the low ash and also sulfur. So the quality matters for it.
Yes, yes.
Also the logistical transportation also is very competitive at the moment.
Yes, so Indonesian coal is very competitive compared to other suppliers. But what about, like last year we saw that Russian suppliers were, they were providing coal cargoes at a very discounted price. So, I mean, the possibility has reduced this year. But still, I mean, is there a possibility that Indonesia could face some competition from lower priced Russian cargoes?
Yes, indeed, it affecting Indonesia, but also again, it's a different quality. Russia is a higher quality than Indonesia. As I said, is we mostly mid-low CV, so we still have potential on the mid-low CV. So the quality are different with Russian coal, and we able to penetrate also European markets, with close to 7 million last year. So there is an effect from the Russian coal, but I think it's not too significant for Indonesia.
Yes. So, no, something about, because we have been talking about expanding met coke capacities in Indonesia, but we also need some insights on coking coal in Indonesia. So, some insights on quality and whether it is desirable or not. And number two, if coking coal production in Indonesia has been traditionally or historically low compared to steam coal production. So what were the reasons behind that? I mean, was that lack of resource or, geographical obstacles? Or, still if there is the beneficiation of the washing capacity in the country is not up to the mark. So what are the obstacles why coking coal production has been historically low in Indonesia?
Yeah, the primary factor is logistical, because as I said in my presentation that coking coal reserves are mostly located in the central Kalimantan. It's a very challenging infrastructure. To get to the coastal area is more than 400 kilometers railway need to be built, and we don't we cannot depend on the river because it's very seasonal, 2 or 3 months, but mostly have to rely on railway. I think in the 2016 and 2017, there was a Russian investor that were looking for the opportunity to invest in the railway in East Kalimantan at the time. There was some interest from the industry as well, but unfortunately the project was delayed and we don't know the status up to now. So it's quite challenging for the development of coking coal due to the lack of infrastructure. And also the forestry permit, yeah, because most are located in the forestry area and it takes time to get the permit from Ministry of Environmental and Forestry.
Yes. So, Mr. Sinadia, give us an idea of the projected development as your presentation also pointed out in a nutshell. In fact, we want some additional insights on this. About the development of the downstream coal sector in Indonesia. And also, I mean, of course, while talking about the development of the downstream coal sector, what is its projected role in overall decarbonization in Indonesia? So, if you can just give us a rough idea as to the projected development of the downstream coal sector.
Okay, first of all, talking about the emission reductions, I put it in my last slide. I think our association, our members are focusing on the practical matters, yeah. Talking about emission reductions, not necessarily, changing the, diversifying the business to become the gas producer or something, DMA producer, as many people perceive that, okay, coal has to doing the transformation, but the practical matters is very important. As I mentioned that, yeah, using the biofuel, using the digitalization to make the fleet is more efficient, and some renewable resources like solar PV. But talking about the coal downstream is a different matters. The problem is the government is pushing the obligations, so it's becoming mandatory for big coal miners who are going to get the extension of their coal contracts. Yeah. So for the first generation of coal contract of work like Adaro, KPC, Arutmin, Kideco, big five, yeah, which contribute more than 50% of the total production, they have to build or invest in coal downstream in order to get the extension. On the other hand, investing in coal downstream is a very, very challenging business because it's difficult to get the financing, and also the economical feasibility is also very challenging, especially given the very high commodity prices. So this is something that we are still working closely with the government, how to develop the proper policy. Of course, the government has given their utmost support. Yeah, the government has even issuing the very attractive royalty, which is 0% royalty for coal utilized for coal downstream. It's a coal gasification, so 0%.
Coal to methanol. And
coal to methanol, coal to liquefaction or whatever coal derivatives, it's a 0% royalty. And also the extension of the mine life. So if you get the 20% maximum of the extension period, but if you build, say, coal gasification and your life, project life is longer than 20 years, and you get, the additional extension. So of course the government is trying to doing their best because the Jokowi administration, their priority is boosting the downstream. If you heard about the nickel copper, bauxite. But the problem is getting the financing and especially the technology is we're not have the technology. It's very difficult to get the project to become economically viable. So this is a very pressing issue because again, it's tied to the extension of the approval of the company if they're going to get the long-term extension.
Yeah, so this applies to coal gasification also because with large low-grade reserves, I mean,
Yeah.
gasification would have been, value addition along the chain. So, but for that also, there are financing constraints. What do you say about that?
Yeah, it's a financing constraint because if you look at the current issue on the air products, the company from the US that has signed the agreement with the one of the biggest state-owned companies, seperti Bukit Asam, to develop the 3 billion coal gasification in South Sumatra. And a couple of weeks ago, the investor has announced that they will withdraw from the project. So it shows, even though the government has declared the project as part of the national strategic project, and it's given, a lot of the fiscal incentive and non-fiscal incentive, but the investor and the state-owned companies, finding it difficult to get the project become economically feasible, because not only the financing, but setting up getting the price for DME is also very challenging because you have to compete with the LPG prices, right? Which is regulated by the government as well. So the government in the very, very difficult position how to manage between the two, because Indonesia is facing huge deficit on imported gas, but on the other hand, to support development of coal gasifications is very difficult for the industry to get the finance.
So one question which is which I have in mind is that we often get to hear that for metallurgical coal, the premium grades, there will be demand for the premium grades. But the lower grades, maybe the semi-soft or the lower grades, demand will slowly disappear for those grades. Similarly, for steam coal, for the high GCV coal, the demand will still be there, but for the lower grades, demand will disappear much sooner than expected. So that is the global perception about. So, but Indonesia as a country, exports mainly mid to low CV coal. So, do you see that as a direct threat to Indonesian exports in the long term?
This is interesting questions. If you look at I think there is in the presentation from our previous presenter from Reason also, to see the metallurgical coal, potential in Indonesia, because the government is pushing for nickel downstream, among others. So if you look at the trend of the coal domestic consumptions, it's the highest growth is in domestic. Highest growth is coming from the mineral downstream. For metallurgical coal, of which we have, we're still importing from Australia. So this is the area that crucial for Indonesia, how to, taking the momentum, because the metallurgical coal in Indonesia, we still have the potential, but it's quite difficult to, to boost the production to meet the demand. So I think the government is finally looking at how important the boosting the metallurgical coal to meet the higher demand. So very interesting, because Indonesia is a promoting most on the low mid CV, where they're enjoying the dominance for so a long period. But yeah, they're losing the the opportunity in metallurgical coal. Yeah.
Any questions from the audience? Okay, so with that, we come to the end of the session. Thank you so much, Mr. Hendra Sinadia, for enlightening us on the outlook for Indonesian coal exports, as well as the domestic currents and countercurrents in the Indonesian coal industry. Thank you so much, sir. I now request Mr. Rohan Baid, CCO of Coalmint, to come on stage to felicitate Mr. Sinadia. A round of applause, please. I'm sorry, as we are running short of time, so we don't have time for a break. We move on to the next session. The next session is on the Russian coal market, sustainable development against all odds. The expert on the panel is Ms. Olga Gayrkina. Ms. Olga Gayrkina has worked in different commodity sectors. Although by self-admission, she is relatively new to coal. She joined Far East Asia Consulting in 2017. As an analyst at the Asia Pacific coal markets for the last 5 years, Olga has primarily focused on development of the China market for Russian coal producers and traders. FEAC offers expertise to client organizations and individuals to help them enhance their market knowledge. It focuses on market research and analysis, entry strategy, corporate setup, supply chain management across a wide range of industries related to coal. Welcome, Olga. Over to you for your presentation.
Good afternoon. 2022 was the most turbulent year in the history of Russian coal market. Destruction of trade flows, sanctions, restrictions, embargoes, discounts, logistical bottlenecks, Russia's disconnection from Swedes, difficulties with trade finance, restructuring and relocation of operations. Sanctions hysteria and embargo on Russian coal put at risk around 100 million tons of Russian coal last year. We quite successfully leveraged this risk. Last year, coal exports dropped only by 7% of 15 million tons. Russian coal production, on the other hand, increased by 0.3% to 444 million tons. The growth of coal production, although insignificant, was achieved thanks to the growth of the domestic consumption, where consumption increased by 10%. To say that 2022 was an easy year would be a lie. It was a very challenging year. And to think that 2023 would be any different would be wishful. However, despite any external pressures, Russian coal industry continues to demonstrate a very high resilience. And in order to maintain a further sustainable development of the industry, it's necessary to quickly solve a number of strategic tasks, including new coal export routes. In current global environment, new export routes means pivot to Asia. The coal's gradual pivot to Asia has been going on for more than 10 years. If in 2010, Russian coal exports to the Atlantic direction amounted 82 million tons, and Asia-Pacific direction around 34 million tons, then I know it's not there yet. Sorry. last year supplies to Atlantic were 64 and to Asia Pacific 146 million tons respectively. Coal demand continues to grow in Asia and continues to slow in Europe. And we believe that in the current circumstances, this process will only take the form of accelerated diversification. In 2022, against all odds, Russian coal industry has achieved tremendous results. I would like to talk about those, and I would like to talk about companies that made it happen. I would like to quickly look at the exports in 2022 and what trends are we seeing in 2023 so far. There is a government plan outlining energy strategy of the Russian Federation for the period of up to 2035, and we strive to deliver in accordance with that plan. Russia ranks second in the world by coal reserves. Recoverable reserves as of the end of 2022 were 196 billion tons. Russia has more than 200 coal basins and deposits. The main areas of coal mining are located in Siberia, around 75% of coal mined there, and only 14% is mined in the European part of Russia. The main coal basins in Russia is Kuznetsky Basin. Around 50% of coal is produced here. Majority of high quality hard coal is produced in Kuzbas. Coal is mined in both in open cast and underground mining. Through the railways, coal from Kuzbas is transported domestically and to the ports for export located in the east, west, and south of Russia. The distance from Kuzbas to the west is around 6,000 kilometers. To the east, to the east side is around 6,000 kilometers. To the west is around 4,500 kilometers, and to the south port is around 4,000 kilometers. The Kansk-Achimsk Basin is the second largest production deposit. 10% of coal production comes from here. The coal are the majorly brown coal with the low of a lower quality. In northeastern part of the Komi Republic is Pechorsky Basin. The share of coal production there is 2%. There are significant reserves of high quality coal, about a third of which is coking coal. However, coal is mined in difficult climatic conditions and only in underground mining. The share of South Yakutsky Basin in total coal production is about 9%. Coal production continues to grow there. Coals are very high quality and including coking coal. There are new promising deposits are being developed and new coal mining centers are being created in Yakutia, Khabarovsk region, Transbaikalia, Buryatia, and Sakhalin. The first coal was shipped from Arctic Zone. New coal terminals are being built and the capacities of existing ones are being increased in Russian ports in the Far East, in the Azov Black Sea, and in the Arctic. Russia is blessed with coal resources. Coal qualities are very high grade by international standards with high heat, low ash, sulfur, and moisture content, along with the good coking qualities. The coal quality have been gradually improving over the last year, and we are very proud to say that it's very consistent. In 2022, around 78% of coking coals and 34% of thermal coals produced was washed. New trade routes means new customers and new requirements, and we ensure that every single new demand and every single requirement on coal quality and specific needs are met. Superior quality of Russian coal meets both technological requirements and environmental agendas. Russian producers, Kuzbas Razrez specifically, has been supplying eco-coal grades to global markets for a few years now. In 2022, coal production amounted to 444 million tons, up 0.3% from the year prior. Although there was no significant changes on a monthly basis, we can see that the dynamics shifted in production basins. For example, if in Kuznetsky basin production dropped by 8% year-on-year, then in Kansko-Achinsky, Pechorsky, and Yuzhno-Yakutsky production increased by around 25%. The reason behind that is quite obvious. Regions that were more exposed to European markets had to temporarily decrease production, while the regions with more Asia-oriented markets stood strong. Redirection of the whole trade from west to east, not only coal, also led to redistribution of railway quotas, further making challenging to evacuate coal from Kuzbas. Domestic coal consumption in Russia is quite developed. Domestic coal last year was around 182 million tons, which grew by 10%. Coal is consumed in almost all Russian regions. Main consumers is thermal and metallurgical sectors, followed by cement and other industries. Much attention is also being paid to development of the coal chemical sector in recent years, and we believe this sector will continue to gradually development under the government support and supervision. As of the end of 2022, there was 176 operating coal mines in Russia, including 126 open pit mines and 50 underground mines. Coal production capacity of coal enterprises were around 523 million tons per year. 70% of all coal produced is split between 10 major producers. It's SUEK, Kuzbas-Razrez-Uголь LC, Russian Coal, Yevrastra, Service, SDS, Vostok, Vossibugol, Kalmar, Michel. Kuzbas-Razrez-Uголь is the largest producer of high-quality coal in Kuzbas region in Russia. Last year, production amounted to 46 million tons. Total proven coal reserves of company is around 4 billion tons. The company owns and operates 11 open pit mines and 1 underground mine. In order to improve the quality of production, Kuzbas-Razrez-Uголь enriches coal at washing plants and processing facilities. KRU currently operates 6 coal washing plants, 10 coal preparation facilities, and more than 20 screening and crushing facilities. In 2021, KRU launched In 2022, KRU launched the construction of the advanced high-tech washing plant Skidrovskaya, which is scheduled to reach the design capacity of 5 million tons by 2025. KRU continues to invest in new projects aimed at production increase. In 2021, the company obtained a license to develop Cheksinsky metallurgical coal field with estimated reserves of 1.3 billion tons, including semi-soft coke and LV, PCI coal and anthracite. The development of Cheksinsky will enable the company to increase its production by 25%, extracting additionally 15 million tons of high-quality coking coal and anthracite per year, and will further expand company's portfolio, including premium coking coals and anthracite. KRO DMCC is an exclusive trader in the global coal market of coal produced by Kuzbas-Razrez-Uголь. KRO DMCC has office located in Dubai, Uzbekistan, Tokyo, and South Korea. In 2023, around 55 million tons of coal will be supplied to the global coal market. Besides Russian coal, the company will supply coal from Kazakhstan and South Africa. KRO offers a wide range of high-quality premium coals, including steam coal, PCI, and sized coal. The company is not only the largest supplier of Russian coal to the global markets, around 43.5 million tons was supplied last year, but also the largest global supplier of PCI with annual volume reaching 17 million tons. This year, coal sales to China are planned at 12 million tons, with further increase to 14-16 million tons next year. Company plans to sell around 13.5 million tons to India this year and to further increase supplies to 14 million tons next year. CRO is also planning to increase coal sales to Turkey to 13.6 million tons this year and 15 million tons by 2026. SUEK is the leader in terms of coal production in Russia by far. Our company produced in 2022 around 114 million tons. Half of that is brown coal. LC is the new name in the top 3 producers in Russia. Company operates largest coking coal deposit in Russia. Russia is the 3rd largest coal exporter in the world, and Russia continues to strengthen its position in the global market, largely due to the improvement of the quality of coal and the flexible pricing policy of the company. As of 2022, share of Russia in global trade was at 15%. Owing to its geographical position, Russian coal producers are able to supply both Atlantic and Pacific markets. However, in light of global events, Russia's supply direction has changed significantly last year. Diversification of trading routes, entering new markets, expanding share in the existing friendly markets is quite an obvious direction for us Russian coal experts. Against all odds, the progress in that direction has been achieved already last year. And the new markets targeted are also rather obvious: Asia, Africa, Middle East, and South America. Despite the fact that China economy was constrained by COVID restriction in 2022, we managed to increase coal export to China. 68 million tons of coal was supplied to China last year. Intakes from India showed healthy growth as well. 20 million tons was supplied to India. Another 20 tons was supplied to Turkey. Intakes by South Korea increased by 33% last year. The scale of Asian markets is conducive to expansion. China will continue to be one of the biggest drivers on the global coal arena, with China's appetite for energy resources insatiable and demand for coal exceeding 4 billion tons. Coal demand is expected to grow this year on the back of economic recovery and multiple government stimulus supports and measures. We believe there are more potential for development of trade between India and Russia. Russian coal is a great supplement to India's domestic production, and it's a great additional source of coal to India, who is looking to diversify its suppliers. Turkey has a stable appetite for Russian coal. Turkey has commissioned a new 600 megawatt coal-fired plant recently, and the country demand for coal will remain strong this year, also in the aftermath of the earthquake and rebuilding efforts. Russian coal prices rose on the year in 2022 in line with the wider ascent in global energy prices. Russian coal was traded at large discounts to other regions for most of the year, a function of widespread sanctioning. The discounts on Russian coal averaged 50-60% to global price indexes and reaching 70-80% on a bad day. However, to change this narrative a little bit, I would like to say that in 2022, Russia was the only supplier globally who maintained the prices within the reasonable range, offering support to the global markets during energy crisis. In 2023, so far, we see a more stable trend in both coal pricing and coal flows. Global coal prices have been retreating from their highs of 22, but they still remain well above the 2017-2021 average. Global coal flows are more established as well. More Russian coal flows into Asia Pacific, and more Australian, South African, and Colombian coal ends up in the EU. In March, so looking at the first quarter, we see quite positive results. Seaborne coal exports from China totaled 14 million tons only in March, up 137% year on year. Shipments to Asia accounted for 77% of the total. Export to China mainland came at almost 6 million ton. And if you look at the official statistic, inclusive of border crossing imports in March were 9 million ton and 24 million ton in the first quarter. Seaborne coal exports to India in March was around 1.8 million ton. Russian coal continues to dominate Mediterranean and MENA markets. Turkey, which is the region's largest importer, received 1.6 million ton in March. And over the first quarter this year, Russian total seaborne coal exports were 39 million tons, up 6% year on year, which is a great result compared to the year end last year. Russian coal industry is based on traditions that had been fought for 300 years on the experience of many generations of miners. This path cannot be interrupted, and it's important to understand this when making decisions about its further development. The coal industry is the tip of a huge iceberg of the country's economy, and its development concerns every resident in Russia. From 2011 to 2022, the volume of coal production increased by 31%. To date, 50 underground and 126 open pit mines are engaged in coal mining in Russian Federation, and almost half of those were commissioned after 2000. Coal washing and processing is carried out at 64 coal washing and processing plants. The concentration of mining operation continues. Coal mining capacity continues to improve. More than 70% of coal production today is provided by mines and open pit mines with an average annual capacity of 1.6 and 3 million tons per year, respectively. Russian coal industry employs over 150,000 people and another 500 people-related industries, railway, port, machinery, equipment, and others. Export supplies of coal have become the fifth item in terms of foreign exchange earnings to the country's budget after oil, petroleum products, and ferrous metals. Russian coal companies accounted for 38% of the total increase in international coal trade. Russia's share in global coal trade has increased 4 times since 1997, reaching 15% last year. The presence of Russian coal in Asia-Pacific markets continues to expand. 70% of coal exported last year was destined for Asia-Pacific markets. Russian coal industry continuously strives to reduce its environmental impact through approach to sustainability and preservation, conservation, and waste reduction practices. Majority of coal ports and coal terminals in Russia are equipped with and use the latest technologies in handling and processing the coal. The real pride of Russian coal ports is Vostochny port, the largest and the most advanced coal terminal in Russia. Overall handling capacity of Vostochny port reaches 50 million tons. And state-of-the-art technological perfection puts Vostochny port on a map of top coal handling terminals in the world. Coal is the dominant cargo in the country's rail transportation. Over the last 10 years, its share in railway cargo transport grew from 35% to 44%. In order to develop the eastern range of the railway network, decisions were made to accelerate the implementation of projects of modernization of the railway infrastructure in the BAM and Trans-Siberian Railway. By 2025, coal railing capacity of the eastern range will be increased to 180 million tons per annum compared to 144 million tons in 2021. The entire network of Russian railways consists of 17 railways. All of them are branches of the state-owned Russian railways, the only rail operator in Russia. Annual freight turnover of Russian railways is around 1.4 billion tons, and coal is the most transported cargo on the Russian railways. With the redirection of the whole export volume, not only coal, from the west to east, obviously there was an acute need for new transportation routes. There are numerous projects in the pipeline, and some of them already were put in operation last year. In June last year, the first highway bridge over Amur River between China and Russia, the Heihe-Blagoveshchensk bridge, was opened for freight. making it the new channel connecting the two countries. November 2022, the first cross-river railway bridge between China and Russia was put into operation. Tonjan-Nizhny Leninsk bridge will increase cargo transport capacity by 5 million tons in an initial stage and will grow up to 20 million tons in the coming year. LC is building its own railway, Elga-Chumikan. The project's in the construction stage. There is Russian, Mongolian, and China international transport corridor in the continuous development stage. Other projects include Lesozavodsk-Kulin railway line in Primorsky Krai and transit line between Kazakhstan and China, and etc. We take quite a realistic approach to all these projects in the development, and we realize that the implementation of them will take time and additional financing. But these infrastructure projects have been made a priority, as it will help increase the volume of deliveries to China and partially reduce the load on BAM and Trans-Siberian railways. Bottlenecks for the development. I won't talk much on this because there is quite a standard set of bottlenecks and hurdles and for the development of the industry, and we trying to deal with ours at the best of our abilities. I would like to talk about those that were added in 2022 and which are continuously disturbing the trade. Sanctions. 12 packages in total and over 100 restrictive measures in the form of individual sanctions, economic sanctions, and visa measures were taken against Russia, Russian citizens, and Russian companies. As the practice shows, it was challenging for EU consumers to find alternative sources, but not impossible. The result of last year shows that they got the volumes they needed, but at a much higher prices and of a much lower quality to Russian coal. As the practice also shows, we have managed to redirect supplies. Our main challenges remain the limited rail capacity and freight market. In 2022, the cost of sea transportation for Russian exporters has tripled. Difficulties with the insurance remain, and the general reluctance of the ship owners to work with Russia doesn't make the trade easier. Difficulties with finance. Russia was disconnected from the SWIFT. We continue to face difficulties working with the banks or financing the trade. However, solutions are also found. More trade is done in other currencies. RMB, for example, is widely used currency currently, and the practice is not only in coal trade. We see the trend spreading to other sectors as well. High import dependence on the industrial equipment. In the shorter term, this was probably the biggest challenge for us, as majority of mining, deep coal processing, port equipment used to be purchased in the US and Japan. Contracts were cancelled, deals were broken. However, these problems too are gradually being solved through supplies from other countries. Domestic coal bulk carriers are in a shortage currently, but the problem can be solved. Realistically, it will take time for us to expand our own fleet to sufficient capacity, but we will eventually, and until then we will continue to find alternative solutions. More than anything, we believe that we have learned few important lessons from last year. We need to further develop domestic production of machinery, equipment. We need to revive our own shipbuilding sector and to increase our own fleet. Domestic railway engineering sector is a great example that it can be achieved. The share of domestic wagons and equipment is about 92%, which means that sanctions didn't have a significant impact on production plans. In 2022, Russian railways received 500 locomotives. The objective of the energy strategy of Russia is to maximize the effective use of natural energy resources and the potential of the energy sector in order to sustain economic growth, improve quality of life, and strengthen Russia's foreign economic positions. The strategy determines objectives and goals of the Russian energy sector's long-term development. its priorities and guidelines, as well as mechanism of the state energy policy to ensure the realization of stated objectives. It includes state energy policy requirements and guidelines, pushing support for R&D, as well as providing strategic development assistance. By 2035, Russian coal market volume may grow by 13% from the current levels. The plan provides two scenarios, conservative and optimistic, for the development of the country's coal industry. The conservative option provides an increase in production volume from current 440 to 485 million tons, and the optimistic one up to 668 million tons, and corresponds to the general scheme for the location of electric power facilities for the period up to 2035. The level of production is supported by large proven reserves of 196 billion tons. The raw material bases will be created in new coal mining centers of Republic of Tuva, Yakutia, Transbaikalia, and the Arctic zone. 14 mines and 15 open pit mines will be built from scratch, and more than 20 processing plants will be commissioned, with 8 more modernized. Russian coal export volume is projected to increase from 220 to 260 million tons in the conservative scenario, and up to 390 million tons in the optimistic. Prioritization of infrastructural projects, including accelerated modernization of the eastern range of the Trans-Sibeриan PAM railways, building up the capabilities of the Northern Sea Route, will ensure not only the sustainable development of Russian coal industry, but also will be conducive to the development of Russian regions, including Siberia, the Arctic, and the Far East. Russian coal industry has changed dramatically over the course of the last 30 years, becoming this influencing and at the same time reliable power in the global energy markets. Against all odds, we will remain the reliable participants in the global coal trade. Against all odds, we will continue the course of development and growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga, for your presentation. May I now request you to please take your seat. We have 1 or 2 basic questions to ask you. But I would like to throw the floor open first. So I can see a raised hand there. Can we, yes. Go on, sir.
Good evening, Olga. You spoke about fleet enhancement. So could you throw a little bit more light on that? What kind of fleet enhancement are the players looking at?
Well, we lost 2/3 of the fleet that were available to us, bulk carriers and everything, with the sanctions measures. Right now, we have only 30% available of fleet to us. So the plan is to develop that and to build that up. It will take time. It won't take 1 year. It won't take 2 years. It will take more than that. But in plans, we plan. It's one of the major plans to continue to develop and build up our own fleet of bulkers.
Okay. Then the second part is from the fleet enhancement. If you have a fleet, how does it look like if you have transportation through the Baltic region and the EU region? How do you try to overcome the hurdles which are presently there?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, if you have a fleet, how do you see it will transit through the EU areas with the current sanctions in place?
It's not for solving that. At the moment, the shortage in the ships, in bulkers in general. So overcoming, I don't think it's.
Yeah, the question is, sir, can you repeat the question once more?
Yeah, I'm saying this.
May I reframe that?
Yes, please.
Basically, because of war, European Union may not like to allow through those passages which normally are open to everybody. That was probably what he wished to wanted to know.
Yeah, on that only. Yes.
We will continue to use the passages that are open to us. That's the only option.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir, your question.
May I?
Yes, please.
Olga, this is Satyendra Tiwari, and let me congratulate you on your presentation. It was very nice, detailed. Thank you so much for your
Thank you.
presentation. What I'm wish to know is probably not in this presentation. You must be aware that Government of India is looking to coal fields which can be developed by India. So, is there any inclination where coal blocks are being offered for development and then getting it back to the country concerned?
Yeah, so there, sir, shall I rephrase
Yeah, you
it?
can do that, or otherwise I'll reframe it in small.
No, so there have been past attempts by the government of India to explore coal blocks in Russia, especially coking coal blocks. So, sir's question is that, sir, you can now ask the question, I think.
Is there any inclination or is there any information to you about any coal block being offered to other than Russian players? Is any other country
Sorry, I
getting...
don't have that information.
Okay. That is something which is probably a game changer for anybody. People who would like to probably mine it in a green field and get it back to their country of use, or maybe to market it in the world. That is something which is interesting. I don't know.
Yeah, any more questions from the audience? There's a lot of interest in Russia. That's evident. Yes.
Hi, Olga. Nice presentation. My name is Maruf from Bangladesh. I'm a buyer of coal, basically, and we're looking into expanding into the Russian region and the Indonesian region. And I was, like you mentioned, that Russia is trying to get into new markets. And how would Russia and, let's say, another country, let's be Bangladesh, how would they get into the same playing field where they have not come before? How would one go about that?
We're interested in exploring every market which has opportunity. I believe for Bangladesh, it's we're not very competitive with Indonesia. The coal, by the coal quality and everything, but we definitely could consider working on maybe additional supplies to Indonesian. I think your supplier is Indonesia primarily. We can't compete on distance or anything in there.
Actually, mainly our supplier right now is China, but that too due to post-COVID and some other issues that are rising internally, we are suffering a lot. So that's why we're trying to expand from that region to Russia. We're actually preferring a little higher quality coke and coal, even if the price is higher, because the yield would be higher. And we are also looking into Indonesian coal, so it could be a mix and match. But my main thing was how to go about that, because for Bangladesh, Russia is a fairly new market, and the vice versa.
I'm sure we can work something out here. Thank you.
Any more questions from the audience? Okay, so I will ask a few myself. Now, we know that we are talking about a market which is under the shadow of sanctions by the Western countries. So, without going into the details, I would just like to know, because this is something that we have been hearing over and over again, that because of the sanctions and because of Russia's reliance on imports, critical imports from the West, Russia will be somehow hamstrung as far as development of infrastructure is concerned, which is the main roadblock for allocation of coal to different markets. So, do you think the sanctions will have a real will deal a body blow to Russia as far as coal exports are concerned?
Sanctions do have impact on the industry. I think I've said quite a few things about that. Imports from other countries has been restricted. It affected our equipment and technological part of ports of operations of production. We managed to replace that with imports from other countries, China, India, and others. Affecting export volumes, it is affecting, I won't lie here, but we've done a very impressive job last year, and I think the only option here in this year is to do the same this year. So.
Yes. Okay, so now something on logistics, because in quantitative terms, I mean, we know that of development of the Far East, of the this Baikal-Amur line, as well as this Trans-Siberian line. So how long it could take, and by how much could dispatch increase if these logistical upgrades finally take place?
We have the time frame is challenging. Time frame was a little bit postponed. I think the implementation of all the projects plans will be slightly postponed, but we looking to, I think it's 2025 in the best scenario, completion of all the works. In terms of volume, at least 40 million ton of railway capacity will be added to the railways with the completion of all the projects.
Okay, so 40 million tons. Fine. Now, I mean, about this coal rail freight, I mean, that we are talking about. So the government actually is giving preference to value-added products, to manufactured products, rather than coal. I mean, of course. So, I mean, how is it going to affect? I mean, freight will rise. So is that the possibility going forward?
Yes, there was many, for the rail, if you look from the perspective of only Russian coal sectors, of course, we are not happy with the increase of freight, with allocation to quotas to other sectors and everything. But if you look from the perspective of Russian railways that have to deal with the redirection of 1.4 billion from the west to east, you can understand that there is nothing else that can be done, and all the sectors has to work together to try and leverage those risks. We are affected, the rates are raised, but there is nothing we can do. So it's last year the freight rate was increased and it was dropped. There was additional so-called sanction fees or additional fees for not fulfilling the quotas that were allocated to the miners. So it's a very tight and challenging game to try to balance the whole market, not only coal. So
this will have an impact on prices?
Impact in prices? I don't think so, no.
Okay, so I mean, talking about prices, because
we carrying the risks, not the prices.
Okay, so I mean, talking about prices, because we were discussing during the session on India as well, that the discounts could narrow. Of course, we were having a chat off the stage about this. So, what is your take on prices? I mean, for this year, for this fiscal, of I mean, exported coal from Russia. So prices, of course, were at a discount compared to Australian cargoes, compared to South African cargoes last year. So what is the outlook this year? What do you think?
Well, as I said before, the trend for this year is more stable than last year. I don't think there will be crazy volatility as we've seen last year, and the spread between international indexes and Russian prices are narrowing. So there is less possibilities for so-called discounts. I think a lot will depend on the amount of coal that there will be in the market. Last year we had little supply, and which resulted in a huge hike of prices. This year there is more supply. There is much more supply. Indonesia just said that they plan to produce over 700 million. Russia has a lot of supply. Australia is intending to increase production, but I don't know how that will play out. So I think all that will affect prices in the longer term. Demand-wise, there will be demand from I think in the second half of the year there will be more stronger demands from old markets coming. China's recovery, which is happening much slower than everyone was expecting, but it will eventually, plus China's seasonal demand. Europeans will start replenish their stocks at some point, so there will be demand. So there is the strength of the demand, I think, is much less than it's expected to be. So that can affect prices, I believe.
Okay, so you are kind of projecting a rise in prices in the second half of this year?
I do, but it's not going to be as strong as everyone hope, I think.
And that is mainly premised on the rebound in demand from China?
The rise won't be as strong because of the China, because the demand there won't be as strong. Because current demand is not there. Current stocks in ports is crazy high. And we all hoping for return of seasonal demand from China, but I think they are starting already replenishing their stocks already now. So the only and imports are crazy. The 100 million tons were supplied only in Q1, which is we haven't seen that for ever, I think. Coal production in domestic market, there is also over 400 million tons for the last 2 months. So I think what we're going to see in the coming high season in there is very stable prices. There won't be that volatility that everyone is expecting.
Yeah. Okay, so any more questions from the audience? Yes. Yes,
Yeah,
Mr.
hi
Handa.
Olga, very informative presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Rajat. So I have a quick question. Do you have any idea what's the miner's cost is on FOB basis for a 6,000 NAR, either on the East Coast, which is Vostochny, or on the UST Luga side? So do you have any idea on that? What is the miner's mining cost and the logistics cost? So what's, realistically speaking, what's their cost FOB, the cost to the miner, not what they're selling? Yeah? You have any idea?
I have, but I can't disclose that. I'm sorry.
At least give me a ballpark, an approximate idea.
I'll give you off the stage.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll make sure that I'm there. Anyway, we must conclude now because we're running behind schedule. I now request Mr. Rajat Handa of Agarwal Coal to come up on stage to felicitate Olga. Okay, so we move to the next session. The next session is how is coal demand panning out in emerging markets such as Vietnam, Thailand, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. And the expert joining us for this session is Mr. Kshitij Saxena of Virima Impex Group, Indonesia. Sir, I request you to come up on stage, please. Mr. Saxena has versatile experience of more than 31 years in strategic procurement, shipping and logistics, sales, marketing and trading of bulk commodities. He has attended several global conferences on coal as a speaker and panelist. He has worked for 12 years with the Tata Group in India at Tata Metallics, Tata Steel and Tata International Limited. He has worked for 12 years in Indonesia with Visa Resources, Emsons International, Prolindo Sipta Group and Global Indo Coal as CEO. Mr. Saxena has also previously worked with Russian company Michel Carbon AG as Director Sales, Southeast Asia and India. Welcome, Mr. Saxena. I now request you to start your presentation, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. Yeah. Okay, and this. I'll start with Bangladesh. Bangladesh has added 4,365 megawatt coal power to overall generation capacity has reached 26,075 megawatt from 21,710 megawatt. The coal fire capacity is increased to 6 gigawatt or 23.14% of the total from previous 1,768 megawatt or 6.86. After inaugurating 1,320 megawatt ultra super critical coal-fired power at Payara on 21st May last year, Prime Minister declared 100% electricity coverage for Bangladesh. This ultra critical plant is set up by a joint venture between Northwest Power Generation Company Bangladesh Limited and China National Machinery Import and Export Corporation at an investment of over $2 billion. The power plant is burning 13,000 tons of coal per day. The plant is currently importing coal from Indonesia. It has its own jetty along with conveyor belt, which can unload 3,200 tons per hour from 4 vessels at a time. Bangladesh fuel mix. Bangladesh fuel mix is coal is 6,033 megawatt, gas is more 43.94%, 11,465, then HFO and SD total is 26,075 megawatt. Apart from this, above 26,075, they have a captive power of 2,800 megawatt and imported power is 1,160 from India. Bangladesh has planned to increase its coal power capacity from 5 gigawatt by 2025, and if that happens, then the coal demand will be 19 million tons per annum from current 9 million tons current 9 million tons. Bangladesh imports around 8 million tons and produces around 1 million tons. Current high price in international coal market are hitting hard emerging economies like Pakistan and Bangladesh. At current high price, they cannot afford to buy enough coal, and that is what is resulting into power rationing. Pakistan has a total installed power generation capacity is 40,775 megawatt, which includes thermal power 26,683 megawatt, hydroelectric 10,635 megawatt, wind 1,830 megawatt, solar 530 megawatt, bagasse 369 megawatt, and nuclear 3,620 megawatt. For sustainable and cheap electric supply, the government decided to shift major share of coal power generation towards coal. From 2020 to 2030, coal will become country's second largest primary energy source to serve the overall energy demand. Considering the government preference for using local coal resources, the demand for coal in power generation and the industrial sector will be almost double by 2030. Due to government incentive for construction sector, the consumption of cement has increased, which has also led to increase in consumption of coal. The use of coal will increase to 50 million tons by 2030 as compared to current use of 26 million tons. The government has also issued no objection certificate to construct 5 more new cement plants to enhance the production of cement. Coal demand is projected to increase by 50% in both the cement and brick industry by 2030. Pakistan annually imports 21 to 22 million tons of coal, half of which is consumed by power plant. By 2030, imported coal requirement is expected to be 20.8 million tons, including 7.6 million tons for power and 13.28 million tons for industrial sector. The government of Pakistan may substitute 20% imported coal for power generation and 30% imported coal for industrial consumption. It shows the table shows what is the projected demand by 2030 for imported coal, but it will be substituted by 30% and 20% by domestic coal, Thar coal and non-Thar coal, and so import projection is 15 million tons by 2030. Additional requirement of coal will be met by Thar coal or non-Thar coal for domestic purpose. The share of power generation from coal was 24% in 21 and expected to increase to 31% by financial year 2025 due to commitment plant, but then will decrease to 20.1% by 2030. It is estimated that 42% of total installed capacity in 2030 will be hydropower in base case scenario. Large number of projects are focused on clean hydropower, where more than 20 gigawatt are under construction. Pakistan aims to shift 60% renewable energy and 30% electric vehicle by 2030 and completely ban imported coal by 2030. Vietnam itself is a coal producer. The country produced almost 47 million tons per annum by 2030. Current production is around 45 million tons. Last year, Vinacomin is the largest producer of coal. It produced 39.4 million tons, and it also imported 4.75 million tons to meet its customers' demand. Basically, Vinacomin supplies to the power plant and cement plant. Major portion goes to power plant. Vietnam current coal demand is 86 to 90 million tons. By 2025, it will reach to 121 million tons, and by 2030, it will reach to 156 million tons, mainly due to growing demand of power generation, cement industry, metallurgy, and chemical industry. The government of Vietnam expects power consumption to grow 10 to 12% annually by 2030. Vietnam power consumption rate is highest in the Asia. Installed power generation capacity of Vietnam is 56,000 megawatt, installed power capacity by 23 will be 146 megawatt and rise to 352,000 megawatt by 2035. Proposed capacity of the coal will account for all about 40% of power generation by 2030, down from estimated 50% in 2021. Coal role is power generation diminishing, gas, solar, and wind will provide the larger percentage. In power development plant PDP8 that restrict the new coal-fired power plant, only the power plant which was approved and which are already in a pipeline in PDP 7 will be allowed to come up. According to PDP 8, the share of electricity produced by renewable energy should reach 31.5 by 2030 and increase to more than 36.3 by 2045. As a comparison, revised PDP 7, the share of electricity generation by renewable energy source will only be 23% by 2030. Vietnam installed wind power capacity is 787 megawatt. PDP proposed the additional of 5,000 megawatt of offshore and onshore 3,000 megawatt wind power by 2030. But Vietnam seems to likely to achieve this target much before the time. Vietnam installed solar capacity 17,700 megawatt. Given the swift growth of sector, the target of solar power could reach to 22,000 megawatt by 2030 as proposed in PDP 8. PDP 8 indicates the installed capacity of biomass power in Vietnam will reach 1,730 megawatt. Currently, there are about 17 gigawatt of large hydroelectricity over 30 megawatt and 3.4 gigawatt of small hydroelectricity. Remaining hydropower construction potential is only about 2.7 gigawatt of large hydropower, out of which over 30 megawatt is expected to be operational by 2020 to 2025. Vietnam is seeking to reduce coal-fired thermal power from 34% of its power to 27% by 2030. Vietnam will consume 120 to 121 million tons of coal by 2025. The figure will spike to 156 metric tons by 2030 and fall to 73 to 76 million tons by 2045. Despite increased pressure of its environmental impact, coal will remain the most practical option in the near term in Vietnam. However, there will be no additional development of new coal-fired thermal power as suggested by PDP 8. In PDP 8, only the ongoing fired thermal project under construction and under investment will be operational by 21 to 25. Vietnam is expected to import 83 to 90 million tons of coal each year between 2025 to 2035 and some 44 million tons by 2045. This shows that the coal import from Pakistan, Bangladesh, Vietnam, all is decreasing. Now, Philippines. Philippines has a total coal based power plant 11,669 megawatt. Then they have a renewable 7,914 megawatt. The annual power consumption of Philippines is expected to grow at a compound annual growth rate of 5.8% from current 84 terawatt hours to 145 terawatt hours by 2030. To fulfill its growing power demand, Philippine government plans to increase the total installed power capacity from current 26.88 gigawatt to 58.4 gigawatt by 2030. Philippines plans to increase this renewable power capacity from currently 8 gigawatt to 22.2 gigawatt by 2030. The Philippine Energy Department has declared a ban on coal-fired power plant, but it will not extend to the previously approved projects that are already in the pipeline. By 2030, thermal power will account 51 to 53% of energy mix, with total thermal power capacity reaching to 30.7 gigawatt. The Philippine current coal demand is around 35 million tons. Although Philippines has stopped building new coal power plant, coal demand is expected to increase to about 39 million tons until 2025, mainly driving by rising power consumption. Philippines import 31 to 32 million tons per annum to meet its coal demand. Domestic supplies are 4.5 to 5.5 million tons. Philippines produce 15 to 16 million tons per annum and export about 10 million tons. Thailand. So Thailand total capacity is 49 gigawatt. Installed capacity of renewable energy is around 11 gigawatt, which is 23% of total installed capacity. According to Power Development Plan, Thailand must add 56,431 megawatt of new capacity. Under the national plan, the proportion of clean energy is set at 30% by 2030 and increased to 50% by 2040. Authorities aim to increase solar energy to 10 gigawatt by 2030, up from 3 gigawatt at present. Thailand generated more than half of electricity from natural gas and coal. Oil covers 40% of energy country's need, natural gas 26%, biomass 18%, and coal accounts only 13%. Thailand current power generation mix is comprised of renewable energy 14%, renewable energy primarily produced by biomass 30%, hydropower 25%, solar and wind 24 and 13%. Thailand coal consumption was 35.57 million tons last year, down 7.87 year-on-year basis. Thailand produces 14 million tons coal per annum. Thailand imports 21 to 22 million tons of thermal coal, and this is constant for a couple of years, and this will be it will be constant for next 5 years. In its power development plan, the government aims to increase country's power capacity from 46,000 megawatt to 77,221 megawatt by 2037. The country is aiming to generate 53% of electricity from natural gas, 35% from non-fossil fuel, and 12% from coal in 2037. Thailand cabinet has approved 2 plants with an installed capacity of 660 megawatt, construction to start this year, and the operation from 2026 to 2050. It will form part of coal-fired plant of my Mo power plant. My Mo power plant has a capacity of 2,200 megawatt, and it is produced by coal from 7,116 acre open pit lignite mine. Thailand PDP power development plan to 2037 also called another 1,000 megawatt coal power plant. One plant will be scheduled in east that will be operational by 2033, and another will in south by 2034. Both will operate for 25 years. Thailand Generating Authority of Thailand EGAT, a state-owned enterprise and country's sole lignite mine owner says the coal power plant are necessary to support low-cost electricity and avoid power shortage in year to come. However, a research conducted by Thai academic in October 2021 cast that these has a doubt on these explanations. They found that Thailand already produces more electricity than it needs. They suggest that even if coal was completely phased out by 2027, the country would still have a reserve capacity of 15%. If you see this chart, this shows that coal import in China will be almost constant. India will be reduced. Domestic production will increase. Japan is also decreasing. Korea also decreasing. The increasing is a Southeast Asia, which is mainly coming from Philippines and Vietnam. Interesting is metallurgical coal. India is going to import from 69 to 85,000 by 85 million tons by 2025. India has no alternative but to import coking coal. China is also increasing. Japan is decreasing. And rest of the world, if you see, coking coal will be increased. Rest of the world also includes the Southeast Asia market like Philippines, like Vietnam and Malaysia. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Saxena. Requesting you to take your seat, please. Questions from the audience? Any questions? That was a fairly detailed presentation, so I had a few questions in mind, but the answers were already there in the presentation. So I don't think we need to ask those questions over again. Only if you could just, sir, highlight on the post-COVID recovery in Thailand and the near-term outlook for coal imports. If you could dwell a little bit on that, because, and with special focus on the cement sector of the country. So if you could say something, sir.
Thailand produces around 33 million tons of cement, and the growth is not much. So I don't expect any, big tonnage coming out, coal tonnage coming out from cement plant. And similarly with the power. So this is almost constant, and it is constant for coal imports, especially I'm talking about, is almost constant from last couple of years, and I hope that it will decrease, not increase.
And for Bangladesh, sir, actually also we were interested to know the trajectory that Bangladesh is following. So you said that, of course, power imports will keep rising in the years to come. So will that be the course that Bangladesh will take, or will there be, a transition to renewables? How do you see the emerging scenario in Bangladesh?
See, they have a plan of putting a 5 gigawatt coal thermal plant, and there is a problem of, the finance. Most of the banks are not financing the coal power plant, and every country you will see that coal consumption is decreasing by after 2030 or after 2035. That is the aim we have to achieve to increase the renewable energy and decrease the coal. That is what I see. The coal demand will be there only up to 2030. After 2030, it will be decreased sharply.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Saxena. I don't have any further questions. Any questions from the audience? Okay, so we wrap this session up. I request Mr. Satyendranath Tiwari, of ex-Marketing Director, Coal India, to please come up on stage to felicitate Mr. Saxena. A round of applause, please.
your hands up.
Thank you, Mr. Saxena. Thank you, Mr. Tiwari. Thank you both. We now take a short break, 10-minute break after 4 long sessions. So we meet exactly after 10 minutes. Thank you.
Don't stop. Left, right, don't stop. Left, right, don't stop. 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 Don't The streets hot, my Glock's fire. AK straight from the Russian Empire. Yeah, the streets hot, my Glock's fire. AK straight from the Russian Empire. Left, right, marching on your block. Drop the top, fuck the cops. Left, right, marching on your block. Drop the top, don't stop. Left, right, don't stop. Left, right, don't stop. Left, right, don't stop. Stop, 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 stop. Left, right, don't stop.
There's up on the temple, I climb and I crawl. Wonder how much further I'll go. Feet that fall apart till I walk on my ankles. Can I finish? I just don't know. People travel millions of miles just to see, but they never conquer this way. I can tell them the gray has made their conditions. They're too far to hear what I say. To hear what I say. To hear what I say.
House party don't stop.
There's a ton of temple, I climb and I crawl. Wonder how much further I'll go. Feet that fall apart till I walk on my ankles. Can I finish? I just don't know.
House party don't stop.
People travel millions of miles just to see it, but they never conquer this way. I can tell them the greatest name, the conditions. They're too far to hear what I say. To hear what I say.
There's up on the temple, I climb and I crawl. Wonder how much further I'll go. Feet that fall apart till I walk on my ankles. Can I finish? I just don't know.
House party don't stop.
People travel millions of miles just to see, but they never conquer this way. I can tell them the gray has made their conditions. They're too far to hear what I say. To hear what I say. To hear what I say.
House party don't stop.
There's a ton of temple, I climb and I crawl. Wonder how much further I'll go.
House party don't stop.
Feet that fall apart till I walk on my ankles. Can I finish? I just don't know. People travel millions of miles just to see it, but they never conquer this way.
House party don't stop.
I can tell them the greatest name, the conditions. They're too far to hear what I say.
House. 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 House party don't stop. House. House. House.
introduce my other side. Getting high is kicking in, take it off. It's no sin, be like me, show me you're alive. So I sing, come baby, run with me. Just take my hand, I will set you free. Come baby, run with me. Then maybe one day you become like me. Crashing cars, living dreams, living lies, and in between, let me introduce my other side. Getting high is kicking in, take it off. It's no sin, be like me, show me you're alive. So I sing, come baby, run with me. Just take my hand, I will set you free. Come baby, run with me. And maybe one day you become like me. So promise me you'll catch me when I'm coming back down. I'm all fired up, so don't stop now. 'Cause honestly I like it that I'm about to black out. So if you're such an artist, finish what you started. I bid you please don't fail me now. You got me all fired up, I'm off the ground. So promise me you'll catch me when I'm coming back down. I'm off the ground, so promise me you'll catch me when I'm coming back down.
When you're lost trying to find your way in a world that you don't understand, you get tired of being pushed away, left there without a plan. Keep me close when the party breaks and you can't fix what's on your mind. Keep me close when the darkness finds you faster than the speed of light. I wanna sing it at the top of my lungs. fake it, but you're the one that make me fly. I know you said this thing was over. I know you said I should get wild. I can go hard if I want to. I can get high if I want to. Nothing got me tripping. Nothing got me tripping. Hey, you got the shit I like. Even the money you don't need right. No, nothing got me tripping. Nothing got me tripping. Hey. Nothing got me tripping. Hey. I can get high and high and high. Nothing got me tripping. I don't really wanna fake it. I don't really wanna die. And all my friends are getting shady, but you're the one that made me fly. I know you said this thing was over. I know you said I should get wild. I can go hard if I want to. I can get high if I want to. Nothing got me tripping. Nothing got me tripping. Like you got the shit I like. Even the money you don't need right. No, nothing got me tripping. Nothing got me tripping. Like nothing got me tripping. Like I can get high and high and high. Nothing got me tripping.
If I could hold you just for a minute, what would you say? I should have told you from the beginning I couldn't stay. You've been hurting, but it ain't my fault. Ain't my fault. No, it ain't my fault. And I've been hoping you could break my fall. Baby, break my fall. What do I need to say? It's too late, turn back. I can stand your pain. Please go far, far away. What do I need to say? It's too late, turn back. I can stand your pain. Please go far, far away. If I could fix it just for a minute, baby, what would you do? My head is spinning, this isn't finished. Are you missing me too? You've been hurting, but it ain't my fault. Ain't my fault. No, it ain't my fault. And I've been hoping you could break my fall. Baby, break my fall. What do I need to say? It's too late, turn back. I can stand your pain. Please go far, far away. What do I need to say? It's too late, turn back. I can stand your pain. Please go far, far away. understand your pain. Please go far, far away. You are the shelter, the love that covers me from my head down to my feet. But the only light in my darkest day, you are my run away. You are the shelter, the love that covers me from my head down to my feet. But the only light in my darkest day, you are my run away.
Yeah, requesting those gathered outside to come in, please. We are about to start the session in a minute. I repeat, those gathered outside may please come in. We are about to start the session. We have 2 more sessions to go before we pack for today. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence. Yeah, so the penultimate session of the day is increasing usage of biomass in Japan's coal-based power plants. The expert with us today is Mr. Yoshinobu Kusano, Executive Director, Renova Inc. Mr. Kusano, I request you to come up on stage, please. Mr. Yoshinobu Kusano joined Renova as Executive Advisor in 2017, prior to which he worked for Sumitomo Corporation in its head office as well as offices in Saudi Arabia and Johannesburg, South Africa, as a representative. He has been involved in the startup of overseas plantation forest management and operation joint venture as director. Since 2003, he has been intensively focusing on biomass fuel development and sourcing as head of the biomass group of Sumitomo Corporation. Mr. Kusano holds a BA in law from Waseda University. Mr. Kusano, I now request you to commence your presentation, please.
That's good.
So, as Mr. Kusano is about to commence his presentation, I request, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Please take your seats. This session is about to commence. Yes. Mr. Kusano, over to you, sir.
Hello. My name is Yoshi Kusano. I come from Japan. I come from the renewable industries. Renewable is not the competitor of fossil fuel. Maybe renewable can assist you make yourself renewable in the future. So based on that, I will proceed my presentation. Here is the agenda today, from number 1 to number 5. Based on this, I will proceed my speech. Biomass to power industry. This has begun in Japan almost 20 years ago. Coal-fired power plants, the one in central Japan, Hekinan Power, number 5 unit, started coal-fired wood chips with only 3% of coal. Another is in Kansai area, Maizuru coal-based power plant, number 1 unit, started co-firing wood pellet with only for 3% of coal. Hekinan is owned by Chubu Electric. Now JERA. Maizuru is owned by Kansai Electric. They are motivated by RPS regulations. RPS stands for Renewable Portfolio Standard. The government requested that they should increase renewable energy ratio every year. This was a legal binding. After that, several coal-fired units have started co-firing biomass. By that time, the government issued 2 regulations forcing power industry to achieve. One is Act on Sophisticated Method of Energy Supply Structure. Another is Act on the Rational Use, etc. of Energy. Both regulate usage of coal and request higher percentage of efficiency on coal-based power plant. FIT scheme, which is feed-in tariff, is a financial back support to those projects. However, none of them could increase co-firing ratio much higher than expected because they are using wood pellets. Wood pellet has a limitation of mixture ratio with coal. Grinding wood pellet using coal pulverizer is very difficult. Probably between 3 to 5% under commercial operation is the limit. On a laboratory basis, 10% of mixture will be maximum. This is mainly because wood is sticky to grind, while coal is easy to grind. In 2021, the government declared low-efficient coal unit should be closed down by the year 2030. In the same year, the government declared carbon neutrality by the year 2050. In its process, the government declared 46% of reduction of CO2 by the year 2030. These are the powerful enforcement for coal users to get away from coal as quickly as possible. Facing this situation, I see that the power industry has 2 options to go. One is to close down old and inefficient coal-fired units permanently. Another is skipping out the process to co-fire biomass, going straight to hydrogen and ammonia. I can say that it is very difficult to predict the direction of power industry. Very difficult to determine the future coal consumption and biomass consumptions. In addition, if they are required to make themselves renewable, they have an option to go for solar and wind by leaving out from coal. Biomass to the other core users, general industries. On the contrary, general industries, including chemical, steel manufacturing, cement producers, are much more serious finding alternative to coal. They are heavy coal users. They use coal as a source of energy and as a raw material. They have no other options than going for biomass. Solar and wind cannot produce heat. Solar and wind cannot be a raw material for them. A good example is one of the chemical conglomerate. They are consuming 3 million tons of coal a year, importing from overseas. Within their factory, they own and operate coal-fired power stations to supply electricity to their factory. They are planning to co-fire 30% of biomass with coal at their boilers. For this, they are considering to use torrefaction biomass because of higher calorific value and easy grindability at pulverizer. Probably they are using torrefaction biomass at their PC boiler. Another example is at the steel manufacturing plants. Blast furnace needs coke as a reducing agent. From iron ore, getting iron oxide out to make a pure iron. Carbon in cokes get married with oxide in iron and becomes carbon dioxide. This is CO2. This means the process of steel making inevitably generate CO2 and emit to the atmosphere. One of the solutions is using biomass instead of coke. Biomass is regarded as carbon neutral because during tree growing, CO2 is absorbed and is stored in a tree body. By burning trees, CO2 is emitted, but this CO2 has been absorbed from the atmosphere during the last several years while trees are growing. But for replacing coke with biomass, it is very difficult. Firstly, biomass must be physically hard enough. Secondly, normal calorific value is not enough. Therefore, giving torrefaction to biomass is necessary. Each steel manufacturer has a different specification for biomass. Torrefaction technology are available worldwide. None of them has been successfully building a commercial-scale torrefaction factory. Rotary kiln torrefaction has a problem of scaling up the capacity. Level of torrefaction cannot be controlled easily. If a higher calorific value is required, such as 7,000 kilocalories, it needs high temperature. Rotary kiln needs to be protected from high heat. Refractory brick is necessary to protect kiln, it is expensive. Other technologies such as cyclone system, steam explosion system needs to be proved in terms of cost competitiveness and scaling up capability. One recommendable torrefaction technology is using superheated steam to spray onto raw material. This can control grade of torrefaction as per the customer's requirement. Continuous production, not batch production. Scale up to commercial-based production possible. Grade of torrefaction is controllable to wide range. Uniform torrefaction is possible for commercial production, and mass loss is minimum. With this improvement of torrefaction technology, biomass demand in general industry will increase. By the way, this torrefaction technology using a superheated steam is invented by Nippon Steel ex-coal blast furnace engineers. Why do they need biomass? Simply, they need biomass as replacement of coal. For the power industry, decarbonization is the immediate requirement. Reducing coal consumption is the immediate requirement as well. If they just switch fuel from coal to biomass at the existing coal-based power plant, it can be immediately making them renewable without modifying a facility, without spending a lot of money. This case, the issue is from where they can source biomass in such a big volume. If they cannot find a good source of biomass, they will simply shut down old and inefficient coal-based power plant by the year 2030. Several large-scale coal-fired power plants with co-firing biomass are existing. They are not welcomed as well. They are required either full conversion to biomass or increase co-firing percentage with the immediate future target of full conversion. Regarding this, I don't think any subsidy expected from the government of Japan. For general industries, even steel manufacturers, they are not exceptional anymore to the renewable requirement. In the past, the Japanese government allowed them to continue to using coal. However, they are not exceptional anymore. The government will ask them for changing steel making process or using biomass at any part of production as much as possible for the purpose of achieving decarbonization target. Other alternatives to coal are hydrogen and ammonia. These are not today's energy, but it will come 7 years, 8 years, or maybe 9 years later. The point is, hydrogen must be a green hydrogen. It should be renewable-based hydrogen. In case of fossil fuel-based hydrogen, the combination with CCS facility is the must. CCS stands for carbon capture and storage. So does ammonia. Until they will come to the market, some portion of coal will be replaced by biomass. But to what extent will biomass be able to do is unknown. How will biomass demand grow? I can tell you rough number of biomass demand. Japan imports 80% of biomass from foreign countries. Main supply is from Canada, America, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Indonesia. Biomass is in a form of wood pellet, wood chips, and PKS. Probably last year, over 6 million tons are imported, according to the statistics. Very difficult to know the true number because some of the biomass is classified not biomass, but some other items. These are only for the power industry. Probably more than 90% are for power industry. It will grow over 10 million tons by the year 2025, as many of dedicated biomass power plants are under construction. It will come into the market as soon as the year 2024 and 2025. The last year, October, there was a biomass conference in Miami, IIFA, which is United States Industrial Pellet Association, is the organizer. One of the famous biomass consultant company, Hawkins Wright, predicted that Japan's import of biomass will exceed that of the UK within a couple of years. Now the UK imports 7.5 million tons from overseas. As to biomass demand from general industry, it is quite uncertain yet. As you know well, Japan imports 100 million tons of thermal coal and 70 million tons of coking coal. The demand potential from substituting coking coal is huge. Going back to the power industry, this is the Japanese government target for the energy mix at the time of 2030 for power generation. This is for power generation, not including any general industries. You can see biomass got 5% of total energy supply for power. If we look at coal, it got 19%. It was 26% in the previous energy mix target, while actual percentage was 32% in 2019. This means 32% reliance down to 19%. It means 40% reliance down. It is practically impossible as we import 100 million tons. We need to find alternative renewable energy equivalent to 40 million tons of coal. So the conclusion here, throughout the year 2030, the replacement of coal to biomass will continue to grow, but slowly. The government wants 40 million tons of coal should be replaced to renewable energy by the year 2030. 40 million tons of coal is equivalent to 50 to 60 million tons of biomass. Biomass is traded worldwide only 40 million tons per year, of which Japan is taking 6 million tons in 2021. The hidden potentiality of biomass supply is unknown, as accumulation of biomass all over the world is huge. The problem of biomass is its bulkiness. If it becomes international tradable commodity, it should be dense, suitable for long-haul transportation across the ocean. Biomass sourcing. The main supply sources of biomass to Japan are Canada, America, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Indonesia. Not only wood-based biomass, but agricultural residue biomass will become a good source of biomass, such as sugarcane bagasse, corn stalks, peanut shell, cashew nut shell, flax oil straw. Palm oil related residue will be a great source, such as EFB, which is empty fruit bunch of palm oil tree, OPT, which is old palm tree, etc., etc. PKS, this is also palm oil related residue, is in the market already. Japan power industry imports a lot. Back to woody biomass. There are still huge volume of woody biomass just left over in the forest or just burned as a fuel to the sawmill. Some forests just leave it unattended, creating forest fire. Logs are illegally harvested and stolen, or tree dies and rotted without finding any good usage. Rotted wood emits CO2 or even methane gas, which is 21 times worse than CO2 in terms of contributing to the global warming. So here, we need somebody who develops a new source of biomass. If the coal suppliers, like many of you here, consider development of biomass manufacturing, it will help a lot. It is not only good for Japan, but also good for your own. One last subject, FIT scheme. It started as a subsidy to the newcomer to the power generation. It began in 2012. The government guaranteed to pay 24 yen per kilowatt hour for 20 consecutive years of power generation. With the benefit of this scheme, a lot of IPPs started up, while some of the big power utilities enjoyed the scheme. But actually, it ended in 2021, when the scheme became a public tender. From 2023, FIP, which is feed-in premium, was introduced. The government pays a premium on top of electricity market price. This is different from FIT. FIT stands for feed-in tariff. Under FIT, the government pay a fixed 24 yen regardless of electricity market price movement. The electricity market is rather complicated. If I try to explain more, I need another occasion to explain. But in a world, there is not such a subsidy scheme as FIT anymore. FIT funding is paid by the nations through electricity bill every month. The government doesn't want the nation, the Japanese nation, to bear such a big cost anymore. Instead, government wants biomass should be in itself competitive among other energy. This is the conclusion of my speech today. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Kusano. Requesting you to take your seat, sir. Questions from the audience for Mr. Kusano? Nice and interesting subject. I have a couple of questions myself, which I'll go to, of course, but first I would like to take a few questions from the audience, if there are any. Doesn't look like there are questions for you from the audience, sir. So I'll ask you myself. Of course, you touched upon this subject of particular interest to me is the replacement of metallurgical coke by biomass. And of course, we have talked about the deficiencies of biomass as a reductant compared to coke. But of course, for power, as you said, that there has been mixing of biomass with other sources. For the steel industry or for the chemicals industry, is it possible to mix it with other sources, biomass, to achieve the desirable results?
You mean the mixture with other biomass?
Yes.
Or maybe there is a big potential because, first of all, they will try to mix coal with biomass, starting from a small percentage of biomass and try to increase the mixture ratio. But as the biomass is not enough in supply, probably they need several different type of biomass to mix with coal. That is a traditional usage for the moment.
Okay. One other question which I had in mind is, you say that, of course, the usage, as you say, in Japan is growing. And the outlook till 2030 is that it will grow, but slowly. But the entire, I think the entire usage is totally import dependent. So is it sustainable in the long term?
Japan needs to import most of the biomass from overseas. Japan, in fact, is a forest-rich country. Therefore, we can get biomass locally, domestically. But the cost of harvesting, cost of transportation is very, very expensive in Japan. And of course, at the one point, we need a very big amount of biomass. So importing biomass through the efficient facility of seaport is most practical way for us to solve the problems in terms of the cost and in terms of the uniformity of the biomass, in terms of the continuity of a supply, etc. So therefore, probably I'm guessing the 80% of our biomass requirement is coming from overseas.
Is made through imports mainly. Okay, one other question which I had in mind was the emissions reduction potential. Now, we are talking about reduction of emissions, but can you quantify it? Like for production of one unit of power, 1 kilowatt hour of power, what could be the reduction potential of biomass compared to thermal coal?
It is very difficult to quantify, but I can suggest that, as I told in my presentation, starting from 3 to 5% of a mixture of a biomass into coal-fired power plants, now they are achieving between 10 to 20% of a mixture. But the government is saying, well, that is not enough, because talking about power generation industries, even if they achieve 50% of biomass usage together with coal, it is not enough, because still the biomass is supporting coal to use in the power industries. The government total, the objective is to make it whole renewable, complete renewable. So the government is suggesting to make it hydrogen-based power plants or even ammonia-based power plants. And as a transition period, the government is admitting to use a biomass as the internal, the way of solution.
Yes. Now that the discussion has veered to hydrogen, may I just put forward one question to you? This is of particular interest to me personally. You said that hydrogen is still in the future, some 7 to 9 years, 10 years in the future, both hydrogen and ammonia. So you think that the green hydrogen in Japan is just 10 years away? I mean, from commercialization. So that is big news, in fact.
Well, we are not expecting green hydrogens available in Japan. All must be imported, but not yet any commercial-based production, as you know well. Probably to make a green hydrogen, most important is to get renewable power supply to be used at electrolyzers. So it is quite difficult to find the good place to obtain renewable power in a sufficient volume, because we can see a lot of renewable power generations in Japan, in Asia, and in Europe, but most of them are fully utilized, not anymore surplus to produce a green, hydrogen. So it is very difficult, and as the interim considerations, our government, Japanese government, admit like a blue hydrogen or even gray hydrogen, which is produced from a fossil fuel. But that case, most probably we need CCS, carbon capture and storage facility, must be attached. Otherwise, government will not accept. So when the hydrogen and ammonia will come, but I said in my presentations, maybe we need 7 years, 8 years, 9 years. But in fact, I don't think it is achievable. It will take much more time until we can supply green hydrogen sufficiently to even only to the power generations. So for that means the biomass as an interim solution is very important, I think.
Absolutely. And considering also the fact that CCS as well as electrolyzers are both very expensive investments. So, of course, biomass can be an interim solution, of course. My last question to you, Mr. Kusano, is can you just throw some light on the current energy transition that is happening in Japan? Of course, we have seen volatility last year in the global energy markets, which is slowly easing, of course, but still coal prices are at historic highs compared to the past decade. Also, gas prices are quite high, although Europe is stocked up maybe for this year, but there is an expectation that there could be restocking ahead of winter, and prices could go up again. So, in a situation where the energy market inflation and volatility persists, what are the choices before Japan?
I think we have no other choice but to accept the commodity market movement, even it is a biomass prices. And it is very risky for me to say like this. I'm running the 7 dedicated biomass power plants in Japan. So, but we have to accept any market price up and down. And probably as we are generating energy to a key industry to Japan, like power industries, or if in the future to the general industries as well. But energy is inevitable for them. So we have to find a way to accept this market price movement.
Yes, we have to find a way to accept the commodity market price movement. Thank you, Mr. Kusano. With that, I would like to wrap up this session. Thank you so much for your insights. To felicitate Mr. Kusano, I have the pleasure of calling up on stage Mr. Ahmad Zamani, Head of Board, Isfahan Steel Company, Iran. Mr. Zamani. Thank you, Mr. Kusano. Thank you, Mr. Zamani. Thank you very much. with that, we now come to the last session for the day. The last session is Climate Change Challenge for Shipping. The expert to join us is Captain Ravi Shukla, General Manager, Bulk Marine, Hong Kong. General Manager for Bulk Marine Limited, Hong Kong since the last 5 years, Mr. Shukla is Fellow of the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers from 2018. He is a member of the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers since 2011. A Master Mariner, Captain holding dual degree in Business Administration in Maritime and Logistics Management from University of Tasmania, an Australian Maritime College. He has over 30 years of experience in the maritime industry. He's a BSc in Nautical Sciences from the University of Mumbai. Over to you, Captain Shukla, for your presentation.
Thank you so much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. If I must say, I'm the last hurdle between a well-deserved cocktail and dinner, I would not be very wrong. So I thank you all. You have been a very patient audience. I appreciate that, and I would demand or request rather the next 30 minutes of your continued attention. Okay, so far we have had the learned speakers here talking about the costing part on the shore side. From the producer's perspective, from the buyer's perspective, I bring in the cost increase due to the regulations imposed on shipping by IMO. How much is the cost increase? So I will add on the glass of wine which you will have after this session will approximately be 7.6% expensive by the time we hit 2030. Anything we have today without inflation is going to increase by about 7.6%. And how? I will run through the slides and you can have an insight into the cost increase. Okay. 90% of the world trade goes through via shipping. That's the biggest. And IMO has in 2023 imposed a regulation which restricts the emission of carbon dioxide from ships and has given a timeline till 2030 to reduce carbon emissions by at least 50%. And if we go up to 2050, shipping as a whole has to become carbon neutral. Okay. IMO, that's the International Maritime Organization, one of the most sluggish body in the whole wide world. They set up regulations, but they are not the approvers of technology. So it remains on the ship owners to come up with solutions to meet those regulations. So you can understand the gap. The maker of a regulation is not certifying a technology which determines the results. So that's the gap which IMO brings in. Now, IMO has in 2023 started with a regulation which is called the EEXI and CII, that is the Carbon Intensity Indicator Regulations. These impact the carbon emissions from ships. I will just take you through that. EEXI is very easy to understand. It's like a ticket to enter a stadium. That means what? All the ships are required to undergo reduction on the power which the engines are generating. That's EEXI, energy efficiency of existing ships. Once all the ships have reduced their power, then comes the second regulation into picture, which is the carbon intensity indicator, which is basically like how the ship is operated. So the better the ship is operated, lower are the emissions. And these ships are then ranked from a grade A to grade E. grade A belonging to the best performing ships, grade E belonging to the poor performers. These ships are still existing in the water. As a basic example, I would say that grade C is an average grade. The ship can run, which has a grade C, is okay to run for the next, say about till 2030, we can run that ship. Now, these regulations have come into picture from 1st January. So EXI is already in force. CII still there is 1 year within which the ship owners have to collect the data. And then from 2024, their bands will be allocated to the ships. Okay, now we are talking about 90% of the trade and how much emissions this trade generates. It's only 2.9%. 2.9% over 100%. That means that 10% of the industry, which is rail, road, aviation, is generating the 90%. But everybody is talking about the 2.9% which is generated by shipping. This is from the OECD report. And more focus is on this because by 2050, the shipping trade is expected to triple in volume. Okay, this I already said, by 2030, the emissions have to come down to 50%, and then by 2050, it has to be like carbon neutral. Okay, now the ships, their main engine are very heavy units. They cannot run on batteries. There's no storage capacity for those batteries. So what is the alternative available to the ships? The only alternative available to the ship is to find a suitable fuel which will not generate so much carbon and it can comply with the IMO regulations. What are the fuels currently available? The fuels which are currently available to assist the ship owners to meet this requirement are LNG. It is synthetic gas. It is green ammonia, methanol, and hydrogen. Mr. Cusano's previous session was talking about biomass. That biomass is actually synthetic natural gas, and some part goes to preparation of methanol. So these are the fuels which are currently looked into, LNG being the biggest one. It's like a bridge between the future fuel and the current fuel. We cannot use heavy fuel oil or diesel oil to comply with these regulations. We have to switch over to LNG, and LNG is not the future fuel. So till the time the bridge remains on LNG, we have to find the future fuels. Going hand in hand with the future fuel is the engine which can burn the fuel. Now, there are no engines of the future. Everybody is waiting and watching. Ship is an expensive unit, about 20 million plus. So since we don't have the technology on the engine side, none of the ship owners would go and buy a brand new ship or give an order for a brand new ship, which we don't know if it can be used after 2030 or not. So what's available in the market? Only the second-hand tonnage is available in the market, and we have to run with that for the next, till at least 2030 or till the time we get insight into the future fuel. This is energy and efficiency existing ships index or EXI. It is applicable to all ships with a certain size. They call it 400 gross tonnage. That's the size of the ship. And this regulates the power of the ship. So if we reduce the power, hence the CO2 emission of that ship will be reduced to a certain extent. But it is not fulfilling the IMO criteria as a whole, which IMO has determined. So this is like one-time technical upgrade. What does it mean? It is like putting a speed governor in a car or in a bus which we have. So it's basically reducing the power generated by the engine. It comes into in multiple solutions. One is like direct reduction of the engine power. The second is called the shaft power limiter, which is like limiting the revolutions on the shaft. But basically, it's like a technical downgrade of the existing engine. Once we have this device which is fitted on the main engine, the power of the ship is reduced, and it is reduced to a certain extent that it will assist in reduction of the CO2 emissions. Now, this is what IMO has done on ships of 20,000 dead weight till about 200,000 dead weight. There is a reduction of 20%. So by using a engine power limiter, we can reduce the emissions by 20%, and that's the reduction also on the engine power. Now we come to the second aspect, which is the most critical one, which impacts the shippers, which impacts the receivers, which is called the carbon intensity indicator. What it is. The first part we talked about is just a direct reduction of the main engine, which the ship owner can comply very easily. He installs a device on the main engine, reduces the power, and he complies with that. Then he has handed over his ship to a charterer or a shipper or a receiver. Now it remains on the operational efficiency of that ship, how the charterer is running the vessel. What is the kind of port stay this vessel will face? These are all leading to burning of fuel and hence emission of carbon dioxide. So a good charterer, a good operation will reduce the port stay of the vessel. Hence, it will be falling in a higher band above C, maybe B, or maybe A. If the ship has faced a lot of congestion in a port, it might fall down to band D or band E. Now, this is a part which is a conflict between the ship owner and the operator of that vessel. If I may call him to be a charterer or a shipper, because the ship owner will say that it is during your usage, the ship has generated so much carbon dioxide. So you are responsible for this, and you have to bear the consequences. Now, there are certain measures available to the industry, the shipping industry, the ship owner, by which he can improve the efficiency of the vessel. These are called, some technologies are there which will reduce the use of fuel, but still increase the efficiency of the ship. So I'll just go through some of the energy efficiency devices which are available. But first, let us see the CI. CI is the most controversial of the IMO regulations so far. There are objections from big operators, and IMO is looking into that. The part which is controversial is how to handle the port stay of the vessel. Who is responsible for that? The ship is under the use of the charterer or the shipper, so he is responsible for that. IMO wants year on year a 2% reduction on the CI. That means if a target is given to us today, in 2025, we have to reduce it by 2%. We have to slowly increase, and by 2026, we have to reduce the emissions as of 2019 by 11%. Now the regulations, the next set of regulations come into force in 2030. But after 26, how much reduction has to be there? It is still not decided by the IMO. They will review the data by 2026 and then decide what needs to be done between 2027 and 2030. So you can see we are talking about a reduction of 2% over the years, and by 2026 we have to reduce the emissions by 11% as compared to 2019. These are some of the methods by which a ship operator, I'm not using the word ship owner because the control is with the operator of the vessel, can reduce the impact of CII. One is digitization. Digitization, by this, it means collection of the data. How much port stay, how much fuel has been consumed, how much CO2 has been emitted, collection of that data. Until unless we have data, we cannot analyze the data and we cannot take measures to control the emissions. Then there are certain features on the ship which assist in reduction of the carbon intensity. The ship's trim in a loaded condition can be altered to reduce the CII, or you can have the ship routed via a slightly different route, take a longer route with less weather impact so that your fuel consumption in that route is reduced. So you are leading to reduction in the CII. Then comes weather optimization. Weather optimization is very easy to understand. If you face bad weather, you reduce the speed of the ship. There is no point burning extra fuel, generating extra revolutions, and then hitting a wall, and you are not gaining anything on time, or you are reducing the distance. So weather optimization is the other thing which is available to the operator to improve on the CII. The next one is just-in-time arrivals. This is slightly controversial. In tanker industry, in the wet industry, it is used very, very genuinely. But in the bulk industry, it is still not properly used, if I may say. I have given an example of a port of Newcastle in Australia, which applies it across the board, and it is very fair to all the ships which are arriving. I'm talking about bulk carriers because we are into dry bulk, so I'm talking about that. So what is just-in-time arrival? Just-in-time arrival is indicating to the master that at a certain deadline before the arrival into port, he has to give an estimated time of arrival. Once he has crossed that limit, that estimated time of arrival is registered with the port. Now, if there is a competing ship which is slightly delayed, which is behind, she will give an ETA after that vessel. So the registry in the port is the first ship which has given an earlier arrival is number 1 in the queue. The second one which was following is number 2 in the queue. That queuing will not change whatever happens to the two ships by the time they arrive. Now, I am using the word whatever happens. Maybe the weather impact on the ship number 1 was greater than ship number 2, and ship number 2 arrived earlier than ship number 1, but the port will just treat ship number 1 as the earliest arrival because she crossed the deadline and reported the ETA earlier than the second vessel. So that is called just in arrival. How it helps the ports? It helps the port in reduce the congestion. Ships can delay their ETA and reduce the fuel consumption, hence reduce the CII imprint of that vessel. So just-in-time arrivals are very extensively used in tanker industry. They are being used in the dry bulk, but due to the fact that they can be manipulated, only the standard countries are implementing them. So that is just-in-time arrival. It helps a lot in reducing your CII imprint for that particular vessel. Next is improving the turnaround time in port. This is totally out of control of the ship owner. This is solely on the port, the receivers or the shippers, on their logistics, which ship is loaded first, which is loaded second. The longer a ship waits, the longer it stays in port, it consumes fuel, extra fuel, and thus the CII imprint is higher. The methods, the next method which is to reduce the CII imprint of a vessel is by improving the hull, by improving on the design of the vessel, like changing some of the lights on the ship. From the conventional lights, you go to LED, so you reduce the generator power, you reduce the fuel consumption, you reduce the CII imprint. Then use of sails or rotors to improve or reduce the fuel consumption. Basically, the less amount of fuel a ship will use, the lower its CII imprint will be there. These technologies, they impact the EXI also, but more so they impact the CII. EXI, what we have reduced the engine power, we deploy a rotor, it increases the speed without increasing the fuel consumption. So these technologies have a two-way impact. they improvise on your EXI, and they also improvise on your CII. Okay, then the next part, which is again transferring the liability to the ship owner, is how he maintains his vessel. The engine maintenance and the generator maintenance and the other machinery maintenance. So better the ship is maintained, reduction in the CII imprint. And lastly, the use of carbon neutral fuels. We don't have carbon neutral fuels as of now. There's no technology which has determined that this is a carbon neutral fuel. There are various combinations which ship owners are using, various combinations which the classification societies, the shipbuilding, they are trying out, but we still don't have a fuel which can directly and strongly impact the carbon footprint. Now, this is a question, who will bear the impact of these compliances? Okay, the ship owner has to comply with this, but the ship owner is very clear on this, that he is not going to bear the financial responsibility for this. EXI, to a certain extent, yes, he will downgrade the engine, but on the CII, he is very clear that I am not taking this liability. This has to be built in either in the hire, if it's on a time charter, or it has to be built in freight if it is on a voyage charter. He is very clear because he says, I have handed over the control of the vessel to you. You are running the vessel. You improvise the CII. There are charter party clauses which have already been enforced now. BIMCO has circulated that. Several ship owners are using them, and they are using it to their advantage. I'll just run through a simple voyage from a loading port to a discharge port to show you how much is the carbon emitted on that voyage and what is the cost impact. Suppose today the governments, they decide that, okay, people cannot comply with CO2 emissions. We impose a costing on each ton of CO2 generated by a particular vessel. Now, this impact on costing is a direct impact on the freight. That means the commodity which is reaching the end consumer is expensive. So we have run through a voyage which is starting in a load port called Ust-Luga. The vessel is loading from Ust-Luga. She's a post-Panamax vessel which is loading about 85,500 metric tons of cargo. And she is transiting the Suez Canal and discharging in the west coast of India in a port called Jaigarh. So this is the basic calculation. Just to show you the price impact, we have taken the EU pricing for 1 metric ton of CO2 emitted, which is at $90. You can just go on Google and see, it will be around this figure only. Now, if you see the amount of carbon dioxide emitted by this vessel is close to 5,600 metric tons. 5,600 metric tons. And this with $90 per ton is a cost of $500,000. This is the cost impact. If all the governments today decide that people cannot comply with the regulations, we have to impose a cost. They will impose on this shipment a cost of $500,000. You can see the freight impact. This is directly either on the shipper or on the receiver. So over this tonnage of 85,000, this is like almost like $6. This is a 70-day voyage. And as I said, we have taken a EU pricing of 90. This gives a $500,000 cost impact. Per metric ton increase is almost $6. Ship owner is not going to bear this cost. Who is going to bear this cost? This is a direct impact and will fall on charters and shippers, or you can replace the shippers by receivers. So this is how much your freight increase is there. Okay, now we can come to a question that we are, as I said, the ships are in bands A to E. A ship charterer will say, I will not hire a ship which is C. You cannot go below C. If the ship is in D and E band, they have to take corrective measures. Those are extra costs. So we are not talking about ships which are in band D or E. That is expensive. Nobody will hire those kind of ships starting from 2024. So if a ship is in band C, a charter is not happy because right now they are asking right ship rating 3 and above, GHG rating A to D. That means if we are talking about a ship which is in C and I as a charter say I will not hire this vessel, I am having a vessel which is in band B, I will try to reduce the cost because this vessel will generate less CO2, so less cost impact. But as a ship owner, the ship owner knows his ship is a better performing ship. He will increase the hire of the ship, or on the freight part, he will increase the freight. So still the impact goes back to the operator. Okay, now these regulations, these are very legal jargon. We don't want to consider that. We just want to consider the pure supply and demand dynamics, how these regulations impact supply and demand. We were talking about ships between band A to C. We are not talking about ships in band D to E. So as of today, there are ships which fall in band A to E. They have given as a proposal to the IMO via the classification society, we will take certain measures to keep the ship in band up to C. So if we are removing ships which fall in band D and E, what we are doing, we are reducing the supply side. The demand side we keep constant. So band D and E ships are removed. It has reduction in the tonnage available to a charterer. Hence it is increase in freight. One indicator for increase in freight. Secondly, we also said EXI is reducing the speed of the ship. If the speed of the ship is reduced, as an estimate, it's about 10% which is reduced. What does this 10% reduction in speed lead to the supply side? That means within a route, there are 10% lesser number of ships available to perform the business. So we are again constricting the supply by another 10%. The second indicator to an increase in freight. So EXI is causing this impact by removing at least 10% of the vessel to perform the business. CII is affecting the vessels or the freight by removing band D and band E vessels. So both EXI and CII are affecting your freight. Now let us see what BIMCO has said on EXI. This is purely on EXI what they have said. So far till 2023, we could say that congestion is leading to reduction in supply side. That part is more or less over. There are congestions are not as grave as they were, say, about an year before. So what is affecting the vessel supply side? That is the EXI is affecting the supply side. You can see Maersk bases this 10% value. Maersk and the other bigger container players, they have said that they need at least about 5 to 15% more vessels to perform the business. So if EXI is resulting in 10% removal of the ships, the bigger players have already come and given statements that they need 5 to 15% more vessels. That means demand is high, supply is less. So a cumulative or a complex effect on the increase in the freight. Okay, this is internal bulk marine related analysis which we have done. We have broken down the EXI impact into two legs of a vessel. One is the ballast and one is the laden condition. And we have
done the analysis for three sizes of vessel. Let us do Cape size vessel first. If you see this blue line, this is indicating a ballast speed. The red line is the laden passage. Let's talk about the ballast. This analysis was done starting from 2022. Why we did this analysis is to see whether the 10% reduction in the supply, which is being said by the industry giants, is correct or not. So ballast side, you will see there is less, it's more or less constant. The 10% reduction is not showing here. Ballast legs are very limited in certain sizes of vessel. Let's take a look on the laden passage. The laden passage is from 11 and it has come down to say about 10.75 knots. So we are seeing a reduction by say a 0.25 knot in the laden speed of the vessels. So the EXI impact is showing there. Why this gradient is not sharp? You can very well correlate that ships were already running at a lower speed before these regulations were coming into force. The echo speed of the vessels were used. So the gradient is very less. It's a smooth gradient, it's not a sharp fall. That's the reason. Panamax vessel, similar trend you can see. 11.25 and it has come down to just 10.75. So it's about 0.5 knot reduction in the laden speed. So yes, what the industry stalwarts are saying, 10% reduction, we are seeing that in the laden passages of these vessels. Supramax vessels. Again, the same result you can see. There is a reduction, and the reduction, if you see, if you compare, is from January 2023. That's when the regulations come into picture. Slightly before, because people started reducing the power of the engine from November and December. These two regulations, as I said in the beginning, they are affected by the kind of fuel. There is no future fuel. There's no future fuel because there are no technologies to find out what kind of fuel has to be used. And that is the biggest deterrent to the new building orders, again impacting the supply. So we have a constant demand. We started the lecture, we kept the demand constant, but the supply side is constrained. This is till 2030. These are the new building orders. You can see here the yard orders till 2026. You can see there is a reduction in orders. This directly indicates that the ship owners are not going ahead with putting orders for new building ships because they don't know what kind of engine, because they don't know what kind of fuel. So it's not required to invest heavily into new building orders. Panamax vessels also similar. New building orders are less. Same results for the Supramax vessels. So this indicates the ship owner confidence into new fuels, new designs is not there. It is lacking. It is greatly lacking. Until unless we see some ship owners, some technology coming into the picture, which gives confidence to the ship owner, they will go into that. This is directly, still I am repeating it, it is impacting the freight part. Because the supply side is constrained so much. So you can see till 2027, whatever a veteran ship owner will do, he will just do a second-hand sale and purchase. Maybe bear a loss in that rather than lose the full investment on a new building vessel. There were actually 3 more slides after this. Do you have that? There were 3 slides, extra slides there.
Were those added later as part of the Word document?
Yes. No, not as part of the Word document, but just related to that. It's in my USB if you open that. After this, I added 3 slides just to give more insight on this.
Can we kindly check, please?
Yeah. Those are basically on the cost part. 3 slides are there. I just want to show how the cost comes into play. What is the percentages of cost because of the new fuels? Basically, I took a reading of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. They have some very interesting data. This report is of 2021. Yes, this is the one. This data is freely available on the internet. I suggest anybody who is interested into the cost part of the shipping should read this report. It's a very interesting report, a very lengthy report. I have tried to bring out 2 slides from there, and I will show you that. Okay. CII impact, these slides lay stress on the CII impact, which is the operational impact, and it's a direct cost to the charterer, shipper, or receiver. That's why I brought this, because EEXI is very simple. Ship owner's responsibility, he has complied. Now, this is a data collected by DNV. DNV is a classification society. They work under the IMO purview. We talked about IMO. And they collected a data by a study in 2019 on the impact of the regulations if the CII has to be improved. Okay. Now, this data is collected for higher band of the CII. Why I say higher band? If there is a higher band, there is a lower band also. Yes. Where is the lower band? The lower band is starting from 2023. As we progress into time till 2030, the higher band, we move towards the higher band. So by 2030, we are talking about the higher band, and this is the data collected basis the higher band. If you see domestic vessels, short sea bulk carrier, we can say, okay, on the coast of India, coast of China, coast of Indonesia, Turkey, coastal vessels, short sea vessels, the cost impact you can see. This is the CI. This CI means the cost impact, not the carbon intensity indicator. This is the cost impact. It is 16%. That means by 2030 on the domestic trade, we might see a 16%. Mind you, I'm not talking about inflation. I have not added inflation here, which is like standard, we can say 2.5 to 3% annually. This is pure cost increase by 16%. Deep sea bulkers, 9.3%. That is what is the cost impact. We have to build it in the freight component. This is a direct impact to the producer or the end user. There are data related with other shipping as well, but I am just laying stress on the dry bulk side. Okay. Then this is basis the data collected, this is basis the sampling, and the future forecast, which the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development has given, is on the next one. This is the EEXI scenario only, which means, as we started the presentation, we said a power limitation on the engine. EEXI, it increases the cost by 1.6%. EEXI, I cannot say I will comply with EEXI, I will not comply with CI. Both go hand in hand. But United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, they segregated just to see, just to give insight into the pure CII impact. They said 1.6 is only because of EEXI, and the projections basis low greenhouse gas reduction scenario. That is 2023, 24, 25, As we move ahead, we go to the higher greenhouse gas reduction, a 7.6% increase. We don't have future fuel, we don't have future technology, we don't have future engines, we don't have new building orders, and we are talking about 7.6% increase, which is a projection. It will be more than that if we don't get a future technology for the engine and the fuel by 2030. Right? And the difference between the low and the highest greenhouse gas emission is the 2% increase which we showed earlier. And that data also, so far the IMO says till 2026 we will monitor. So we go up to 11%. After that we will decide. It might be 13, it might be 15, or it might be more. We don't know. They will impose the regulations after 2026 basis the data they have collected. So this 7.6% will be much higher. This is a very interesting, this projections which I had shown on the previous slide, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development have made this kind of graph. Okay, I will just explain a box. This box indicates this is the 25th percentile. The ships performing 25th percentile. This is 75th percentile. So between this is the box for which they have collected the data. This is the median of the box. This is the minima increase in cost. This is the maxima increase in cost. So I hope you have understood this box. Again, this is the 25th percentile in increase in cost. This is the median cost. This is the 75th percentile increase in cost. This is the minima increase in cost. This is the maxima increase in cost. This is EEXI increase. We are not talking about this because EEXI doesn't go alone. This is the low greenhouse gas reduction, the impact on cost. This is 2023, 24, 25. As we are moving ahead in time, that is, we are going closer to 2030, we are going into this high case. This, we cannot remove this case because this is the case we have to comply. Now these dots, these are very interesting dots. What are these? Okay. These are dots related to a particular trade combination and a ship size combination. That means there would be certain ships which will fall either below the minima or they will go above the maxima, depending on the movement for that voyage. That means if I change the trade combination from port A to port B, if this is my maxima, if I make it port A to C, the impact on cost might be here. That is almost close to 12%. So that glass of wine might be 12% expensive if we have it in 2030, apart from the inflation which will be added to that. So I hope I'm very clear on the cost impact, because this is the cost impact which will affect your business any day starting from 1st January 2023. We have already moved 4 months in that. So by the time you are in 2030, if the situation remains as of today, no future fuel, no future technology, no future engine, low confidence in new building, we are talking about an increase of almost 12% on the costing for a certain combination of ship size and the trade pattern. I think this gives you a great insight from our viewpoint on the data collected, how the cost will impact you because of these two regulations. Mind you, these are not the final set of regulations. 2030, IMO will come up with another set of regulations. And the prelim set of regulations might come at the end of 2026. So this might be increased by 1.5, 2%, or it might remain here. We cannot say. We have to wait and watch what data has been collected till 2026. I have given some definitions when you get the presentation, just when you are reading it again, so that it's easy for you to understand what are the low case greenhouse gas scenarios and what are the high case greenhouse gas scenario. There is a slight difference. If you see, the high GHG scenario is based on supply side, constrained supply side. No future fuels, no future technology for engines, so it is impacting the supply side. Low GHG, it is a demand based metric. That's the only difference in that. Current demand, if it is variable, so these are the few definitions. And the baseline, this is the baseline. This is very important. The 0 is the baseline. This is very important because this is what are the regulations on 31st of December 2022. We are comparing against the pre-existing because we are now in 2023. So if we were having this conference in December 2022, the baseline would be here. So as compared to the previous, these are the cost implications. So that's the end of my presentation. I hope Bulk Marine has shared some good insight into the freight costing. And if there are any questions whatsoever, please feel free to reach out to us. We will assist you. And here I will add one thing: how to control these costs, how to get less impact from these costs. There is a simple solution. The simple solution is own a vessel, own a tonnage, control the logistics chain. It's not very difficult. It's not impossible. I will give some names, but people will say those are very big players. But okay, they are big players, but we should see their insight, their ideas, so we can take something from that. If they are players of 50 ships, 20 ships, we can be a player of one ship. Take the example of Rio Tinto, take the example of Vale, take some other examples also. They have their own ships. Why? They have their ships because of this. They want to control the logistics part, which we call in the fuel well to wake, meaning from beginning to end. If we control that, then we can play with the costing. Some places it is increasing, some places it is decreasing. Mind you, because if we will not have our ship of our own as a shipper or a receiver, we'll have to hand over a ship in a better performing state than we got from the ship owner. So please give a little thought on this. Ship owning as a commodity player, as a shipper or as an end receiver is a very big advantage because you control the full chain, you control the impact. You are not at the mercy of another person. Thank you so much. You have been a very kind audience. Thank you so much, and I wish you a great stay in Bangkok. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Captain Shukla. Requesting you to take your seat, please, sir. I would like to take a few questions from the audience, if there are any. A very interesting session. Most of the questions that we had in mind have been answered. So, but still, there are a couple of questions I would like to ask. So, Captain Shukla, give us some insights on the present state of research into alternative fuels. I mean, just from a layman's perspective, so that we can have an understanding as to what kind of research is going into the building of new engines as well as new fuels to decarbonize the shipping industry.
Thank you so much for listening to me for 30-45 minutes. It's a off-track topic for most people, but we are shipping people, so we understand the intensity. Your question is actually intertwined with the fuel and the engine. Both go hand in hand. Because there is no technology, there is no development on the fuel side. So I will take up the fuel part first because that is the most easiest. easiest why I say once the fuel is known, then we come to the second stage, which is development on the engine. Okay. Right now, if you see on one of my slides, there are a lot of research going on. There are a lot of pilot projects which are being run by big ship owners, along with the classification societies. Why I am repeating classification societies very often is because they are one of the players who are going to implement the IMO's control on the emissions. So with them, they are running a lot of projects. Projects like LNG is the bridge fuel. LNG is there in the market. It is being used as a fuel currently. It will help till a certain period of time, 2030, 2040, to be that fuel. If I may ask, there is a Word document. There are 2 slides there. If they can open slide that Word document, that will assist me in answering your question.
Yeah, can we open the Word document, please? Which is supporting data.
Yeah, that's a fuel cost.
To substantiate
yes.
the point.
Okay, can we go to page number 2 of this? Yeah, this one, the right side. Okay, so this is these are the graphs on various kind of fuels which are there, and it shows data up to 2050. So if you see the blue one, the light blue one, that will give you the kind of fuels which are currently available and the kind of fuels on which some research is going on. So the first one is the current fuels, the carbon fuels, the crude fuels, if I may say, fuel oil, LSMGO, those kind of fuels. Then the right one is LNG, which is being used currently. Okay. Then the third is carbon neutral MGO. It will take time. It is not available. Carbon neutral fuels are not available as of now. So the research is going on methanol, on synthetic gas, on ammonia, on hydrogen. So these are, and methanol. So people are working on these fuels to determine which will be the best fuel which can lead to carbon neutral. We have to achieve carbon neutral fuel, which is not available as of now. So there is a lot of research going on these kind of fuels. LNG is being used, but people are working on ammonia. People are working on methanol. People are working on hydrogen. Okay, so that is the first part of your question, kind of fuels available. Now, the main engine manufacturers for the ships, these are very heavy engines. And they say, if you have to change an engine of a ship, it is better to scrap the ship because the engine is fitted as the first item on a ship. So if you ask me, okay, I want to change this engine, I want to put a new engine, I will suggest you 100 times out of 100, send the ship to scrap, we build a new ship. That is how the ships are designed. Okay. Now, you got part answer on your fuel. Now let us come to the engine part. You see the intensity. If a wrong engine is designed and it is marketed and it is used by a ship owner, and after 2 years or by 2030 we realize that that engine is no more useful, what will happen to that asset? It has to go to scrap, as simple as that. That is why if you see the new building orders, the confidence of the ship owner is very less on that. That answers your part. So the technological advances on the engines are still going on. MAN B&W, they are one of the standard engine manufacturers. They are working on a hydrogen engine also as of now. So there are dual power engines, dual fuel engines, and simplistic like hydrogen engines are also being considered. So if you go to a MAN B&W website, you will find various kind of engines. So dual fuel engines are being used, but that is not the final solution because the final fuel is not available as of now.
It's still in the process.
Yes. And the technology which is required, I will add 2 words here, technical words, which are required to make shipping carbon neutral is power to gas or power to liquid. The day we will have power to gas engine or power to liquid engine, shipping will become carbon neutral. What is this? In simplistic way, power to gas, meaning we use power, electricity, to achieve a gaseous fuel. Like we use electricity, we do the electrolysis, and we generate hydrogen. That's power to gas. So that hydrogen is a green hydrogen. It's carbon neutral hydrogen. So people or the engine manufacturers are working on this kind of technology, but it is not so far available. The day we get power to gas, the day we get power to liquid, we might have some advancement on the engine designs. So it's a very nascent development, but yes, people are making efforts. Man BMW, as I say, I've been reading their research on fuels, and they have done a lot of research. They have even come up with a hydrogen engine. So that's on the type of fuels which are being looked into and the type of technology which is being looked into. So as of now, what people say is the industry stalwart, power to gas or power to liquid will be like carbon neutral. So I hope I have answered your question to the best of my ability.
Yes, and that power also has to be renewable power. I mean,
yes, you are right.
Sourced renewably.
Exactly.
Because we can't use fossil-based power to generate it.
But I will add one point here. Sorry to interrupt you. The steel industry is sitting at a commodity which actually creates negative carbon. Limestone. Limestone is very extensively used in the shipping in the steel manufacturing industry. There is still research going on to that, but they have already found out that the lime which is generated after use of this limestone, if you add salt water to that, it absorbs. It has the capacity to absorb double the CO2 which that process has generated. So if that process is giving you lime which can suck, which can absorb double the carbon dioxide, it is giving you, not only making you carbon neutral, but it is giving you something in the pocket to comply with the regulations. So limestone is a very interesting commodity in the steel making industry, and it is being suggested that why not use this as a carbon capture, if I might say. Right. So that's the characteristic of limestone. Once it generates the lime, you add salt water, and it absorbs double the carbon dioxide the process is generated.
Okay, so this is a new insight actually. It is traditionally used as a flux in steel making.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. But the end product, we will get lime in some or the other way, not to throw it. It's actually like, if I might say in my little capacity, it's like gold to the industry, because it is making not only carbon neutral, but it is giving you something in the pocket to sell also. Because sooner or later, people will buy carbon credits. Carbon credits also have ratings. Some are green carbon credits. So this is something like a green carbon which you can sell later on to the other people who are looking to buy carbon credits. So instead of paying a $90 or $100, you sell him 1 metric ton of your green carbon dioxide. So you generate income on that. So a lot of things are going on the fuel and carbon emission control. This is one of the new things which is there.
Thank you, Captain Shukla. I think there were a few questions, but your presentation has been very exhaustive and has touched upon all the major points that I can remember. The only thing that one word from you before we close this session, that EU ETS, of course, is a big thing. It's impacting the industry, all industries, in fact, in a big way. So how could it impact the shipping industry, and whether it will have a positive impact in the long term with a negative impact in the short term, or a positive impact in the short term with a negative impact in the long term? That is what we want to understand.
Okay, EU ETS is European Union Energy Trading Credit System. Now, right now there is no cost imposed. what EU has done is it has given to every industry. By every industry, I mean rail, road, aviation. It has given certain kind of allowances, like you can utilize a 20% on the CO2 emission. On the shipping side, they have a draft regulation so far, which will more or less come into picture. So every year they have given certain kind of allowance to that industry. So for shipping, they have also come up with certain allowances. I don't exactly remember the percentages, but they start with 20% in 2024. Over and above that allowance, if you are generating CO2, you will have to either pay for it or buy the green carbon. So in the short term and the long term, actually there is no clarity on the kind of fuel and the data collected after 1 year of running under CII regulations. So it cannot be said which way the trend will move, how the trend will move. And I will add here, CO2 data collection is not new. It has not started now. It is continuing for the past several years in EU. There is a EU ETS system. There is IMO DCS system. They collect all this data. Basically what they collect is the number of days, the quantity of cargo shipped, the amount of fuel consumed, and hence the amount of CO2 generated. So that data is already being collected. Data collection for a ship owner or for a ship operator is not difficult because it is already being done. Weather routing companies, they are collecting that data. Only thing is how it will lead to band A to band E ship will depend on certain factors, the calculation which will be done by the class on behalf of the flag. They will determine where the ship is moving. So similar way how the IMO is moving, the EU will also be on that way. So the cost impact will be there. I was reading a report day before yesterday. They said to make shipping comply with CO2 emissions is to monetize it. What does it mean? It means don't talk more, just impose a carbon dioxide pricing on shipping. So that's the intensity of the thought process of the regulators. They will not wait. If they decide, if they come to it, they will say, okay, from tomorrow, you have to pay $90 for 1 ton of CO2 you are generating, or show us what is the offset you are doing. What are the offsets you are doing? So that is what will decide.
So that can be really lethal, actually.
It is pretty lethal. Yes.
Okay, so that's a very disturbing thought, but we can't help it. Anyway, a very insightful session.
I will add one more thing here also, the ESG compliance. If you see all the listed companies from 2025 have to declare their environmental policies, what they are doing for that. In the earlier session also, we had that discussion. So 2025 is the deadline for all listed companies to come up what is being done on the environmental pollution side. So that's how close the compliance is. Only 1.5 years to go.
Yes. So yes, that's again a very insightful session. Very nicely presented, and of course we conclude with a very disturbing thought also, that the timeline is slowly shrinking, and regulation of course can kick in any time and can really unsettle the industry. So anyway, thank you very much, Captain Shukla, for that very insightful session. I now request Mr. Sabyasachi Misra of JSW Trade Corp to come up on stage, please, sir, and to felicitate Captain Shukla.
Thank you so much, everybody.
A round of applause, please.
Let's come together right now. Oh yeah. In a sweet harmony, let's come together. Run together, run together. Let's come together, run together, run together. Let's come together, run together, run together, run together, run together. Let's come together.
Thank you, Captain Shukla. Thank you, Mr. Mishra. Thank you very much. With that, we conclude today's sessions. We'll see you all tomorrow. I think cocktail and dinner is being served in the Jacent Hall. So please. Okay. Thank you so much. Good night. Sorry, the conference will start sharp at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Yeah. Thank you once again. Good night.